So it's opening up with a huge reveal here, and it's that Suiryu has a sister named Suiko. So she's basically just came to check on Suiryu in the hospital because she found out that he got completely beat down by Bakuzan and Goketsu. And she's also revealing that she has taken over the dojo that their master was originally in control of, but apparently he had died at some point. And his name was Suicho, and he's like the Silver Fang of the Void Fist style, the style that Suiryu and Suiko use. And Suiko also wants Suiryu to come back to the dojo, but he tells her that he wants to be a hero instead. This is something that we've known for a while now. It's a part of Suiryu's huge character arc that he's had since he's been introduced. So then we cut back over to the Monster Association battle, and we see like this rescue helicopter coming in, and it's going to pick up all of the ancillary support heroes that were there, like A-class and lower. So like Moomin Rider, Lightning Max, guys like that are being evacuated as a way to save them from this big battle, because they'll wind up just becoming collateral damage, as we'll see how crazy it gets later on. So then we're cutting over to Tank Top Master and Fubuki, and this sequence here is kind of just continuing Tank Top Master chasing the dragon of Tatsumaki, I guess. This was kind of established back in the Boros invasion. But like I said, he's kind of just been trying to chase Tatsumaki or use her as a way of motivation to get stronger. So just keep that in mind. And also another thing that you should probably pay attention to and remember is he says, "I can feel my tank top tightening." Won't go any more into that, but it's there for a reason. So then we're cutting over to like a bewildered Tatsumaki here. She had just successfully, in theory, defeated Orochi at this point with that huge drill. And I guess she's like nearly at her limit, or pretty much at it at this point. And they're also reminding us of the Garo ticking clock, because Bomb's like, hey, you know, maybe Garo died down there when Tatsumaki put that drill in the ground. And Bang's like, come on, you know, that's not gonna kill Garo. We both know how tough he is. And like I said, the ticking clock, because while everything is so awesome right now, there's still more elements to this arc, and Garo is one of them. And definitely don't forget about him. So then we get an Avengers Assemble moment with more S-Class heroes meeting up with them. And Atomic Samurai is like, hey, Flashy Flash was stuck down there. You know, is he gonna be okay? And Tatsumaki, being the overpowered Esper that she is somehow still hearing this conversation and then psychically relaying to Fubuki, saying that like, hey, it's all right. Flashy Flash wasn't down there when I put the drill in the ground. The moment I delivered the blow, there was a warp in the space below that swallowed up someone. They must have moved through another dimension. And then she thinks that it's Blast that did this. It's understandable that she would think that because she knows firsthand who Blast is. Now, if we go back to that sequence, she's both right, but also kind of wrong at the same time, because when she did drill into the ground, it wasn't exactly Blast that saved them. It was actually them coming in contact with the cube and going into the God dimension. So then we're coming to Homeless Emperor, who had previously just blasted Zombie Man to the point of where he's just like a fountain right now. And then he thinks to himself, saying, it seems Garo and Orochi got done in. As I thought, they were vessels incapable of expanding their minds. The heavens ally only with the chosen, those such as I. So this is just reminding us that Homeless Emperor's powers do in fact come from God. And we're gonna come back to this later because it's kind of brought up again. But as he's talking to himself, Amai Mask comes out of nowhere and is about to level him, but then Black S comes out of the ground and saves Homeless Emperor from Amai Mask and like starts tangling him up. Then Fuhrer Ugly comes out of the ground and literally caves Amai Mask's face in as Black S is holding him. And it doesn't even stop there, because then Fuhrer Ugly grabs Amai Mask by the legs and rips him apart. And outside of the Zombie Man stuff, this is easily as gruesome as One Punch Man has gotten so far. So it's like, is Amai Mask dead? Is this it? Is that just how he was taken out? Most likely he's gonna somehow make it through this, because it's already been established prior, at least if you've been following the redraws and retcons, that Amai Mask has some kind of unexplained regeneration ability right now. In the redraws for chapter 103, Super S like stabs Amai Mask in the eye with her tongue, and it like cracks his face. But before anybody can see what happened to him, he like covers his face, and then when he takes his hand away, he's seemingly regenerated. So I guess that is showing us that like Amai Mask has some kind of Zombie Man type regeneration thing going on here. And I say Zombie Man because like only somebody on his level of regeneration would be able to come back from what we're seeing here. And I'm assuming that what we saw in chapter 103 was only just the beginning of what Amai Mask is seemingly capable of. Or he's dead, and that's the end of a character who seemed like he had way more significance to the story. So anyway, after Fuhrer Ugly does this, he says, from here on out, it's a free-for-all. Most amount of S-class kills gets to lead. How about that? So this is going to be like a recurring thing, I guess, from this point on. The Cadres are going to try to keep one-upping each other and just getting as many S-class kills as they can, kind of like this game they're playing. And that leads us to the next sequence here, where Child Emperor is like pulling Zombie Man's regenerating corpse away, but then they spot him, and Fuhrer Ugly steps on Zombie Man and then is about to just level Child Emperor. But then behind him is Homeless Emperor charging up a freaking spirit bomb, and he's like, get out of the way, and he launches it at Child Emperor. This is going back to what was just established about, you know, whoever gets the most S-class kills becomes the leader, so now they're trying to play this game. And right as his spirit bomb is about to hit Child Emperor, we see like this event horizon black hole type thing around it, similar to what we've seen from Blast before. So as I'm sure you read at the end of the chapter from Vib's little inscription there, this might be Blast subtly saving Child Emperor from getting completely nuked by this spirit bomb here. Because after this sequence, Child Emperor is just completely gone. Not even Atomic Samurai is able to pick him up on the communicator anymore. So unless he's just dead now, like how Amai Mask could be, he either somehow avoided this on his own merit, or Blast, being Blast, just came in at the nick of time and then just, you know, warped him out of there. I mean, his dimensional abilities was name dropped earlier on in this chapter with Tatsumaki. If anybody could do this, it would be Blast, right? But if things weren't already looking down enough for the S-class heroes here, the crater that was left by the spirit bomb has now released evil natural water from the ground. So now he's joining in the battle too. But it doesn't stop there, because Gums is back too. He comes chomping out of the ground, trying to take Tank Top Master and Pig God at once, but they avoid him. And Pig God's like, he's digesting debris instantly as he keeps eating it. It makes me look like I'm on a diet. So then Black S is like reflecting on what Homeless Emperor just did with like that massive spirit bomb, and he's like, the power behind these juggling balls is no joke. Not to mention he doesn't seem to use up anything to fire them. What's going on? Is the energy getting released from somewhere else? Going back to what I said earlier about how obviously Homeless Emperor's powers are coming from God, this is significant, especially now that God has really been built up to be essentially the end-all be-all of this series, and his powers are ridiculous. Like, dimensional stuff is obviously going on with him, and we saw what he was capable of giving to Orochi when she shaved the continent. So now that Homeless Emperor is showing the full extent of his power orb ability, is really showing that like he's clearly one of the strongest here, despite just being just a normal dude. And then we come to the end of the chapter where we see Homeless Emperor, Black S, and Fuhrer Ugly just walking, you know, I guess towards the S-class heroes to just finish the job. But the end goal here is obviously they're all going to take down the S-class heroes, and then they're just going to decide, you know, whatever has to happen afterwards. But yeah, fantastic chapter. So looking forward to the rest of this. I love the dread that this chapter established. Just when you thought everything was cool with the S-class heroes defeating Orochi, taking care of psychos, but no, the Cadres are back and they're way stronger than what you thought they were. So we got the new chapter quicker than I guess all of us thought that we would, and it's unusually short. Not complaining or anything, it's obviously better than nothing, just pointing out that it is particularly on the short side, especially for a One Punch Man chapter. I think it's like about 12 pages or something, and that could mean that there may be more parts to this chapter. Sometimes One Punch Man chapters are released in parts. So there's a possibility that maybe Monday or sometime next week we might get a part 2. But anyway, the chapter opens up with Genos like going crazy, and he says, my power core has exceeded its limits and has begun thermal runaway. I will explode soon. So why is this happening? Well, there's a few reasons. First of all, it's because of the current form that Genos has. In chapter 93, it's stated as being a reckless upgrade. It focuses on offense, making it unbalanced. balance. An increase in horsepower without reducing armor, so Genos must regulate himself as he fights. And if he were to fight at full power, he'll surpass the machinery's endurance and break, and if he does go full power, he can only do it for about 10 seconds. Since his body can't maintain any more than that, if he were to exceed that, then his energy core will explode. So I guess when Genos was going against Orochi by himself with all the big crazy beam struggling stuff, he was using his full power for sure. However, it was after that point when Drive Knight came in and teamed up with Genos and said to Genos that like, hey, I require your assistance, I'm running low on energy, I want to combine with you and integrate our power cores for maximum output. And then we saw them fuse together and become Buster Blader, and then, you know, further went against Orochi, and I guess that was the breaking point for Genos' core here. And that brings us to where we are right now. And speaking of Drive Knight, Silverfang's like, there's no emergency fix, and Purry Prisoner's like, that's right, Drive Knight would know Genos' body inside out. And then we see them in their Buster Blader mode, or I think it's called Dragon King in the official translation. And Drive Knight says it seems the barrier is gone. Objective complete. Pardon me, and then he just deassembles, drops Genos, and then just pieces out of there. If you've been following my reviews, I said that this was more or less going to happen. Once Drive Knight got what he wanted, he was just going to piece out of there. And what he wanted, of course, was Orochi cells, and we saw him get him a couple chapters back. And then after that, he just had one more objective, and that was for the barrier to come down. And I guess that killed two birds with one stone for Drive Knight. One, so he could leave, but then two, to keep him in the good graces of the S-Class heroes. So yeah, let's put another notch on the board for Drive Knight being sus. Even Bomb points it out when he's like, how heartless of him. But after this, we get an update on Child Emperor, and we see Purry looking at like the holographic GPS thing on the communicator, and he says, it seems Child Emperor was buried in the explosion earlier. And then he angel crawls underground to go save him. So in the previous chapter, I guess the majority of the community speculated that Blast had somehow saved Child Emperor by like the last second warping him out of the way of Homeless Emperor's spirit bomb. So I guess this means that he warped him directly underground. But given that Purry is about to go meet up with Child Emperor, I'm sure we're going to get the explanation then. And it just seems very likely that Blast had something to do with it. And if it wasn't Blast, then I guess Child Emperor just was able to take care of himself. But then we come back to Genos, and he's just ready to accept his fate of just exploding, but he's like, hey, let me try to take down as many Cadres as I can with me. You guys get out of here, but you know, make sure you get out of at least a 5-kilometer radius, which translates to about 3 square miles. So that's a pretty impressive explosion coming from Genos here. Completely understandable because, like what I was talking about before, he was beam struggling with a pretty much consensus above Dragon and Orochi. But then he gives one last heartfelt request, and he's like, please let Saitama and Dr. Kuseno know that I apologize for my inexperience. It's like, Genos, we forgive you, but at the same time, you keep making the same mistakes you've made since you've literally been introduced into the series. I mean, when are you not gonna be inexperienced at this point? But then Silverfang chimes in. He's like, no, young people should never give in to despair so easily, says the 82-year-old who was ready to give his life to Elder Centipede, so I guess he's qualified to say this. Then Fubuki steps up, and Genos is like, what are you doing standing there? I know you're not the strongest, but you know, we can't even afford to lose you. Just get out of here. And then she says, be quiet, and she puts both of her glowing Esper hands onto Genos's back. And she's like, I'm the Blizzard of Hell, the leader of the Blizzard group. Do you think I would just leave my subordinates to die and run away like nothing happened? You know, forcefully still making Genos a part of the Blizzard group, that old recurring joke. And then we get an explanation as to what Fubuki is doing here in order to save Genos. So apparently she's using her telekinesis, aka Esper powers, to suppress the thermal motion as much as possible, and then find the organic portions to reinforce and restore. So this is pretty crazy, and I'm both surprised, but at the same time not surprised that Espers are able to do stuff like this. It's kind of like the Force in the Disney Star Wars movies. There's just more and more developments on these Esper abilities with each chapter. But I'm more surprised that Fubuki is capable of doing this because she's really not that powerful, especially compared to the other insane powerhouses in this arc. But relatively, I suppose she is pretty powerful, and obviously proving it here if she is able to suppress the thermal motion of an energy core capable of destroying a 3-mile radius. But another interesting thing is that she says, and then find the organic portions to reinforce and restore. And that raises the question of like, how much of Genos is organic? I mean, I guess he has his brain, but like, what else does he really have? Like when Deep Sea King melted him, we saw like something of like a spine or something, but he's been cut in half so many times. It's like, is that really a spine, or does he have any spine left? It's like, what really is left of Genos besides his brain, you know? But then we come to Genos's Terminator vision, and it says unit temperature declining, cooling initiated, cooling function restored. So yeah, Fubuki successfully cooled Genos down and saved him from self-destruction. And like I was saying, super powerful energy core, capable of mass destruction. Very impressive feat from Fubuki here, showing that she certainly has some real potential to her as an Esper, and also, as they're pointing out here, as a leader too. But it wouldn't be a female Esper in One Punch Man if she didn't start coughing up the Kool-Aid after exerting herself. Then she seemingly falls unconscious, but is caught by Bang and Bomb, and we get the chapter ending line, which she may have the makings of a great leader after all. And yeah, that's the end of the chapter. Crisis averted. Genos is gonna be all right. And I guess Fubuki is too. I doubt she's dead or going to be benched for the rest of the arc. I'm sure she'll wake up soon. But yeah, fine chapter, but you know, very short and not really big developments here. One and Murata certainly making a meal out of this one sequence that probably could have just taken 3 pages in a regular chapter, probably, you know. But again, not complaining. It's better than nothing. And like I said, we might get another part to this chapter, because this does seem like this would just be the first half of like a regular chapter, right? So the chapter opens with a crazy feat of power from Homeless Emperor, who is straight up making an aurora, as Bang says, out of his light spheres, further establishing that Homeless Emperor is, like I said before, easily one of the strongest cadres, just one of the strongest characters currently in the war at this moment. And he's chasing Tatsumaki with like this barrage of orbs, but she's able to narrowly get away from it when he does like this one big convergent spirit bomb thing. And she was able to escape this using her stone mannequin decoy thing that we saw her also use against Orochi a couple chapters back. But we're further seeing that Black S is like suspicious of Homeless Emperor still, just him and his powers. Like this started back in chapter 141 or 142, I guess. I don't know. I still don't know what's going on with the numbering of these chapters at this point. But we see him like talking to himself behind Homeless Emperor, and he's like, this guy, his body's just that of a normal human, ain't it? If that's the case, I bet eventually I can find an opening and get him from behind. So yeah, this is also further establishing that like the cadres, they aren't friends, and if they were, Black S is definitely not one of them. Like, let us not forget, this guy even like was talking back to Orochi kind of like way earlier on in this arc when Psychos, or Garo at that time, was telling everyone that like, hey, you're all underlings to Orochi, he's the leader. And I'm paraphrasing here, but Black S said something along the lines of like, hey, he's not my leader. I didn't sign up for the Monster Association to be his subordinate. And then Psycho said something along the lines of like, okay, well then after we defeat the S-Class heroes, anyone who wants to challenge Orochi can challenge him, and then if you beat him, you can be the new leader. And that's also kind of where we find the Monster Association, or what's left of it, with the cadres at this point in time, because they basically established that like, hey, you know, after we take care of the S-Class heroes, whoever had the most kills can be the leader or something. But obviously it's just going to come down to them trying to kill each other regardless. So Black S basically just assessing his options at this moment, since Homeless Emperor could possibly be his biggest threat to the throne at this point. So then I think for the first time in this arc, we're seeing Tatsumaki and Fubuki come face to face. Then once Tatsumaki realizes that Fubuki's not only there, but also injured, she goes into like a Super Saiyan slash, you know, question mark mob percentage mode here, saying that like, I can't believe this. I told them as clear as day that they couldn't allow you to participate. And she did pretty much say this was like a stipulation, I suppose, before they went on the raid to the Monster Association. Like, obviously Tatsumaki has like some mental health issues regarding her relationship with Fubuki, and that's just further going to be explored upon in this chapter. And then once she finds out that Fubuki's there of her own free will and that her injuries were done to herself, you know, trying to save Genos, she calms down and then is like, okay, well then, you know, get out of here. I gotta go finish off the Cadres. And then Fubuki does like this psychic binding to Tatsumaki to try to stop her from going out and dying. And we're getting more insight into their upbringing and just, you know, their relationship up until this point. So these 2 pages here are telling us everything we need to know, I guess, at this point about Tatsumaki and Fubuki and why they are the way that they are currently. Then she easily breaks out of Fubuki's binding and then binds her and Bang and Bomb. And she acknowledges that Fubuki has gotten stronger and just progressed as an overall character. And then she says, but I can't go on thinking that anyone will come and save me. If you've grown to be a great hero, then all the more I have to be a good example. Of course, this is going back to the iconic statement from Blast. And we've seen so far that Tatsumaki basically has lived her life behind these words from Blast. And she clearly knows that at this point in time, she's definitely the strongest here, at least on the hero side, and that she has to be the one to solely take them down since no one else is going to be able to do it. Therefore, no one else is definitely going to be able to save her. And then this sequence ends with Fubuki saying like, Blast, you may have saved my sister's life, but you left a curse on her heart, which is a pretty interesting statement and tells us all we need to know here. So then Genos decides to be classic Genos and says, hey, you know, even though I just got my life back, I'm gonna just gamble it again. I'm gonna go help Tatsumaki against the Cadres because she kind of needs it at this point. And then Silver Fang is like, okay, well then if you're helping out our lovely leader, I may as well head in and do my part too. So now we have Silver Fang and Genos going to back up Tatsumaki against the Cadres here. So then the page after this is a complete shocker because we're seeing the Council of Swordsmen for some reason. The last time we saw these guys, I think, was chapter 69, because we see that Atomic Samurai goes to talk to the Council of Swords. I'm pretty sure he talks to them about like Garo, and then we had the whole Harigiri versus Atomic Samurai thing. And we're also seeing Spring Mustachio here. That's because he's the disciple of this guy in the front, Nichiren. But I'm not really sure why they're here, other than the obvious reason being that they're intending to help the S-Class heroes here or something. But that being said, I mean, like, I don't know if we're actually gonna see them fight here. I mean, I guess they are since they're here, but I don't know how well they're gonna do against the Cadres. And then if Garo shows up, they're definitely screwed. So if these guys are just here to job, I think that's unnecessary, but we'll see what happens. So then we're coming to Pig God and Tank Top Master, who are having this awesome little battle with Gums. And then Fuhrer Ugly comes back into the fray and randomly picks up Soshi from the private military group, who I forgot was here, and just rips his arm off. And Tank Top Master and Pig God are trying to help him, but they get stopped by Gums. And then Fuhrer Ugly's just gonna straight just vaporize Soshi with a punch here, but he's stopped at the last second by Tatsumaki. And this gives enough time for Pig God to scoop up the private military group, and then Tank Top Master launches him and says, hey, pass a message on to Moomin Rider for me. We will win, and it will be a victory for the heroes who gave up their beds. Going back to the whole little hospital relationship that he and Moomin Rider had/have. And he selflessly launches Pig God out of there with the private squad inside of him, saving them from the Cadres here. And then we see Fuhrer Ugly like Hulk out and transform and get more muscular and breaks out of Tatsumaki's binding and like backhands her. I mean, we were just talking about it, but obviously Tatsumaki is like approaching death. I mean, she's really drained and wounded right now, so it's understandable that she's not going to be able to restrain Fuhrer Ugly for, you know, too long. But then Tank Top Master launches at him with a tank top tackle, but Fuhrer Ugly counters him with a forearm caving punch, and that's exactly what it does. He completely wrecks Tank Top Master's arms here. I mean, I think this is the worst we've seen an S-Class hero mangled outside of Amai Mask recently and Zombie Man. But then after this, Fuhrer Ugly just destroys Tank Top Master with like just full body smashing punches. And it looks like Tank Top Master is dead. And I mean like straight up dead. Like look at it. I mean, how is he alive? And then he gets eaten by Gums too. Then we come to the final page where where Fuhrer Ugly is walking up on a Tatsumaki who is, I guess, one punch away from dying at this point. So, wow, this was quite the intense chapter, more of a companion piece to what 141 was, or 142. Fuhrer Ugly taking MVP again, but I'll say for now that I'm not sure what the fate of Tank Top Master is. He legitimately could be dead here. He doesn't have an excuse like Amai Mask does with his, regeneration that he, could have that could save him here. Tank Top Master doesn't have that, or at least it hasn't been established that he does. So either Tank Top Master somehow gets out of this and is healed by Fubuki somehow. I mean, it has been established that she has crazy healing powers either, or at least on the extent of saving Tank Top Master, who just became mashed potatoes. I'm not sure if Espers can bring somebody back from that, or there's going to be some crazy Deus Ex sequence with, I don't even know, Phoenix Man? Probably not, but man, it's really not looking good for Tank Top Master, and I honestly think that his life is 50-50 at this point. Like, he might be the first S-class martyr. I mean, I certainly hope not. We all love Tank Top Master, and he certainly shouldn't be the one main character who dies in this series, or at least at this point. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Not going to talk about what could happen after this sequence, obviously, because it has a lot of potential spoilers to it, but those of you who know that the next chapter might be a 10 out of 10. So this chapter is opening up with classic Murata here, us seeing Tank Top Girl's tank top ripping. Other than this being classic Murata, I think it's showing us this for a reason, and we'll get into that later on once we see what's going on with Tank Top Master. But Pig God shows back up after getting launched by Tank Top Master in the previous chapter, and as he lands, he spits up like the private military group and the disciples. And Soshi's like upset that he didn't save them sooner, but then Pig God reveals that he brought Soshi's arm too, and he says they should be able to reattach it for you. So I guess Soshi is getting his arm reattached, and I don't know why this needs to be a thing. It just confuses me why they're like singling this out and showing us for sure that his arm is going to be reattached. I mean, honestly, this guy doesn't matter. Like, the private military group in general just doesn't matter, but yet they've had so much spotlight on them. It's like, if anybody should be getting their arm back, give it to E Iron. Who cares about this guy? But I'm sure this is all part of one's ultimate plan in the end. Then Pig God decides to head back into the Cadre battle, but then he says something extremely interesting to himself. He says, should I do it now? No, this isn't the time mentioned in the prophecy. I need to reserve that power of mine for the very end. So we've reached one of the major dialogues coming out of this arc. And people have been speculating about what this could mean for literally years now. But what is this? I don't know. I don't think there's any real way to know exactly what Pig God is talking about here. I've actually made an entire video speculating about what this could be, and I could further speculate in this video, but I'll just say that it's some kind of significant ability that Pig God has that he feels is so significant that he's going to just not even use it in this dire situation against the Cadres, and that maybe only a disaster level God is worthy of it. Now, he didn't say the G word, of course, he said the prophecy, but it kind of feels like those two things are one and the same. But I'll leave it up to you in the comments to speculate about what Pig God's ability or that power of his could be. So then we come back to Fuhrer Ugly and Gums, and this is picking up from the end of the previous chapter where they're coming up on a unconscious Tatsumaki. And Fuhrer Ugly says something that I can't even mention in this video because of YouTube, but I'll just say that it's probably a trick question because the answer is most likely none. But then Bang immediately interjects and he's doing the abandonment. If you'd like to know what the abandonment is, you can check out this video right here. But he just shoots through Gums, taking Tank Top Master out of him. And Genos immediately comes in with the assist with, I guess, an incineration cannon right inside of the wound that Bang just created. But then Fuhrer Ugly comes up on Bang, who had just grabbed Tank Top Master, and throws a face caving punch at him. Bang checks his punch and deflects it back at him. So then Bang checks Tank Top Master and he says that his heart stopped beating. And he grabs his tank top and he says, what a sturdy undershirt, and he lets it go and it like snaps back on Tank Top Master and I guess gets his heart going again? Because Bang checks his heart again, he's like, he's back with us, such strong vitality. And Tank Top Master like starts mumbling and he says, what did you say? It's like, this is Tank Top magic? And Genos is like, he's delirious. Bang says he's still half conscious. That's enough, not another word, we'll get you to the medics. conscious, but then it says that he's fully conscious. So Tank Top Master is not dead. He has survived, and I for one am happy about this. Maybe some people were disappointed because I know that a lot of you want some major characters to die in this series, and while that necessarily hasn't happened yet, I don't think Tank Top Master is the one that needs to die. One Punch Man is going to be a very long series, and I'm sure we will get to the major character deaths. So you'll get what you want eventually, probably. I mean, if you're hungering for characters to die, go ahead and read Demon Slayer. I'm sure you'll have a great time with that series. But what's going on with his tank top here? Well, I honestly don't know, and I guess we can only really speculate at this point. Now, going back to what I said in the beginning with Tank Top Girl's tank top ripping, I think that was put there to show us that tank tops can rip. And the fact that his not only did not rip, but also was so elastic and powerful that it like kick-started his heart again. Now this could mean a few things. Either Tank Top Master has like some kind of crazy tank top that is exclusive to him, you know, like some kind of, I don't know, vibranium fabric tank top, I don't know, something. I mean, if the Hero Association gave Metal Bat an unbreakable bat, then maybe they gave him like an unbreakable tank top. I don't know, maybe it's something like that. Or it literally is tank top magic, and tank top magic could be going into the supernatural force that exists within the One Punch Man world, which most likely correlates to monsterization. I mean, we've seen that it has an effect on clothing and stuff. I mean, look at what's happening with Garo. Now, I'm not saying for sure that Tank Top Master is undergoing monsterization here or something. I'm just saying maybe it's a possibility. Because also we have to look into Tank Top Master might straight up be getting like a Zenkai here. Like the power aspect of One Punch Man, where when you come extremely close to death, survive, and come back, you gain like a power boost. At least according to Psychos chapter 92. We see this happen to Garo with his near-death encounter against Royal Ripper. So if anybody is a likely candidate for that to happen to them, it would be Tank Top Master here. And that could also lead to his tank top gaining some kind of power or something. I mean, the monsterization just power system in One Punch Man in general is like oddly nuanced and not fully explained yet, other than what Dr. Genos talks about in chapter 88. And what he said doesn't necessarily correlate to what could be happening with Tank Top Master here. So I'm just unsure at this point. I guess we'll just have to wait for more developments. But Gums and Fuhrer Ugly come back, and Gums like bites Genos' arm, and Fuhrer Ugly comes after Bang with a dignity caving punch. I guess this is like his ultimate attack, but Bang once again just easily deflects it with the water stream, and Fuhrer Ugly hits Gums. It's so hard that like the back of his head blows out. Then Bang just pieces Fuhrer Ugly up with a classic water stream combo, and he sends him back into a Gums who is very upset at this point after getting clocked by Fuhrer Ugly, and he straight up starts eating Fuhrer Ugly. Then Silver Fang grabs Tank Top Master and he says his entire body has been shattered. There's no way he'll last until help comes. Hate to overburden her, but we'll have to rely on the young Miss's healing abilities again. He's referring to Fubuki here, so I guess that was how Tank Top Master's gonna make it out of this. Fubuki's gonna heal him somehow, and by somehow using her Esper abilities. And I don't think it's ever been fully made clear that she can straight up like heal somebody to this extent. I mean, we've seen her use her abilities on like Bang and Bomb, but that kind of just reinforced their body. So I guess using that same principle, but to an extreme degree, can straight up, heal Tank Top Master's grievous wounds here. Then Gum starts twitching, and we see Fuhrer Ugly start to pull him apart. Then he completely rips him in half, and we see the birth of a new cadre here. Well, kind of. More like Fuhrer Ugly version 2 by the name of Vomited Fuhrer Ugly. So I guess Gums started to like immediately digest Fuhrer Ugly here, like way quicker than he has any of the other people he's eaten, before he's completely digested came out of him. And so it's possible that this might be making Fuhrer Ugly stronger simply because he's an Ugmon. Because it says when they monsterize, their strength depends on the wretched state of their heart. So maybe now that he's become even more uglier and just grotesque, that he's gained a power up possibly. I mean, he's getting a completely new name reveal dialogue box here, so maybe. So this chapter surprisingly starts off with Atomic Samurai fighting Evil Natural Water. And while he's fighting him, he can't figure out a way to beat him. I mean, it's understandable. He was having issues with Black S previously in this arc. And he's even saying like those eyeballs also seem to be made out of liquid. Then Iron says, did it absorb underground water? Its water jets keep getting stronger and stronger. So I guess that means that Evil Natural Water got bigger since we saw him underground going against the private military group. And also a couple chapters back, we saw it like come out of the ground like a geyser or something. So I guess at some point in between that, it had like absorbed water and now it is bigger. And then Iron asked the $1 million question, what if this thing were to absorb the ocean? I can't tell you how many times I've been asked this question, and now I'm glad they're finally pointing this out in the manga. Now, does this mean that we're gonna see Evil Natural Water go into the ocean at some point in this arc? I would say it seems likely now since it's being brought up here. I mean, why else show this? Other than just a little wink at the audience, but I think it might be more than that. I'm not saying he's gonna like possess the earth, but I'm saying he'll get, you know, way bigger than he is here by probably going into the ocean at some point. So then Evil Natural Water starts shooting his jets at E-Iron and Atomic Samurai, but E-Iron can't keep up with the jets. Like, his sword is completely destroyed and he's about to get lit up by these jet streams until suddenly Darkshine jumps in front of him and just tanks Evil Natural Water's jet streams. This is an awesome sequence and something that I didn't know I needed at this point, that being Darkshine versus Evil Natural Water. But also this sequence raises Darkshine up again, because before this he kind of dropped in stock because Garo just beat him down so bad and pretty much humiliated him. And he was on the come up these last few chapters, like he did help with them taking down Orochi, but he really needed a sequence like this to re-establish that, like, hey, you know, sometimes you get completely clowned by someone, but it doesn't mean that you're not great anymore. You just had to take that L and get back up and show that, you know, you're capable of getting the W's as well. And I also think I've been asked this before too, like, could Evil Natural Water's jet streams pierce Darkshine? And I guess the majority of us assumed that, you know, he would be able to take it, right? It's just nice to get some clarification on the page, and it looks awesome as well. And then he seemingly like one-shots the Evil Natural Water here. So does this mean he's defeated it? I think it's extremely unlikely that this is the end of Evil Natural Water. I mean, come on, it's never that easy. And also, he's water. We clearly don't see him getting vaporized here, so it's going to take a lot more than this. It's still pretty impressive from Darkshine nonetheless. I'm just saying, don't expect Evil Natural Water to be dead here. So then Black S steps up and he does like his own little version of the serious side hops and multiplies himself in an attempt to stop Bang and Genos. And then he shows one of the reasons why he's really broken, because while he's like duplicated, he begins kicking them with like giant feet. And he's able to hit Genos, but Bang deflects him, and then they all like gang up on Bang. But he's able to defend against them no problem, but also Atomic Samurai is saving Genos and Tatsumaki at the last second here by atomic slashing the rock that they were going to go into. And now Atomic Samurai steps up to rematch Black S, allowing Genos and Bang to get out of there because they have Tatsumaki and Tank Top Master with them. And Atomic Samurai decides to fight Black S different this time. Instead of just hacking him and slashing him, he like cuts him like a book and then cuts him in like a spiral and then just beats him with like the blunt part of his sword, it looks like. Pretty much anything to not slice him or cut him completely. And I guess this is somewhat effective against him. I mean, it's better than like cutting him up, right? Now, of course, the elephant in the room is the focused atomic slash, something that Atomic Samurai originally had, but then it got retconned with the redraws and he no longer has that ability. Therefore, he doesn't have like a solid win condition against Black S yet. Because without the focused atomic slash, it doesn't seem like Atomic Samurai can vaporize him here, or to the extent that he needs. And that's pretty much the same issue with him against Evil Natural Water. So does that mean that the focused atomic slash will eventually come back later on? Maybe. I could totally see that happening. Or they just wait until this arc is over, and then if Atomic Samurai lives, then I don't know, maybe that'll be like a next arc power up for him possibly. Not really sure. Then we come back to Bang and Genos is like holding Tatsumaki and Tank Top Master, and Bang is like in front of them defending them against the Black S horde. And Bang's eventually like, I won't be able to hold them off at this rate, and Genos is like, you know, it would be bad to let them keep pursuing us like this. But then suddenly Tatsumaki is still somehow able to regain her consciousness and use just a little bit more of her power left to stop Black S. And this way Genos can get Tank Top Master out of there because he's clearly the most wounded here. Like, he's pretty much the top priority here to have somebody escape. But while that's happening, Black S does actually something pretty cool. Like, while he's being bound by Tatsumaki, he shoots like a clone outside of like the barrier, but Darkshine steps up and just levels it. Then Darkshine says something that I think is going to be a meme from now on, possibly, or just, it seems like this has meme potential, because he says it doesn't matter how much protein you've got or how dark you may be, you guys just don't have enough shine. And then the final panel of the chapter is Black S saying his iconic line, "Shine, don't look down on me." So yeah, I guess that means we're gonna get a continuation of Darkshine taking on Black S here, which on paper is a very fun matchup. I mean, we've seen that Black S can get all big and hulky, so I'm sure we're gonna see a big hulky Black S going against Darkshine, which would be amazing. And as for who could potentially win this matchup, I'm not really sure, because Darkshine needs to show that he can like vaporize a Black S clone before even, you know, beginning to have a chance to win here, rather than just having like a stalemate. But aside from all of that, an interesting thing about this chapter is that we don't get any updates on vomited Fuhrer Ugly. You know, like, what happened with him? Like, he appears at the end of the previous chapter, and then not a word of him in this one. Like, you know, Bang and Genos were kind of like, you know, dealing with him in a way, right? At least Bang was, and we saw everything that Bang did in this chapter. So, like, what's going on with vomited Fuhrer Ugly? You know, where is he? I mean, he's gonna come back for sure, but it's just weird that he was not even mentioned, like, for one panel in this chapter. But it's whatever, it's not a big deal. So the chapter opens up with Bomb like stopping Fubuki from trying to go after Tatsumaki, because a couple chapters back, Fubuki tried to like psychically stop Tatsumaki from continuing to fight because of how damaged she is. But Tatsumaki, of course, was having none of that and like reversed it onto Fubuki and Bomb and Bang. And then she went back into battle only to like get messed up by Fuhrer Ugly. So now we're coming back to Fubuki like trying to go after her. And then Bomb is basically saying like, hey, you know, you guys are pretty similar and you don't even realize it. I mean, here. And then we get a little joke about how like Fubuki and Tatsumaki, you know, one is like this and one is like this, so they're not the same. Then we cut over to Tatsumaki, who is still heavily damaged and being protected by Bang here, and she's clearly not happy about it. It's like, will you leave me alone? I don't need anyone's help with weaklings like these. And Black S. But that's gonna be like the main battle of this chapter, I guess. Just everyone, for the most part, taking on Black S. And that being said, we see Atomic Samurai continuing to fight him, and they're having like a little back and forth. Then we cut over to like Black S taking on Darkshine, which is picking up from the end of the previous chapter, because that was the fight that was established then. And Black S is like swarming Darkshine, but they're like just clearly no match for Darkshine. He just like Shoryukens out of them. And at this point, it appears that like Darkshine's getting his swagger back, because he's like, my muscles of steel didn't betray me after all. Everyone is watching me. I'm shining more than anyone. So also, you know, kind of regressing back into like his old like pompous kind of demeanor. So then Black S does one of the most exciting things of the arc so far, and he's like, if we keep attacking like this, he's just gonna steamroll us. I didn't want to do this, but there's no chance. Now we gotta split to our absolute limit. And he literally becomes a tsunami of Black S clones. This is incredible. We actually talked about this in my Q&A a couple weeks back, that this was a very good possibility this was gonna happen. And now that it has happened, it's super satisfying to see this. Now, another thing is that Black S is mentioning our absolute limit. And you might be thinking like, well, what is his limit? Like, how many clones can he make? Well, I don't want to spoil anything since it hasn't been explicitly stated here yet, but I will say that there is a hard number to the amount of Black S that Black S can become. And I'm pretty sure the exact number will eventually be revealed in the manga. But for now, I'll just say it's like a lot. But after this, he's like, hold up, if we keep splitting, we could pound this durable gorilla for ages and not make a dent in him. We gotta merge. And then another Black S is like, shut up, don't give us orders. If you wanna merge, do it yourselves. There's no point in a merger, so don't be selfish. Now, what is this merger that he's talking about? Does that mean like he becomes like his big like hulky form that we saw when he was going against Atomic Samurai. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe there's a whole other thing that he could do, possibly. We'll just have to wait and see. But then out of nowhere, Nichiren pops in and scallops Black S, similar to how Atomic Samurai was in the previous chapter. Then we see the Council of Swordmasters squat up and he's like, hey there, Kamikaze, you're truly putting in work. So this is great too. Council of Swordsmasters are finally doing something. We saw them introduced a couple chapters back and I was really confused as to why they were here, but it appears that they're going to be helping with the Black S battle, at least for the most part. Then we see Nichiren talking to Bang and he's like, we shall give back up to our comrades. And Bang's like, I am Bang of the Waterstream Rock Smashing Fist. I've heard much about you. Nice to meet you. So this is pretty great, you know, like a meeting of the two old masters. But meanwhile, one of the Black S's like goes up to Homeless Emperor and he's like, you know, why are you just sitting up there? Why don't you help us? Like, give us some cover fire. And Homeless Emperor is like, it's a race to hunt the S-Class, right? Isn't this your chance? Give yourself as much of a lead as you'd like. And then he starts talking to himself and he's like, yeah, keep splitting. If he splits to his maximum amount, each one barely has any ability by itself and they lack cohesion. I'll let him brag about his numbers and watch as he wipes this pestilent civilization off the earth, then I'll finish him off with a super concentrated carpet bombing. After all, it's in my very nature to wander this earth once I've cleared it. All is just as the heavens will it to be. And then we see like the moon behind him. The moon has been very symbolic in this series, and it's kind of implied that it might have some kind of connection to God or something like that. So just keep that in mind, that the moon is probably going to play some, you know, pretty major significance in the series, other than, you know, Saitama getting kicked to it. But this is also like kind of further establishing like the Cold War between Homeless Emperor and Black S. Both sides like clearly realize that they are both the biggest threats and that, you know, best case scenario, it will eventually come down to them having to take each other out. And it's kind of just coming down to who decides to like do it first. But anyway, Nichiren does a crazy impressive feat here. And he starts swinging his sword as he says like a vortex and cuts like this massive piece of the ground in half. Like, I'm legitimately surprised that he was able to do this. I mean, I've speculated before about, you know, how strong the Council of Swordsmasters could be, and I thought they're probably S-Class level because Atomic Samurai like wouldn't associate with anyone that is beneath the S-Class level unless they're like his disciples or something. But this certainly went above my expectations, and this is actually like one of the more impressive S-Class level feats. And Spring Mustachio steps in for the alley-oop here, and he does a new named attack to like the Black S's that are falling into the cut in the ground, called the Tomboy Barrage, which is like an upgraded version of like his original named move. And Nichiren says, if you're wondering why this man is content to stay in the lower ranks of the A-Class, that's because the penetrating power of his technique is too great, so he can't attack horizontally in populated areas. But his Tomboy attack is certainly one of the most powerful things in the A-Class, in my opinion. Like, if you go back to when he was fighting Garo, he does the Tomboy like at Garo in the air, and we see it from like a faraway perspective in the city, and it's pretty impressive. It looks like a demon level feat. But we're also seeing what the other Council of Swordsmasters are capable of. So it appears that the one guy, Amahare, has like two like Chinese swords, I guess. Maybe I'm wrong, but they just remind me of like Chinese swords. I'm sure somebody in the comments will tell me exactly what they are. And then the bald guy, Zanbai, appears to have like a Buddhist one-handed sword style or something maybe. So then we cut to Genos, who has Tank Top Master, who he saved in the previous chapter. And Fubuki says, with my remaining power, I don't know if it'll be enough to save him. And Bomb says, if only we could give him some of my power. And Fubuki's like, well, let's try it. And somehow, via Esper magic, she's able to siphon the energy from Bomb and put it into Tank Top Master. And apparently it was a successful transfusion, so Tank Top Master is going to be all right. I don't know if he'll be able to fight again in this arc, but at least he's gonna live on and not be all, you know, mangled. And also, this is like a new thing being revealed here with Fubuki and just Espers in general. She did stop Genos from exploding, but this is very different from that. Then Garo shows up, and I made an entire video dedicated to this sequence. You can check out right here and talk about it at length. But then Bomb tells Bang that Garo's there, and Atomic Samurai is like, you know, leave this to me. Go right your wrongs as a master. And Bang's like, hey, thanks, bro. And then Nichiren's like righting his wrongs. I remember someone saying that we should take care of Garo before Bang does since he couldn't be relied upon. And Atomic Samurai's like, I was mistaken. This is a callback to chapter 69 when the Council of Swordsmasters are first introduced. And that's because Atomic Samurai goes there to talk to them about the very thing that they just mentioned. Then the chapter ends with Garo facing down Bomb and Fubuki. And he's like, young miss, you should hide. And she's like, don't underestimate me. So surprisingly, this chapter opens up with Bomb actually fighting Garo, and it's a competitive fight with some great choreography too. And Bomb's like, you know, it should be my younger brother to finish you off, but it seems there's no time for that. If we must fight, there will be no holding back. So that's confirming Bomb obviously not holding back. He is 100% trying here. And then they start going into like a Dragon Ball Z fight, at least from Fubuki's perspective, who isn't able to keep up with their movements. And Garo almost winds up hitting Fubuki, but Bomb stops it just at the last second. And Bomb's like, you know, let's take this elsewhere because if we don't, you know, Fubuki's gonna get messed up. Then he like shoulder checks Garo away and they go fight somewhere else. So, you know, Bomb doesn't have to worry about Fubuki being a liability anymore. So this is really interesting because this is the first time I guess we're seeing Bomb tested. He's never really been pushed this far before, and we never really knew like what the extent of his power actually was. I mean, we knew he was strong because he is the brother of Bang after all, and he does share some of those huge feats with him against Elder Centipede and Overgrown Rover, but that ultimately just left him at like an ambiguous level of power regardless. Now, a couple years ago on Murata's stream, he said something like he didn't like that Bomb didn't get a lot of screen time talking about the webcomic. This is all new stuff, by the way, at least by the continuity of the manga. And he also said that Bomb is stronger than Bang. And I've always had an issue with that because first of all, you know, Murata is just the artist of the One Punch Man manga. He's not the writer. One is, you know, as well as the creator. And second of all, there's never been any evidence to like support that. But anyway, we're coming to Pig God meeting up with Fubuki, who still has a mangled tank top master there. And Pig God's like, Master, did they get you? Hang in there. And then Fubuki looks at him and it's like, will you please help me out? And Pig God's confused. I'm guessing that Fubuki wants to do like another round of like Esper healing on him like she did last time with Bomb, but instead this time she's going to like siphon energy from Pig God, I guess, to further heal Tank Top Master. But then we're cutting back to ground zero and we're seeing like the massive Black S tsunami about to like engulf everyone, and like Darkshine and the Council of Swords Masters are able to fight back against it. Like Atomic's there, E-Iron, we've got Tatsumaki, and speaking of her, she gets gripped up by like one of the huge Black S. Then Genos comes in to save his girlfriend with an incineration blast, but then Black S comes behind him and like double hammer fists him into the ground. This sequence is just so great because it's really showing the potential of Black S. This is what a battle with a character like this should be. Like a character of this magnitude with this set of abilities. Just one of Murata just knocking it out of the park with this. And Genos is getting knocked to the ground Looney Tunes style by this, but then he like shoots back up to his feet. This is, you know, a call back to what he did against Garo in season 2. But another interesting thing about this little sequence here is that Tatsumaki calls Genos by his name. Before this, she was just referring to him as Demon Cyborg, but you know, now that she's saying his name, it appears that they have grown closer since they've been going back and forth with aiding each other in this arc. Then they get back to back and Genos is like, can you still fight? And she's like, who do you think you're talking to? Then suddenly they start smelling something vile. Even like Black S can't take it. And wouldn't you know it, vomited Fuhrer Ugly is back. We haven't seen him since his introduction, and he's still upset at Bang, like asking like, where's the old man? And Black S is like, and you were the one who wanted a murder race, serves you right. And he's like, shut it, and he spits on Black S and straight up melts him. Then Darkshine starts going after Fuhrer Ugly with a Super Ally double bazooka, and Fuhrer Ugly does a forearm melting punch to him, and he's like not only matching Darkshine's strength here, but he's also melting his skin. And then he like spits on his chest too. This is huge because Darkshine's skin was like, you know, was some of the highest level of durability in the series. So the fact that Fuhrer Ugly is able to melt him with his new stomach acid ability means that he's ridiculously strong. And like I said, he was like matching his strength on those punches too. And then he says, "This is the digestive power gums gave me. These feelings of humiliation and inferiority, I'll give you a taste of them too." I'd like to make a video dedicated to Vomited Fuhrer Ugly to like go into detail as to exactly what I think is going on here. But then foolishly, Zanbai from the Council of Swordsmaster goes after Vomited Fuhrer Ugly and gets his sword melted, but then gets his head melted. Like, he gets a loogie right through his head and it's over. This is huge because a human has finally died. And somebody in my Twitch chat had told me that like a human had died before, like with Tongara getting killed by evil natural water in the redraws. And yes, that did happen, but nobody cares about Tongara, and he was like a bad guy anyway, and he was kind of set up to die, I guess. But Zanbai is like ostensibly a good guy, and also like a hero adjacent kind of. And I don't want to sound dark, but I'm glad he died. Just for the sake of the story, because it, you know, it brings those stakes back up, which were kind of low before this point, and, you know, drew a lot of criticism as well. Because, you know, a lot of people are like, no one dies in One Punch Man, and that's absolutely true. So the fact that Zanbai has died here, I think is much needed, and also is a great way to utilize his character, as well as just the rest of the Council of Swordsmasters, who, like I said, I was just a little confused as to why they were here. But then Atomic Samurai and Nichiren come up and do their own little atomic slashes to him, but they have no effect on him, and not only that, but their swords melt too. So yeah, I guess now he can't even be cut up. Like, his biology is just completely altered to where he's just like not even solid anymore. So then we're coming back to Bomb fighting Garo, and Bomb says, what sort of battles has he been through in this short period? He's combined every technique and refined them into his own style. Is this also a result of monsterification? And little did Bomb know that, yes, it was a result of that. And we're also seeing the evolution of Garo's fighting style here, because he says he's combined every technique and refined them into his own style. Like, through Garo's journey, we've slowly been seeing him implement new techniques into his repertoire and like making them his own. We also saw him have like a big breakthrough against Darkshine, like using Water Stream and Whirlwind Iron Cutting Fist into like the Cross Dragon Slayer Fist by himself. But obviously now he's even surpassed that. Then Bang comes at him with like a Whirlwind, but Garo does his own and cancels it out, then clocks him with a sweet elbow, reminiscent of how he hit Metal Bat when they fought. Then wouldn't you know it, Bang shows up and Bomb's like, Bang, watch out, he's nothing like he was before. I mean, clearly. And that's where the chapter ends, Garo facing down Bang. So does this mean that we're going to see Garo fight Bang in the next chapter? Well, I mean, certainly it seems like it's going to be that way, but I just would like for them to maybe hold off on that for now. I don't think right now is maybe the best time for them to have their rematch. I think it would be better if like Vomited Fuhrer Ugly maybe interrupts them and goes after Bang, because obviously it was established that he's still angry at him. But, you know, anything can happen at this point, as I always say with the manga's continuity. This chapter actually starts off with Garo fighting Bang, and it's maybe already one of the best fights in the series, or at least for its time span, like, you know, pound for pound. And I know that this was set up at the end of the previous chapter, and it's not that I didn't think that it was going to happen, it's just that I just would have personally preferred the original reunion between them, like the way that it plays out in the webcomic. But this is fine too. This doesn't hurt it by any means. Like I said, it's probably already one of the best fights. But before they get into it, Bang says, have you lost even the ability to speak? And that's a good question, because like, what's going on with Garo right now? We've been talking about this for the last couple chapters, but that raises the question is like, has he completely lost his humanity? Like, has he completely lost all reason? Has the monstrification completely taken him over? And it always takes me back to what Psycho says to Garo in chapter 92 about monstrification and her experiments with it, where she says, you must repeatedly overcome death as a human being. This is obviously what Garo has been going through for like the past 50 chapters or something. Many who survive become mindless, mediocre brutes incapable of further progress. Now, Garo is obviously not a mediocre brute, but it is possible that he is experiencing this on just a much larger scale. Like in this repeatedly overcoming death, monstrification, power ladder climbing game. Even people as strong as Garo, like inherently, even reach a cap where they become so strong, but at the cost of that power, they also become mindless. Like to a point of diminishing returns, I guess you could say. Or he could be in a similar unconscious state that we saw him in when he fought Darkshine originally, and once he got hit hard enough, he got snapped out of it, and he became like, you know, normal Garo. That could happen again here, and it probably will, or something like that. I think it's most likely the latter here. Like, he just needs to come out of whatever state he's in right now. I don't think he's completely lost his mind. But anyway, in this fight, we see Bang using the breathing technique, and this is already one of my favorite panels in the series. But there was recently like a soft controversy with this thing because of a translation that my friend Vib had discovered when he was translating the data book. And it turns out that it wasn't actually called abandonment this whole time. I made an entire video dedicated to it. You can check it out here. But in this chapter, Bang is witnessing Garo do the breathing technique, and he says, awakening breath, a technique that draws from the very limits of one's body. He mastered it from just a glance. So there we go. That's the name of the breathing technique. It's not the abandonment, it's actually awakening breath. But also it's weird that he's saying he mastered it from just a glance, because Garo has been using this since I think like chapter 81, like when he was fighting Death Gatling Squad. So either that wasn't awakening breath, or awakening breath is like a more advanced version of what he was doing, or Bang just simply didn't know that he has picked up that technique since he left the dojo. But then we're coming to the other side of things. But Fuhrer Ugly's about to do a double full body melting punch to Atomic and Nichiren. But then out of nowhere, Amahari kicks Atomic Samurai and E-Iron out of the way, and also at the same time, Nichiren is like knocking Spring Mustachio out of the way, and they take the hits for them, and they straight up die. And holy crap, is it gruesome. So this is like back-to-back human non-villain character deaths, and I guess that explains why they are here. I asked this a couple chapters back when they first showed up, but this is it. They were here to die, and I gotta say, it's excellent use of their characters. But then out of nowhere, on his deathbed, Nichiren takes off his prayer beads, and then this like portal opens in it, and he pulls a sword out of it. Your guess is as good as mine as to what is going on here. But it turns out that this thing is called the Sun Blade, and it's a secret blade made on an ancient continent which sank into the ocean, and it's said to have been passed down for generations within the Council of Swordsmen. But I really hope that one intends to have a deeper meaning to this, because the geography of the One Punch Man world is very mysterious and intriguing. Like currently they're all kind of located on a supercontinent, but there's other places like in the world that haven't been talked about or shown yet. So I'm hoping that this mention means that there's a possible prospect of that stuff being explored in the future. But anyway, then we're getting another bombshell here, because Nichiren straight up reveals that he's Atomic Samurai's master. We did not know this beforehand, but he also says that he's leaving the Council of Swordsmen to Atomic, and I think this means that we might have like a new council, and it's going to be like Atomic, the Disciples, and Spring Mustachio, and then whoever else. I think that would be pretty interesting, right? But also it turns out that there's a moon blade as well, and it's said that the warrior who wields both will obtain unparalleled power as the Swords Master. Bringing that legend to reality is the Council of Swords Masters' long-standing mission. So this is hard setting up the future mission slash power up for Atomic Samurai, and I'm totally on board with this. But anyway, Vomited Fuhrer Ugly has been like sucking up his own like stomach acid with the corpse of his victims, and some of them have been Black S, and he hasn't been taking kindly to that, and they start to beef until Vomited Fuhrer Ugly straight up just says that he's going to eat him. Like Vomited Fuhrer Ugly is trying to take like full alpha leadership of this team right now, and challenges Black S to literally come at him. And this was the straw that broke the camel's back for Black S, who has established since essentially his introduction that, you know, don't look down on him. And apparently this was it. It was like, okay, oh, you think you could take me? Well, then let me show you what my true power is like. And he looks around and he sees that like the S-Class isn't really that big of a threat anymore. And now he doesn't really have to worry about them like he did in the beginning of the battle. And he's like, there's nothing to stop us from merging. And we see a whole bunch of him like fuse together to make like this new form, and it's like super bright. And we're getting instant speed feats on him because he's hitting Vomited Fuhrer Ugly so fast that like not even the audience can see it. Then he sprays his stomach acid on him, but it has no effect, and he just punches through it. And he says, please refrain from spitting your filth on me. Then we come to the end of the chapter, and he says, your digestive fluids are meaningless against the anti-corrosive properties of gold. They merely disgust me. Golden S is born with a blast. This is huge because I did not expect him to show up so early, and I say early because originally in the webcomic he shows up later than this and in a much different situation. But this is great great too, and makes the future of this arc even more unpredictable now. But let's cut to the chase. This guy might be the strongest monster we've ever seen so far. I mean, we've clearly been seeing levels being established, at least for the last couple chapters alone. We had the Darkshine feats, we had the Fuhrer Ugly feats, then we had the vomited Fuhrer Ugly feats, who was riding an all-time high in the previous chapter, who it seemed like the consensus considered to be a high dragon. But now Golden S is like breaking that scale at this point. He has to be above dragon, right? If he is defeating a high dragon this easily. And just the fact that his acid does absolutely nothing to him is incredible. Like, he pretty much did it all with his introduction. He established a speed feat, a durability feat, and a strength feat. Now, does this mean that he's stronger than Boros? No, there's no way to know for sure, at least yet. But maybe he'll prove in the next couple chapters that he is in fact even stronger than Boros, maybe. So picking up from the end of the previous chapter, Golden S had just dominated Vomited Fuhrer Ugly, and we're seeing the aftermath here with Homeless Emperor coming up behind and also attacking Vomited Fuhrer Ugly with his light spheres. And Golden S is like, oh, the useless Emperor has finally decided to go off his backside then? And Homeless Emperor is like, only because it was just too unbearable to watch. And then to himself, he says, they went and ruined my beautiful heavenly scenario. This is in reference to what Homeless Emperor had said to himself a couple chapters back when he was like observing Black S. He said if he splits to his maximum amount, each one barely has any ability by itself and they lack cohesion. I'll let him brag about his numbers and watch as he wipes this pestilent civilization off the earth. Then I'll finish him off with a super concentrated carpet bombing. So yeah, now that Golden S is Golden S, this kind of ruins that. Then Vomited Fuhrer Ugly claps back with a Loogie missile, but Homeless Emperor just deflects it, then lights him up with a straight line bombardment. Like, he's seriously wrecking Vomited Fuhrer Ugly here. Then after, he comically scurries away. And Golden S is like, do you really believe you'll see tomorrow? But then Homeless Emperor is like, leave him alone. He could be useful for something. With those types, you could just show them time and time again how superior your power is and keep them half dead until their spirits break and they come begging to be your slave. And Golden S is like, oh, very well. Shall I take out the garbage first then? And he steps up to Darkshine, who is having a complete mental breakdown after his defeat to the hands of Vomited Fuhrer Ugly. And Golden S is trash talking him here, but also showing that he's doing everything that Darkshine is known for, but better. Basically being big, buff, and shiny. And Darkshine coming to this realization just completely snaps, but then also gets leveled by Golden S. And he's ostensibly KO'd by this. I feel so bad for Darkshine. It's like every other chapter he's taking savage L's. But then we cut back to Vomited Fuhrer Ugly, who's talking to himself, and he says, this feeling of inferiority it gave me is making my digestive juices even stronger. This is because Fuhrer Ugly inherently is a Ugmon. It's the type of monster that he is. And feelings of inferiority and things like that make him stronger. Because it's things like that that originally caused him to become a monster. And then he's like, but first I gotta get a good meal in. Silverfang, when I find you, I'm gonna savor my revenge by slowly melting you alive. So this is something that I was speculating about a couple of chapters back about how it's very likely Vomited Fuhrer Ugly was going to interrupt Bang going against Garo, which we're not getting an update on in this chapter, unfortunately. But since this is being said now, I'm assuming that he is in fact going to find Silverfang fighting Garo, and then he's going to interrupt that fight, and then hopefully Silverfang is the one who just completely takes out Vomited Fuhrer Ugly here. But also what Homeless Emperor and Golden S were talking about earlier about, making him their slave. But maybe it just won't be that simple, and he will be taken advantage of for whatever plans they have eventually. And it also raises another question, what is Garo going to do in that situation? Is Garo just going to accept that, or is he going to take out Vomited Fuhrer Ugly? But anyway, Black S was observing him this whole time, as he was talking to himself, and he's like we take our eyes off of him. We know if you don't let him refuel, he can't maintain his form. We'll surround him at a distance, box him in, and let him just dry up. So that's interesting. I don't think that was revealed before. That Vomited Fuhrer Ugly needs to eat in order to maintain his abilities and powers. But it's also saying that these Black S are 10,000 count detached force. So I guess this means that each one of them is 10,000 Black S's in one. Now, what exactly does that mean for them power-wise? Not really sure, because we don't really have much context onto the whole numbers thing with him. But I guess it just means that they're somewhat formidable. But anyway, surprisingly, Metal Bat has finally shown up here. And he's talking to Black S, and he's like, you guys know if there's a hero hunter around here? And Black S is like, who are you? Who cares if he's here or not? What does it even mean to a dead man? And they all punch Metal Bat in the face. But he comes back and one-shots all of them. And he's like, oh crap, I beat him before they could tell me. So did he just vaporize a 10,000 Black S? I guess this is like a smaller version of Golden S, you know, like the 10,000, maybe they fuse together, and because they did that, they lose the inherent ability that Black S has, where he's like malleable and can like split up and duplicate and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure he loses that ability once he fuses. But after this, we're seeing King, who's like coming out of some rubble. And he's like, why do they keep sending me off by myself? And we get like this flashback of him talking to Metal Bat, where Metal Bat's like, hey, let's split up and spread out. You take that side, King. But before this, King and Metal Bat had like met up a couple chapters back, and they decided to come to the battle together. And it took a while for them to get here, but they're here now. But we're cutting back to Homeless Emperor here, and he's doing an extreme carpet bombing to Atomic Samurai, E-Iron, and Sprig Mustachio. But surprisingly, they're all defending against it. I mean, this is especially impressive for E-Iron and Sprig Mustachio, considering that they are A-class heroes defending against a dragon's named attack. But after this, we're cutting to like Black S, like messing up Tatsumaki and Genos, but there's like a narration over it telling us pretty much what's been going on in this arc so far. And it turns out that it's Child Emperor, another character we haven't seen in a while, one who was presumed to be dead for a little bit before it was revealed that his like GPS location was underground or something. I think that was revealed a couple chapters back. But Homeless Emperor had launched like a spirit bomb at him, and it looked like it was about to hit him, but we didn't see what had happened. And it's turning out here that the last second, an underdog man had took it upon himself, I guess, to Piccolo Gohan style save Child Emperor here, but also using that clear barrier film stuff that we saw him use against Phoenix Man. It's also revealed that this whole time Child Emperor has been texting Metal Knight, because he says, Metal Knight, no, Dr. Pufoy, the power of the weapons you possess is beyond that of any lone hero. So is that confirmation Metal Knight is stronger than Tatsumaki and Blast? No, but it certainly is putting some, I'll say, deserved hype on Metal Knight, who has surprisingly been lacking it for a while now. If you don't take a cooperative stance towards the Hero Association here, you may be seen as a threat to them, jeopardizing your current position. So this is super interesting, because I think this is going to have major importance after this arc is over, especially now that Drive Knight has been planting the seeds of doubt about Metal Knight to Genos, but also to Second Gar earlier in this arc. And then we're getting a look at Child Emperor's phone screen, and it shows like a previous text conversation between him and Bufoy from 1 year ago. And this is because Child Emperor was like a former assistant of Metal Knight, and I guess this was like the last conversation that they had via text. But then it's revealed that Child Emperor only has like 10 minutes left of oxygen down there, and he's basically just waiting for someone to save him off of his transmitter coordinates. And wouldn't you know it, it's Purry Prisoner who comes and saves him. So then we're cutting back to Genos and Tatsumaki, and it's not looking good. Like, I mean, they were pretty much done like 5 chapters back, but now they're beyond done, because Genos is like, he's literally just a torso here, and he's still trying to save Tatsumaki by like grabbing onto her dress with his teeth. And Black S is like surrounding them, and it seems like they're about to finish the job here, until suddenly you start hearing thumping, and they turn around, and it's King. King is finally shown up here. I mean, we saw him a couple chapters back with the Metal Bat thing, but no, he is finally here. And he is confronting Black S and saving Genos and Tatsumaki at the same time. This is going to be incredible, because I know all of us have been so eager to see how the Cadres are going to react to King. And I have high hopes for my boy King here, but I mean, if you guys know me, you know that that goes without saying. Okay, so after about 4 months, we finally got a new chapter for the main story of One Punch Man, and it's pretty great. I know a lot of us were expecting this to be like King's big chapter, but you know, that's gonna come later. But instead, we got quite the curveball here, and we're getting Bang's backstory for the first time, pretty much. And Bomb, but to a lesser extent. So we're opening up with the continued fight between Garo and Bang, and we're seeing that Bang is now definitely taking some serious damage. And after they split up, we see Garo go into a new stance, and it turns out that this is called the Explosion Release Fist. This is like the third main style that we're hearing about here, at least between the brothers, but we'll get into that. So Bomb is like, how does he know that? And Bang says, while Garo was fleeing the dojo, he broke into the safe and snuck a look at the scrolls containing secret techniques. I ran in quickly and he couldn't escape with them, at least, so he got a grasp of it with just one reading, that wicked technique. And also just further showing how outrageous of a prodigy slash martial arts genius that Garo is. But then Bang says, to think I'd have to settle things with Garo as well as my past self at the same time. And that triggers us to go into a flashback here, and we're seeing Prime Bang for the first time in the actual story. Before this, Prime Bang was kind of like a legend, not just within the world of One Punch Man, but also like within our world, because I think like 3 years ago or something, Murata just, quickly drew up a sketch of what Bang and Bomb look like in their prime. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with this. I mean, we've been talking about it since he released those images. I mean, I've made at least 3 videos on this subject alone. So it's just so satisfying that we're actually getting to see what was going on with these guys back in the day. And it turns out that he was on his Sigma male grind set. And this goes back to what he just said, to think I'd have to settle things with Garo as well as my past self at the same time. He was very much like Garo, except, he had different interests than Garo, such as like women and partying. And it's at this point where it's revealing that Explosion Released Fist was his original style, and his original moniker was Wind of Blood Bang. So then Prime Bomb shows up, and another surprise here. Not Prime Bomb so much because we knew what he looked like, but we never really saw the neck down. And it turns out that he was an absolute unit in his prime. I mean, this guy was not missing any meals or protocols. So it turns out back in the day, Bomb showed up to set Bang straight, and we quickly come to see the difference between Sigma male grind set Bang going against the Dark Alpha Bomb. And unfortunately, we don't get to see what happened in the battle, and I know a lot of us were looking forward to that because Murata did say that they were unstoppable, which led a lot of us to assume that, oh my god, were these guys like above dragons, or what was going on with them? That still remains to be seen, but the end result was Bomb just washing Bang. Washed him so bad, in fact, that he completely changed his life. And then we get a narration saying that Bang was the real deal. Therefore, he understood. His fist was filled with killing intent from the start to finish, but his elder brother's fist had none the entire time. That is very important dialogue there. He had a sense that he lost because he wasn't broad-minded enough. After that, Bang sealed his Explosion Release Fist. Then, after many years of training, he developed the ultimate defensive art, the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. Then, taking after his brother, he opened a dojo. So we're finally getting the connective tissue there from like Bang being a Sigma male to Bang becoming the master of the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. Then going further, we see Bang joining the Hero Association and Bomb finding out, and Bomb eventually reuniting with Bang to help him take down Garo. And this is all showing that Bomb really did play a huge part in Bang's spiritual renaissance, I guess. And it's also showing the parallels to what's happening in real time. Bomb saved Bang, and now Bang wants to save Garo. Then we come back to their fight, and Bomb's like, if you use your Explosion Released Fist, perhaps. And then we see Bang having the opportunity to use it, but he decides not to. Then we see Bang get knocked back to Bomb, and he's like, looks like I'm getting through. Watch carefully, big bro. Then Bang says, I know this should reach anyone possessing your level of talent. You can hear it, can't you? The voice hidden within my fists. Then Bang hits him with a verbal spirit bomb, and he says, after this incident, I'll retire from being a hero. Once I do that, Garo, the two of us will be master and disciple once more. Let's start over from the beginning. How about it, Garo? And then this just sets Garo off and his eyes start to crack. This goes back to what we were talking about when this version of Garo was first revealed. We speculated that this wasn't like the true Garo. Like he was in this like feral, unconscious type of state, similar to how he was when he first met Darkshine. Like the monstrification like overwhelming his personality. And he was able to snap out of it against Darkshine, after getting knocked in the head. But Bang was able to do it with words, and also like the ultimate thing that Garo probably wants to hear. Now, is that going to happen? Are they going to be student and disciple again? I honestly don't know. I really hope so. I think that would be incredible. But first, we need to see how this arc ends because one of them could die. But anyway, we're cutting back to the Cadre battle and we're seeing Genos getting dominated by Black S while simultaneously trying to still save Tatsumaki, who is like barely holding on at this point. Then we get a number drop on Black S after Garo like takes out 3 of his clones. He says with that, there's only 449 billion remaining of me. So I think this is the first time that we're getting a number on Black S, and it's pretty high, right? But to be honest, it's actually kind of low. And I'm not going to tell you what the full number of Black S is because it hasn't been revealed yet, but I'll say that most of that went into making Golden S, and it's kind of lining up with the numbers from the webcomic. So I'll just say that there's not really that much Black S left, believe it or not. Or maybe there is, maybe it's changed in the manga's continuity, but just in my opinion, I don't think it has. And then the chapter ends with Torso Genos protecting Tatsumaki by covering her and having like this internal monologue, and that's pretty much it. So this one starts off with Homeless Emperor firing off on Spring Mustachio and the Iron, 2 A-class heroes. And of course, Homeless Emperor is a dragon himself, so this is an incredible feat for them. And it continues to make me think that they probably are going to become S-class in the future, maybe like in the final arc. But then we see that like Homeless Emperor isn't even trying, and he says it's hard to control the fire temperature to kill with comfortable rhythm. So either that's just a legitimate excuse, or it could be setting up a future foil for him. So then we're coming to Atomic Samurai getting behind the Iron with the Sun Blade, but we're going into this flashback now of him talking to Nichiren, and he says, yes, the Sun Blade is alive. It gauges its wielder to decide whether to lend its power. If you aren't accepted by it, then unsheathing it is impossible. And then Atomic says, sounds like something out of a fairy tale. It's like, bro, you live in a world with monsters and you yourself can cut things at an atomic level. But then we see him grab it, and I guess it's like scanning him, but he's also going into his like subconsciousness, and he's remembering Bang. He's being inspired by his mentality of being like a stream of water. And he does like his Shikai / domain expansion. It even gets like a little named attack thing, but it just says a reflective water surface. But yeah, he's like essentially going into the flow state shadow realm here. And he atomic slashes Homeless Emperor's spirit bomb. Amazing feat, of course, but then we get a glimpse of what he looks like, and the sword is like glowing now, but it's also like overtaking his arm, and he like no longer has pupils. And he's about to kill Homeless Emperor, but at the last second, Golden S steps in and the sword pierces his forearm. And he says, monsterization? Or perhaps not. This sword must be the reason. Then he tries to break it, but it lops his arm off clean. And the sword's like wiggly now. And then Golden S says, my right arm of 12 trillion. So that's the number reveal. When Golden S was originally formed, we didn't know how many Black S it took to make that merger. And that was kind of a big element of Golden S in the webcomic, because that's how we were able to gauge his grandness. And we did get a number reveal on the remaining Black S, I think in the previous chapter or the one before that. And it insinuated that the number was around the same, but it turns out that the Golden S in the manga has a higher number than the webcomic version. But then Atomic like sheaths the sword and we see it like implode inside of it, I guess from the power or whatever. And then Atomic like snaps out of the fugue state he was in, and he's like exhausted. And he says, I got assimilated with the blade. It completely took over my spirit. And Homeless Emperor says, so that power has its limits after all. So let's try to break this down. And this is kind of difficult to make sense of because first of all, it's not fully explained. And also I think this this is the first instance of us seeing something like this, right? Like a monsterized item or sword or something. Because that's what I think is probably going on here. Like, I don't think it's like an evil spirit that has taken over the sword, although it could be something like that, but it has to relate to like the monsterization process. So recently we saw with Tank Top Master that it's like heavily implied that his tank top has either gone through monsterization or gained some sort of sentience. It's very likely the former, meaning that I guess it's possible for you yourself to make something non-biological monsterized. So I guess that could explain this sword. Maybe there was like some outrageous swordsman back in the day or something, and he was so powerful that he was just bound to undergo monsterization for whatever reason. There's multiple that could cause it. But instead of him becoming a monster, he made his sword monsterized, kind of like how Tank Top Master is inadvertently turned his tank top into a monster. Because when we see Atomic holding it in that one panel, it's like overtaking his arm, and he looks just as much of a pseudo monster as Garo did. And also we can't forget that there's like a companion sword to this, the Moon Blade, which Atomic has to go find. That's like his journey, because apparently once he has both of them, he'll have unparalleled power, which seems to be the case because just the Sun Blade alone was able to take off Golden Ez's arm, and I think at this point a lot of us consider him to be above dragon or very close to it. So this sword is incredibly powerful, and I don't think that Atomic could have did that without the sword's assistance. And going back to the Moonblade thing, this reminds me a lot of one of the main storylines of Demon Slayer. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I'm thinking that like the Sunblade that we see here might be the evil version and the Moonblade might be the good version, although it's kind of the opposite in Demon Slayer. So once he has both of them, then he'll have balance, and then he's just like above dragon himself, or maybe even god level at that point, because I guess he's going to get the Moonblade in the final arc maybe. But regardless, I'm glad that they're doing this with Atomic, because he was kind of aimless before this, at least in the manga. So I'm glad that they gave him this interesting storyline that gives him some, serious substance and is giving me a good reason to be excited for his future, which seems to be bright. But before the exhausted Atomic any iron can be finished off by the Cadres, King comes in at the last second, and they all turn around and are like, this sound is... Then Black S is like, I heard that he destroyed Elder Centipede with a single attack, and depending on how you want to view things, maybe technically he did. But then we see Metal Bat. Metal Bat's finally at ground zero. I mean, he was here for a little bit now, like 2 or 3 chapters back, I think we saw him destroy a couple Black S. But now he's like finally here with everyone else, and it really makes me think, like, who is he gonna fight? I mean, I guess he could just fight Black S clones, but he has to have something more significant than that, because it's a big deal that he's here. He wasn't here originally in the webcomic, and one did say that quote in that interview, or whatever he said it, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was like, if Metal Bat was a part of the war, things would have been different. So I think he's going to show us why things would have been different. Even though things have already been drastically different without him, I guess they'll be even more so. But who is he going to fight? I don't think Golden S, because unless he just gets some random power creep, it doesn't seem like he'd be able to compete with him. So maybe Vomited Fuhrer Ugly, is he still alive? I don't think he was killed by that punch from Golden S, unless he was. But then Black S gets angry and he's about to go after King, but then Golden S is like, wait a minute, we shouldn't act hastily. Right in front of us is the Hero Association's strongest fighter. He is King, the greatest obstacle. We should be more cautious than with Tatsumaki at full power. Let's all do this together. And then we get this amazing double spread of King facing down the Cadres. And I guess this is going to be like that panel. Like, this is like a big moment that happens in the webcomic, although his opponents are different. I won't say who they are because, that's kind of spoilery, but just say that he doesn't originally face down this group. And then we get this hilarious internal monologue of like King having a meltdown, while simultaneously they think that he's like laughing at them. This is just like classic one. Then King turns around expecting Saitama to show up, but it's actually Puri Puri Prisoner and Child Emperor. But now that they're here, they can certainly help with things, but they could only do so much. So we've got an amazing chapter here, but before we get into it, I just want to point out that the ending of the chapter before this, 151, that was altered to include evil natural water. He randomly showed up towards the end there, and he's here now, so that's out of the way. So at the beginning of the chapter here, it's kind of setting up that Cadres and just dragon levels, I guess, in general, shouldn't be as intimidated by King as much as the other monsters that we've seen. But obviously, as we'll come to see, that's not the case. But I really love this sequence. It's one of my favorite in the series because this is coming from the webcomic. Right here, Black S says, like, hey, how does that guy fight anyway? And Homeless Emperor's like, no idea. Out of all of the heroes, King is the only one with an abnormal lack of battle data. He's also good at manipulating information. He's touted as the strongest man for a reason, it seems. And what happens after this just really further shows how good one's writing is, and just particularly with King. And I talked about this in my How Powerful is King video, which I actually want to make a new updated one eventually once this arc is over. But it shows the great writing because the Cadres questioning King's abilities are unknowingly going to witness them. The Homeless Emperor is about to call King's bluff and lobs a spirit bomb at him, but right before he's about to do it, King is like, wait, haven't you noticed? And then Homeless Emperor says, haven't I noticed yet, you say? And this is the moment right here where Homeless Emperor has essentially lost. Because as we've seen with King, like if you're too strong to be defeated by intimidation, it goes to the next level and he's going to essentially talk you into defeat. And if you respond to him, then you've especially sealed your fate. We saw it before with G4, but now we're seeing him like take on a dragon level with this. And as expected, he is completely destroying him here. And also at base, he's like technically a human too, so I'm sure that's also playing into his downfall here. Like aside from the other Cadres, he's probably more susceptible to King's aura. But King's like, look under your feet. And then Homeless Emperor like gets shook. And then King's like, all those little chunks of rubble are pretty unstable. It looked like you hadn't noticed, so I figured I should just tell you. And then this triggers like an existential crisis within Homeless Emperor. And then we get this incredible panel of like how Homeless Emperor sees King, and that goes back to what I was saying about how he might be more susceptible to King's aura. And that also plays into the next sequence here where he tries to start playing mind games with King, but King inadvertently just destroys him in that too, because he's like, you seem to think you have hidden your hand well, but today I'll show everybody the real you, King. And then King's like, the real me, and he thinks he's figured him out, and he starts freaking out in his head, and then out loud he says, heh, just a regular human. And then Homeless Emperor hears it and it's like, oh no, he's figured out my secret, that aside from the light powers, I'm just an average human. And then he's like, I can't let the others find out. And then he decides to attack King in order to stop him from talking anymore. But then wouldn't you know it, from the ground around his feet emerges Zombie Man. Lines up with what King was saying, of course, inadvertently, but also it could play further into King's abilities that he may or may not have. You know, Zombie Man coming in with the assistance here, saving King from this spirit bomb getting lobbed at him, because once Zombie Man takes him down and like grabs him by the throat, the spirit bomb like dissipates. But also it's revealing here that Zombie Man was like super close to death, obviously the closest we've ever seen him in the series, and also showing us that he can die. There is like a limit to his regeneration and just how far he could go. And then Homeless Emperor's like, Black S, help me. And Black S is like, you think I'm gonna help you and leave myself exposed to King? And then he notices that even evil natural water's not attacking King, because evil natural water responds to hostile emotions and attacks. And obviously King does not have any hostile emotions right now, and he's definitely not attacking. So once again, he is unintentionally defeating yet another dragon. Yeah, I said defeating. Then Black S starts thinking that King is like seeing them as ants, because he assumes that King is so confident against them that he can just control his emotions in an effort to stop evil natural water. So this is just one ultimate way of looking down on him, and this is like the final straw for him. But before we see what he's going to do, Child Emperor gives the S-Class heroes like these little ladybug mics, and he tells them the plan that he has. And his plan is essentially for the S-Class heroes to get all of the Cadres together in one singular path, so that King can just vaporize them with his ultimate attack. Which surely Child Emperor is just straight up making up here, the Supreme Sparking King mode, SSK. And it's not unheard of for Child Emperor to show his, child side when King is involved. Then of course we get this incredible panel of what Child Emperor imagined King's ultimate to be. The ultimate Hellfire Burst Wave Motion Cannon. It's finally in the manga now, and it looks looks incredible. And of course, Murata made this very fitting to King, because if King was as powerful as everybody sees him to be, which is essentially more or less the strength of Saitama, and he did have some kind of grand energy beam attack, it would look like this, right? But unfortunately for Child Emperor, we the audience know that this is not capable of happening because King does not have these type of abilities. So in universe, on paper, this plan completely makes sense. I mean, this could just as easily become a realistic scenario if you were to replace King with like Blast or Tatsumaki or even Metal Knight maybe. But anyway, then we're coming back to Black S, who, like I said, was at his anger limit, and he reveals to King that he currently has 11 trillion in his Black S form, and that Golden S is 43 trillion merged. I did not know this, and I guess it's because I was confused in the previous chapter. He mentioned a merger of like 12 or 13 trillion once his arm got lobbed off, and I thought that he was talking about himself, but apparently he was just talking about his arm being 12 trillion or something. So yeah, but now they're all combining the 11 trillion Black S into the 43 trillion Golden S into a 54 trillion new merger. Then we're coming to the unit of 100 cells detached as insurance, which is genius. And he's running into Metal Bat. Keep forgetting that this guy's here. He's trying to take out this insurance Black S, but he's a little too nimble for him, but he's also crying because of the beautiful merger that's happening right now. The 54 trillion of him are contending to be the soul consciousness. That's super interesting. We didn't know that before. Here it seems like the strongest consciousness gets to rule, and the power of all of the others go into it. Kind of like that movie, The One, with Jet Li, if anybody saw that. Great childhood movie. But before we're coming to the merger, we see this little panel of Metal Bat about to smack the insurance 100 Black S, and it seems like he's hitting him because it says smack, but I don't think this is the end of this insurance guy. I think there might be at least one left, like it'll say like one cell remained. But anyway, we're coming to the big reveal at the end here, and it is Platinum S. I said this on stream, but I really did not expect this to happen anytime soon. I thought if this was even going to happen, it was going to happen like years from now, like in the next arc maybe, because there was little crumbs there that was kind of setting it up. And another thing that a lot of us speculated about was the name here. We thought if there was going to be an evolution to Golden, it would have been Platinum or Diamond. I mean, makes sense since there's only one way to go after Gold, right? But just incredible. I am so excited to see what Platinum is capable of, and I know a lot of us see where this is headed. Trust me, I see it too. I mean, we all read the webcomic, we all saw what happened, and naturally that means that things are going to happen pretty much the same way, just in a different fashion. And I'm totally looking forward to that. Obviously can't talk about it here because this is a spoiler-free zone. So we're coming back to Garo versus Bang, and the last time we saw these guys, I guess Bang was kind of like making his first breakthrough, somewhat of a breakthrough to Garo, and we saw like his shell cracking, but that's where it left off, and we're coming back to him, and we're seeing him use in real time the now called Exploding Heart Release Fist, and previously in chapter 150 it was called Explosion Release Fist. Not a big deal. Translations change all the time, even in the official releases. But we're also getting some exposition on the Exploding Heart Release Fist, because it says, as the name implies, it causes one's heart to pulse explosively in time with the impact of your punches. In those moments, it allows one to surpass their body's limits, a wicked style that brings total devastation. It's not partly devastating, it's total. Bang is pointing out that like even as he deflects, the shockwaves are building up. So yeah, it's pretty powerful. I guess it's kind of like those attacks in video games that chip away from like your blue bar and also your red bar, you know what I mean? But then Bang has some quick thinking, takes advantage of him fighting in the pocket here and decides to grab Garo. And I had the same reaction that Bomb did here. I was like, oh, he's gonna grapple him because it looks like, you know, maybe he's gonna do some kind of judo or jiu-jitsu. But no, he's kind of just forcefully correcting his stance here. This is just, you know, further an effort of Bang to try to break through to Garo and get him out of his fugue state that he's in right now. And then he like drop kicks Garo, and I guess it angers him because then he starts combining the water stream and the whirlwind iron cutting fist. On my live reaction to this, I thought he was doing the Crossfang Dragon Slayer fist because he had done it before, but no. Turns out he's doing the roaring aura sky ripping fist, and this is pretty cool because this was the move that they used against Outer Centipede, which was was also kind of like a new manga exclusive Water Stream Whirlwind attack at that time, because before that we'd only seen the Crossfang Dragon Slayer fist in the webcomic. So I didn't even know that this was on the menu, but hey, that's cool. This is awesome. It's apparently super powerful. But them clashing causes like this massive explosion, and it catches the attention of Vomited Fuhrer Ugly, someone we haven't seen for a while. I think since maybe Golden S stole his thunder, possibly. But, you know, that smirk on his face means, you know, he's interested in what's going on over there. But anyway, coming back to Garo and Bang, they're coming to this moment of like their strikes converging, and it turns out Bang is landing first, but Garo is like grazing him. But the punch that Bang landed was like strong enough to break the candy monster shell around Garo, and it looks like we see his human flesh under there, maybe? Or is that like the light also that's emanating from him? It's really hard to make out, but it kind of looks like his base flesh, base form or whatever. Meaning it's possible that now that Bang has like cracked his shell, he might snap out of this fugue state and he'll actually start talking again. We'll get some classic Garo dialogue. So maybe his like face and hair breaks off, but then he keeps like the armor thing that he has on, because that would be cool. It's pretty aesthetic, right? But like I said, he also grazed Bang in that encounter, and just that was enough to put Bang down for the count, which is understandable. I mean, he's fighting Garo right now using a broken ability that's damaging the both of them because it's so powerful. And also this is like the strongest Garo has ever been, and Bang has already been around the block before he even started fighting it. But anyway, Vomited Fuhrer Ugly shows up and he's standing over Bang, the very S-class hero that he's wanted revenge against, because Bang is the reason he's even a thing right now. So what I'm thinking is going to happen here is we're going to get the classic Garo mid-arc face turn. He's like closer to a pro wrestler than most manga characters. But I'm thinking this is going to be like his last face turn of this arc, as to where he defends Bang from Vomited Fuhrer Ugly, taking him out, also establishing his power at the same time. And then I assume he'll fight Platinum S. And then after that, he'll turn again, baby. That's not confirmed, of course. It's just my speculation and probably the popular opinion in the community, maybe. But speaking of Platinum S, we're coming to Zombie Man and Homeless Emperor like observing the transformation happening, which I guess is just one of Murata letting us know that like, hey guys, we're just putting a pin in this right now. This is happening and we haven't forgotten about it, but we just got, you know, bigger fish to fry in this chapter. So maybe in the next chapter we'll see Platinum S feats of power. But like I said, this one, bigger fish to fry, because we're getting to that right now, because Zombie Man's like, I've still got a lot of questions to ask. And Homeless Emperor's like, questions to ask, and Zombie Man says, about your power? If your story is true, then we need to be prepared for whoever's pulling the strings. And Homeless Emperor's like, you want to know about God? And then we see the man himself, and he's like, silence, I am taking them back. Then reality begins to alter for Homeless Emperor here, and for us, because the manga suddenly becomes colored, and from the dark side of the moon comes God. This is, in my opinion, already one of the best sequences in battle manga. Like, this is really cutting edge stuff, and how cool and creepy and intimidating God looks, especially in color. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Ningen creepypasta, but that's what God looks like here. Maybe that's where Murata got the inspiration for this sequence. But imagine it from like Homeless Emperor, like you looking up at the moon, and then suddenly this massive being comes from behind it, and then just Alpha stares you down from the moon. And then he just goes to like a whole different dimension here, and us seeing God in a form we haven't seen before. And this is remarkable. Maybe the best panel of the year, at least from series that I've personally read. And clearly the color is an extremely strong point here, aside from the legendary art. But this is just a masterful way for One and Murata to convey this sequence, because I guess you could see it as them wanting us to experience this sequence in a similar fashion to Homeless Emperor, right? Because Homeless Emperor is the only one seeing this right now. And you can look at manga characters, or just the world of manga, as being black and white. I don't mean literally like the characters in that world are literally seeing only black and white and they're like all colorblind or something. I mean just like kind of breaking it down to its bare essentials, maybe from a writing perspective or even just a thought experiment. environment. So if their world is black and white, then Homeless Emperor is suddenly seeing color for the first time here. Or just how this is playing out can be a metaphor for that or whatever. So this is truly like a mind-blowing experience in every sense. So a genius way to convey that is to suddenly have the black and white manga that we've been following to become color. And to get into more of maybe the mindset of what Homeless Emperor could be experiencing here, try to think about a being suddenly forming in front of you, but it's made up of like 100 colors that you've never seen before. You can't really imagine that. But those colors do exist. We just can't see them because our human eyes are limited. But anyway, back to God. Like I said, this is a form we haven't seen before, because when we have seen God, we kind of just saw hieroglyphics of him, what Saitama Flash and Monaku saw, and also, you know, that ethereal form that Homeless Emperor first saw. But we never saw like this full-blown fleshy form. This gives me at least way more insight into God and gives me a better understanding of where this could be headed. And it's still multiple directions. I don't have a linear path for where God's origin is yet, but now I think I have a better way of finding what it could be. And there's so much to talk about with him right now, and I can't talk about it in this video because it would just run on too long. So I'm gonna have to make like another video dedicated to what's being uncovered here with God. And also this other dimension spiritual plane, I do think it's probably the same place that Phoenix Man took Child Emperor to. But anyway, God's like, your power, your life, they are both forfeit. And then he melts Homeless Emperor like a slug. And Zombie Man, witnessing this, essentially figures out for himself that Homeless Emperor was in fact telling the truth. There's like this higher power that gave him abilities, and they're also like spying on us NSA style. And then in the final panel, we see the moon again, and I guess this could be the explanation for what the moon has been representing this whole time, because throughout this arc, like specifically, we've been seeing the moon a lot, and a lot of us thought that it had something to do with God, because it's usually within the context of that stuff. And now it appears that maybe the moon is meant to represent more so like a metaphor for God, in that he's like always watching, because you know, the crack in the moon from Boros kicking Saitama up there makes it look like an eyeball. So I'm thinking that it's kind of just meant to represent that, unless God is literally the moon or something. But like I said, Homeless Emperor was kind of just the only one seeing that sequence. I don't think God was literally tangible on the moon. But yeah, that's the chapter. Incredible stuff. One of the best chapters of the year, easily. So yeah, this is going to be the third chapter I've ever given a 10 out of 10 since I've been Zhoniin and reviewing chapters on this channel. First one was One Punch Man chapter 92 in 2018, and then coincidentally, the second one happened not too long ago with My Hero chapter 330. And then now with One Punch Man chapter 154. And keep in mind, the chapter that we just got last week is also chapter 154. This is just the continuation of it. So the God stuff and the stuff in this chapter is all one chapter. And before this, I had My Hero chapter 330 as the definitive chapter of the year. But this just beat it for sure. Not only is this chapter of the year, this is just one of the best manga chapters I've ever read. And also, before we get into this, could you please subscribe to this channel? I know a lot of you watch my new videos from like recommended, and that's cool and everything, but could you also just please subscribe? I mean, come on. Holidays, maybe you're feeling a little generous, and maybe I'll introduce you to a new series that you didn't think you'd be interested in. But anyway, we're starting off with the full Platinum S reveal here. And by full, I mean because he's kind of been transforming for like 3 updates now. But now that he's had his Dragon Ball Z reveal, everyone is bearing witness to ostensibly maybe the strongest Earth-based monster we've ever seen. But this is going to be like stocks and crypto in this chapter, because that's going to fluctuate. Also similar to what's going on with Dragon Ball Super right now, if you've been following that. But we're also getting a fun little sad sequence here with King just standing there waiting to fire off his wave motion cannon. Shout out to Yu-Gi-Oh! But we're also seeing that a low sugar level Child Emperor is still full in his delusion about King. And you might have seen this on Twitter, but I said like, King is so powerful that he's even detrimental to his his teammates because he's like lowering Child Emperor's IQ, his strongest weapon. I mean, it says low sugar levels, but that doesn't account for full-blown delusion. And then the sequence just gets better with King like unfolding his arms, and just that being a grandiose sequence in itself. I love it. It's like, because you're just watching him and just him moving his arms like, oh, oh, oh. And then it evolves into cheering and chanting. They're like, yeah, King, yeah. It's like these guys are essentially gods compared to humans, especially in their world. And to an extent, they are viewed as gods. The same way that like the Avengers are viewed in the MCU. But even with that level of fame and power, there's still levels to it. And we're seeing that with King. He's at such a high level where now they are becoming the fans of him. It just shows how King's fame and notoriety and aura just transcend what it means to be famous or powerful. He's almost like a force of nature to the heroes or something, as to where it's not a question of if he can take a monster out, it's just when he's going to do it. And when he's in mid-thought thinking that they like want him to die, because on the other side of the fence here, as delusional as they are, he is also as delusional about their faith in him. But then we get this intense follow-up sequence where he just beyond speed blitzes the heroes chanting here, and I like that Puri somehow at the last second is able to save Child Emperor Genos and Tatsumaki. And it's not really made clear what he's doing because it's so fast, but considering his boob head tail thing is like whipping in the panel afterwards, it's possible he might have just like, you know, whipped them. But then Platinum S gets into like his fighting stance and he's like, I'm aware, King, of what your desire is. To have a one-on-one battle against me in my perfect, flawless 54 trillion merger. And when you try to fire off that cannon, in that same instance, I'll send your head flying. And then King is contemplating that like his last resort is just getting on his knees and begging for his life, essentially. But we're cutting away from that and we're coming back to Vomited Fuhrer Ugly coming across a KO'd Bang. We saw this in the first part of this chapter, after Garo had grazed Bang with the explosion release fist. Is that the name of it? I think that was the name of it. But on the other end, Bang had cleanly connected with Garo's face and it like cracked his candy coating. And he was like distracted by that, and we saw that's when Vomited Fuhrer Ugly came in. And that brings us to him about to full body melting punch an unconscious Bang. But at the same time, we see Garo's monster candy coating crack, and it looks like in fact his human eye and flesh and eyebrow is under there. But then he also has like a werewolf style awakening and goes on to have one of the greatest sequences in the series. And that's saying a lot because this series has a lot of cutting edge genre defining sequences in it. We're all within, I think, 1/100th of a second. He is kicking through Vomited Fuhrer Ugly, killing him, then Olympic style sprinting down to where Platinum S is, and coincidentally converging with him at the exact same time that King has chanted his wave motion cannon into effect. But also in the midst of all this chaos, King is also revealing his secret to everyone, but it's falling on deaf ears anyway. But meanwhile, in this world where time has essentially stopped, Evil Natural Water is still cognizant here and can see Garo. This kind of reminds me of like Superman following the Flash in the Justice League movie. And he fires off on Garo, but obviously that's gonna do nothing. And Garo goes on to give him like a 1,000 piece combo and just eviscerates him. And meanwhile, from the perspective of onlookers, it appears that King has just destroyed Platinum S, Vomited Fuhrer Ugly, and Evil Natural Water with one single attack. This is just perfect. I don't know what else I could say about this, and I feel lucky that I'm able to witness this as it releases, because this is surely going to be goated afterwards. And then to put the cherry on top of this perfect little sundae we have here, Blast's Event Horizon wormhole thing opens up, and Flashy Flash Saitama and Monako get spit out of it. So they're back now, and also it appears that Garo has regained his cognizance now, so that's cool too. But yeah, this combined with the first part, you know, the god stuff, truly remarkable stuff here, as good as it gets. So we're picking up from the end of the previous chapter, and we're seeing Saitama, Flashy Flash, and Monako being dropped off by Blast, who is obviously MIA here. The last time we saw him, he said something like, and I'm paraphrasing, but tell Tatsumaki and Sitch I said hi, or something like that, which was implying that he wasn't going to be showing up. And by the way, I'm sorry if me not having a hat is triggering anybody. I was just having like a headache this morning. I know, I need a haircut, but I'm in the middle of a lot of stuff IRL right now, so haircut is on the back burner. But we see like Saitama and Flashy Flash surveying the battlefield, seeing all of like the defeated and some even dismembered S-class heroes, and they've come to the conclusion that everybody was defeated. I mean, not literally everyone, but pretty much. But also an important thing to point out here is the moon looking down on them in the back. We established this 2 chapters back, or at least I thought that maybe this was just a metaphor for God is always watching, which he clearly is, or at least this battle in particular. And that's going to be pretty important for what's going to be happening at the end of this chapter, which I have a few theories on, but we'll come to it when we do. But anyway, we're coming to Saitama and Garo reuniting and facing off finally. But no, it's a nice little swerve, and we see Saitama going over to Genos, who is just a torso at this point. And he's basically catching Saitama up to speed on what was going on and what had actually just happened with King and the ultimate wave motion cannon. And that being said, we know that it's Garo who was responsible for taking those said Cadres out. And Genos says, I could feel the same ultra high energy of King's ultimate move coming from that monster. So this is a nice little way of Genos, who is obviously oblivious to what's going on with King, conveying to Saitama himself and the audience. That guy over there is really powerful because he kind of has a similar energy signature to King, who is considered the one above all, pretty much. But anyway, we're coming to Garo, who can finally talk now, and we're hearing like his inner monologue, and he's like saying, what happened to me? Not mention this body. Like he's unaware of like the monster coding and the fight that had just happened with him and Silverfang, because he went back into that monster feral state that we saw him go against Darkshine initially. And it was actually at the end of his fight with Darkshine, when he was like being carried away by Tatsumaki, when this transformation undertaking started to occur. And I like the way that one is conveying like what was going on in his mind or subconsciousness at that time when he was fighting Bang. Bang's words were getting through to him, kind of like, you know, like in shows when people are like talking to a dreaming person and then like the dreams are influenced by what the person is actually saying to them. Pretty much same thing happening here, because he's dreaming about his past of training with Bang, and like his mind is replaying those memories because Bang had already said those things to him that he said a couple chapters back. So very well done by one here. But then out of nowhere, Flashy Flash comes in and tries to take Garo's head off, but he avoids it at the last second. And then they both acknowledge each other for the first time, I'm pretty sure, which is amazing. And it's understandable that Flashy Flash would think that Garo is the Monster King, because they've been hyped up about the Monster King for like almost 2 years now by Monako. Hey, Zhoniin from the future here. I just wanted to say that this Monako bringing up the Monster King and Saitama and Flashy Flash, you know, being intrigued by it, makes me think that what I talk about at the end of the video with Orochi coming back seems more likely than ever now, because, you know, if he just shows up, that would give a perfect opportunity for Monako to be like, oh my god, it's Monster King Orochi, and then Flash and Saitama would be like, oh, that's the Monster King? And then, you know, after Garo defeats him, then he could be like, you know, I'm the new king. But no, Garo lets them know that, no, I'm not in that club. I'm not a hero either. I'm kind of doing my own thing, and both good and evil are gonna bow down to me. You got it? But if that wasn't enough, we're getting another out of nowhere moment where Platinum S comes back into the scene and does the iconic webcomic moment, allow me to pass through for a moment. But in the manga's iteration, he's doing it to Flashy Flash and Garo. I just want to put this buzzword out there right now because I think it perfectly describes what One and Murata have been doing with this series as of late, and it's hot shot booking. But I'll talk more about that at the end, because that's when it comes in the most. But originally in the webcomic, Golden S, not even Platinum, remember, he's like a new thing to the manga, he did this sequence like the Raging Demon type move, and afterwards saying, allow me to pass through for a moment. He did that to Tatsumaki originally, who is obviously knocked out right now in the manga's continuity. Then we get another crazy unexpected twist in this chapter where instead of Garo facing off against Platinum S by himself, which is at least what I thought, and I'm assuming assuming a lot did. It's now going to be a triple threat match between Flashy Flash, Garo, and Platinum S. And they go on to have this incredible sequence that I'll get to, but we're coming to another incredible sequence, but for a different reason, where Saitama is talking to King and Genos, and King is like hyping up Genos after trying to, save face in front of him. Also, Tatsumaki is being tended to here in case any of you are worried about her. Simps. But Genos basically says to Saitama that he had the opportunity to self-destruct, but he wasn't able to do it, and thinks that he hasn't become stronger because of that. Saitama kind of reminds me of Michael Scott in this instance, where he acts oblivious, but then drops some profound wisdom on Genos that is probably going to alter him for the rest of the series. Touches his heart, and he says that means this part here got stronger too, doesn't it? Meaning like, his morality, his heart, his humanity, his conscience. But also, just for no reason, it's this incredible colored double spread, just like we got 2 updates back with the god stuff. Maybe not as intimidating as the other one, but this is certainly in the same tier of excellence for sure. Murata should be selling like NFTs at this point, but he doesn't really even have to. And also, this is kind of like one of Murata like telling the animation studio that's going to animate this scene in 10 years, this is how we want the scene. The camera's going to be looking at this perspective up from them, Saitama looking down on Genos, touching him, and then in the background, we're going to have the crazy Dragon Ball Z geometry fight in the sky. Wow. But speaking of the Dragon Ball Z geometry fight, the world is actually able to see that because there is like a news chopper out there still for some reason filming this stuff. I get it, it has to be filmed. There has to be a reason why Suiryu and the rest of the characters that are going to be watching this battle, because it's going to be influencing the events of the next arc. Yes, there's going to be a next arc, in case you were wondering. This is not the end of the series. The next arc is probably going to be even longer than this one, believe it or not. But we're seeing what's like actually happening in the geometry real time. We're seeing Flashy Flash going head to head with Platinum S here, which is surprising because, Flashy Flash is obviously strong. I've hyped him up literally for years now, and I've always put him in the top of the S class. You would have asked me like yesterday if he could have went head to head with Platinum S, I probably would have said no. I would have said something like he could maybe hold his own for a little bit, but it would be unlikely that he would eventually amount any kind of substantial offense. That's not the case. He's way more powerful than even I thought. Or Platinum S was just weaker than I thought. Then again, Flashy Flash did kill 2 dragons at once, and they weren't pushovers like Bakusan or something. In fact, they probably would have taken out Bakusan with the quickness if they would have fought. Another thing about Flashy Flash that Platinum S is actually bringing up here is he's lost his main weapon, which is his sword. That's how he killed those 2 dragons at once. And the fact that he's still holding his own here in this crazy, I guess, above dragon triple threat match? I'm not saying Flashy Flash is, but Garo and Platinum S have got to be pushing it, if not on the level right now, right? It's getting real weird and blurry with the above dragon stuff. By the way, I'm about to retcon the name of that. I've got a video coming out eventually. I don't know when I'm going to make it. But the term above dragon is getting retconned to what it should have been called this whole time. But I'll explain more later. So subscribe. But then Garo cracks Platinum S in the face and says that he feels that he's getting close to perfecting his own technique. He lists out all the techniques that he's absorbed through battle. And he's fusing all of these abilities and techniques and nuances and intricacies together into the Monster Calamity Godslayer Fist. This is like essentially how MMA came to be, or at least how Georges St. Pierre developed the blueprint for all modern fighters to adapt. But yeah, this is from the webcomic for sure, but I was not expecting Garo to be using it right now, and this makes me think that we really haven't seen anything yet, because I guess One and Murata are going to do some really crazy stuff here as to where we're going to be jumping the shark in this series yet again. It's already jumped the shark like twice, but he like annihilates Platinum S and Flashy Flash with the Godslayer Fist here. Oh my god, he's not even like at his full power. But anyway, remember talking about the moon watching them? Well, we're seeing the moon again, watching the geometry, and then we're going down into the pit of despair made by the Tatsumaki drill, and we're going back to the god mural, but now there's like this goopy trail leading to the altar coming from the drill where Tatsumaki seemingly killed Orochi, but he's not dead, I guess, because that's like Orochi goop, right? I mean, it's leading straight to the drill. So it looks like Orochi is like full-blown boo status right now. I'm assuming most people watching this video watched all of Dragon Ball Z at some point in their lives. So if you remember, after Vegeta did the final explosion, there was only like little bits of boo left, and then like Piccolo and Goten and them came in and like individually zapped all of them, and still that wasn't enough. Pretty much the same thing going on right here. But then we see this shadow of what appears to be one of two things in front of the god altar mural here. It could either be Orochi's tail, because that's what his tail looks like. I mean, you can even see it on the mural itself, or it's a second Elder Centipede. And you're thinking, what? Why would there be a second Elder Centipede? Now, hear me out. Because back around like the chapter 99, 100 stuff, when Child Emperor is like punching Phoenix Man, the walls behind him like gets lit up, and we see this mural of like the Subterranean King, and there's like two Elder Centipedes around him, or what appear to be Elder Centipede. At this point, it could be two Orochi tails for all we know. But either way, I'm thinking this means that Garo, yes, Garo is about to fight either Orochi or Elder Centipede. I know it's crazy, but it takes me back to the Hot Shot booking, which means that they're kind of just doing whatever they want right now and not caring about the repercussions. Or at least that's just how it seems to me, because we're having this crazy triple threat match right now. Flashy Flash is suddenly on the level of Platinum S. Garo is doing the Godslayer fist, destroying them both. But now we have a possible Orochi coming back for a rematch for Garo to have his Shonen redemption, because remember, he lost to Orochi cleanly in chapter 92. So since God has been observing this fight, he probably sees Garo as a worthy vessel. He placed on the altar so that he may return, because that's what it says on there. So now he's bringing Orochi back, and Orochi's gonna go up to get Garo to bring him down to the altar. But obviously Garo's not gonna play that, so then he's gonna get his rematch / revenge against Orochi. But Orochi's gonna be so powerful, even more powerful than Flashy Flash and Platinum S, maybe even combined. And he's going to push Garo to possibly losing his humanity and achieving his final form. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen here. Evil Natural Water is in the ocean now? This is happening to Hot Shot booking, baby. Mwah! And don't be worried about that term. It doesn't mean that it's going to like fail, because it doesn't always mean that. Sometimes Hot Shot booking just works out and there's no repercussions, and I'm assuming One and Murata are just gonna pull it off effortlessly here. I feel bad for the anime studio that's gonna animate this in 13.5 years, but whatever, that we'll come to that problem when we come to it. But for years, people have been asking me, what would happen if Evil Natural Water went to the ocean? Well, this is what would happen. He would get giant eyeballs for some reason. But what's going to happen after this point? Well, you already heard what I was going to say about Orochi versus Garo, but who's going to take on this massive super kaiju Evil Natural Water ocean thing? Well, who do you think? Anyway, that's pretty much it for the video today, guys. Let me know what you think about this chapter in the comments. I'm not going to make any promises here, but I'll just say don't be surprised if we wind up getting another chapter on Christmas Eve. But if you like the video, guys, please give it a like. And please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day. I'll see you in the next one. Chapter with this awesome triple threat match going on, and I guess Flashy Flash is kind of letting us know what maybe the new guard of Above Dragon could be, you know, excluding Saitama, because we get this cool little panel of Garo, Platinum S, and Blast, and it's just cool to see all of these powerhouses together. Like, I can't wait till somebody colors this. It's like, this can't be. Just today, I met 4 people who surpassed my speed. And he does the Flash Fist. I think this might be the first time we're seeing this in the manga's continuity, right? Because he originally does this against Garo in the webcomic, but that for sure is gone now. But he gets some good hits in on Platinum S, and then we see Platinum rings from him, but then he says, this is the level a mere human being can reach then? This is in reference to like the imposed power system on the One Punch Man world. And yes, I do know how it works. I know why people become monsters. I know everything, guys. I promise you. I can't talk about it all in this video, but you know, after I move and I get all the stuff situated IRL, I'm gonna be dropping like nukes on the One Punch Man community, and it's going to cause a civil war for sure. Then going further into this little battle here, Platinum Mask dropping some more based logic here with, you're so full of openings. Is there something wrong with your spirit? Just like Darkshine, when you're outclassed by someone in your specialty, you abandon your duties and put all your effort into protecting your own pride. That's what being a hero is all about, right? And this is obviously true. This is like the big narrative that's going on with the S-Class hero. And then Platinum S puts Flashy Flash in the ground with his thickness and all. Very impressive performance from Platinum S here. We're also seeing Monako looking down at Flashy Flash. Monako cannot be trusted. That's all I'll say. I'm not gonna go deep into the Monako rabbit hole, but this character is significant, and it's for a reason you wouldn't think. And then Garo comes up on Platinum S and he's like, now it's just you and me. And I'm loving this because we're getting some of that classic Garo back in this chapter, and it's just so good. But then we go even more into the new Matrix Bullet Time world here, if you've seen the new movie, and it says the lights now just 2, sped up even more, and they traced out a structure even more dense than the 3 lights did. Then we go into the final sequence here where Garo smashes Platinum S into the ground and then hits him with his own let me pass through for a sec, and then boom! God! Man, this is amazing. Just so satisfying. Then, huge twist here. Blast is in front of Tatsumaki, but it's actually not Blast, it's God. So this is a big reveal here because now it appears that God uses Blast as one of his methods of influence. And this for sure, in my opinion, means that the Blast that we saw Amai Mask see back in his flashback, that was God for sure, which is why Amai Mask is all, you know, the way that he is. He gave over to the left path instead of the right. But then we see the real Blast come back. Blast is back, guys. Then he's like, you resisted it. You sure have grown. So what's going on here is God is like purposely going after the Espers. I mean, Homeless Emperor is kind of like a different thing, but I already talked about that in my video explaining how one was heavily influenced by the writings of Clive Barker and Hellraiser. But there is a specific reason why God has to go after Espers for his vessels, more or less, and why he's always like choosing them. Can't really go into it now, but I'll tell you that it's this aspect of the story. This one singular one is what I don't really like about one's writing, because it goes into a problematic thing that all of these other series are doing, unfortunately, and it's just a Japanese thing. So then Blast says, we managed to hold that thing off at the brink, but I allowed it to come into contact with her directly while we had slipped into the cleft in time due to the cube's effects. This is pretty interesting because it's almost like Blast is like the Professor Xavier of this world. And then we're finally getting the encounter that I know I've been waiting for, and I didn't think we were gonna get it now, but King is meeting Blast. And I guess Blast is under the hypnosis of the aura as well, which is understandable because, shout out to Uteron, Saitama and King are 2 sides of the same coin. So it's understandable that only Saitama can see through the aura of King. King is one of many names that Saitama goes by. But he gives Tatsumaki to King, and then he opens up this wormhole and we see these crazy looking silhouetted superhero beings. So if you're like so confused by this, like I said, it's understandable, guys, because it's confusing. But I am pretty sure I know what's going on here. Again, I could be wrong, just like always, and if I am, I'm sure you'll let me know, and if I'm right, like I said, it was obvious. But according to Zhoniin's Razor, if you subscribe to it, what we're seeing here are all of the other Blasts in the universe, or in the galaxy, or however far God's reach is going. But yeah, these guys, I'm pretty sure also got their powers from the cube. Like, they somehow came into contact with these cubes because God is sending all of these cubes to life-bearing planets so that his ultimate goal can come to fruition, which is what Psycho said in chapter 130 or 131, I don't remember, where she talks about fusing with the earth and becoming one single thought entity. And it's also why the monsters at the end say the Mother Earth and all that stuff. It's not literally Mother Earth, it's just what his ultimate goal is. But I'm pretty sure that Blast was in fact an Esper like Fubuki or or Miss F says in the data book. But at some point in his youth, he came across the cube, and I think it like sent him to the cube dimension, like the same place that we see Fetal God in. And using his esperness or whatever, he somehow gained these black hole powers from the cube world or from God or whatever, and that's how he's able to do what he's able to do here. And these other individuals we're seeing here are kind of have like the same deal going on with Blast. Like, I'm also pretty positive they have like the same abilities that he does. Now, he also says, I'm not fighting alone out there, you know? Fighting alone, meaning they're either like directly fighting God, because we do see like that silhouette in the back, which very likely is God, because believe it or not, we see this God symbology throughout the series, even all the way back to season 1, where the literal full story of One Punch Man and what is going to happen at the end has already been told to us by One, but I'll show you that in another video. But either they're like fighting a form of God somehow, or they're fighting the other disciples of God. Because as we're going to come to find out, there are many disciples of God already in the One Punch Man world, and they're like around above dragon or straight up God level in strength. But yeah, there's like some kind of cosmic war going on here with all of the other life-bearing planets that God had come in contact to, and the blasts all got together, kind of like Shazam or something. And they're either fighting directly against God himself or his disciples from all of the other planets or whatever. But anyway, the new Elder Centipede comes out of the ground. It said it was either going to be Orochi or this, and it kind of looks like a fusion of the two, but I guess Sage Centipede or whatever it's going to be called. He comes out and he says, we have been sent here to destroy the abominable fist that turns against God by incarnation of our Father, the Earth. Again, like I said, not literally the Earth. And then we see Evil Natural Water, who is now Evil Ocean Water, and I even truly understand why this thing exists. Yes, it said it was created by Psychos, but like, I know why it was even able to become a thing, and the name Evil Natural Water is genius. God, I love One. But then the goat Garo comes in and he's like, how about no? But it opens up with us seeing the support team and all of the affiliates like getting out of there on a chopper. And Terrio and Waganma are on this chopper as well. And while Garo is fighting Sage Centipede, he notices with his beyond eagle vision that Terrio is in the chopper. So now we have upped the stakes for Garo once again, and he has more motivation than just becoming the ultimate fear of the world. He now has to save Terrio once again. I'm pretty sure this chopper is going down, or Terrio is going to come back on the ground. He just kind of has to. Because it's like super important that Terrio bears witness to Garo's full character arc that he is going to eventually have. Nothing is guaranteed at this point in the story, not even what I'm going to say later on in the video. Just keep that in mind. And while Garo is a near perfect monster now, as One said many years ago, he still has some flaws to him, such as empathy. Because Sage Centipede notices him scoping out Terrio and realizes, oh hey, he's interested in that, and we kind of know that Garo is on the fence of being a full-blown monster or being a human. Now, why would Sage Centipede know this? I don't know, there's kind of like this monster slash god Akashic records going on, but Garo winds up getting messed up by Sage Centipede and shot at by Evil Natural Ocean's Ocean Grand Cannon. I mean, the fact that he took this on the chin is ultra impressive, but that's kind of like Garo's thing. And also, now that he is the strongest he has ever been by far, you can take bumps like this. But then Saitama comes back into the fray and sprints on the water towards Evil Natural Ocean. Yes, this is a godlike analogy. There are quite a few in here because Saitama is a god. I mean, he's not like literally like God, but he is a god. And he straight up does a serious punch in this chapter, which is amazing. It's always nice to see this. Pretty sure we haven't seen it since chapter 84. And just like Moses did with a Beyblade, Saitama parts the ocean, but I'm pretty sure he's not killing Evil Natural Water or Evil Natural Ocean here, because we see the eyes kind of go their own separate ways, and they're still, you know, present later on. So this is One letting us know that, you know, he's not dead yet. And no, this doesn't mean like he survived a serious punch, because it's kind of like a gray area here. I mean, you could go to the first OVA from season 2 and say that the earthworm monster survived the punch from Saitama too. But then Saitama notices that there's that aircraft carrier out there, and Saitama quite literally surfs an aircraft carrier in this chapter. This is just only kind of stuff you're really going to see in this manga, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was Murata's addition to the story. I mean, he of course got permission from One, but this just feels way more Murata than One. But then after this, Sage Centipede says something very interesting. It's like, it died, referring to Evil Natural Water. What just happened? Some kind of tectonic cataclysm? And this, I guess, is giving us more insight possibly as to why God isn't like more aware of Saitama, because like I'm assuming God has kind of just been viewing Saitama the way that everyone else has, like they're kind of oblivious to him being the one above all. But there's probably a more nuanced answer to why God isn't really aware of Saitama. It's because Saitama isn't really a victim of the system the way that everyone else is. And I guess that means that God can only really see what he has control over, possibly. I mean, not like literally see it, but like have a more in tune look at things. I'll explain all of this in the follow-up videos that I'm going to make exposing the whole series. Yes, those videos are still coming. I'm just waiting for all of my gear and everything to arrive because I need to settle that stuff up still. It's a work in progress, guys, but in February sometime I'm going to drop all these videos. So just bear with me, I'm working on it. But then Metal Bat comes back and starts dragon thrashing the Sage Centipede, which is amazing, and we talked about this in last week's Q&A video. And as expected, it has no effect on him because, you know, Metal Bat is not really pumped up right now, and Sage Centipede is implied to be stronger than Elder Centipede, so, you know, put two together. But then we get the Garo and Metal Bat reunion, and since Garo is like full-blown babyface right now, it's understandable that he's not going to be aggressive towards him. But then Metal Bat deflects Sage Centipede's attack going towards the helicopter, but Garo at the same time like latches onto the front of it and like somehow gingerly kicks it away into the direction he wants it to go. I'm not gonna question this. Garo can do whatever he wants. Then we get the team up of the two bad boy baby faces. And I also like that Metal Bat is kind of realizing they're like, oh, you know what? Garo's not such a bad guy. And to be honest, this is what it should have always ultimately come to, because these guys are, you know, kind of like two peas in a pod. They should be friends, you know? And they're both like teenagers, by the way. I know we tend to forget that, but like Metal Bat's like 17 and Garo's like 18. But then it's also revealed that like Garo is being shown on the news, everyone's seeing it. Aside from Suiryu and Suiko and all that stuff, this is going to come back into play for sure. It's not just for like this chapter. And as for Suiryu like giving Garo the benefit of the doubt, you can probably see where that's going. I mean, if you didn't see the 4th OVA from season 2, check it out. But that's where the chapter ends. I'm not mad at the pacing here if we are going to get consistent releases from now on. Also, no, that doesn't mean that the retcons or redraws are completely over, because to be honest, I'm not sure. I think there has to be at least some more, but not like before. But anyway, let me go into some post thoughts here. And I talked a little bit about this on Twitter, which saw everybody disagreeing with me, which is fine, nothing new. But I said that I'm pretty sure that Garo is going to accept God's influence, and that led to everybody being like, no, you're wrong. You don't understand the character like we do. Guys, just calm down. You probably wouldn't even be a fan of Garo if it wasn't for me. So have some faith in you, boy. I'm not saying that he's going to be like, yes, God, please give me the evil power. I accept you and I want to be your underling. No, it's obviously not going to happen that way. We saw that God is very deceptive. By the way, remember when I talked about in the One Punch Man is Hellraiser with Extra Steps video about how Pinhead has the ability to deceive others by becoming like somebody that they know or like a loved one or something, and I said that that's going to come back later in the story, and it actually did in the previous chapter with Blast and God and all that stuff, but never mind, it's all confirmation bias and just a coincidence. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that Garo could be tricked
into receiving God's influence. And while it may not literally be like God, like impersonating Bang or whoever, or maybe even Tario, and convincing Garo to accept his influence that way, he may just finally be overcome by the monsterification, which we have seen him struggling with. And monsterification is God's influence. All monsters, no matter how old, no matter how powerful, or how discreet or ambiguous, all come from God. There are no monsters without God. But I assure you that there is going to be a paradigm shift with Garo where he finally gives over to the monster side and his shell breaks and we see like this super aesthetic, awesome, perfect monster form. It's coming. It's not necessarily a spoiler because it's just guaranteed at this point if you just follow the story. And what could lead to that is maybe there's like a false death with the chopper possibly. Maybe like the chopper goes down or something and Garo thinks that Tario died in it and that's what finally snaps him and he becomes like rah, and then goes on a rampage or whatever, or it's something like that. There needs to be a catalyst for Garo to fully let go of his humanity. So that's all I'm saying, guys. You don't have to grandstand me on everything.
This is opening up with the babyface bad boys Metal Bat and Garo doing some more combo attacks on Sage Centipede, and I gotta say it's pretty weird seeing Garo just casually do the Roaring Aura Sky Ripping Fist. Like, this was such a big deal in chapter 84 when Bang and Bomb did it to Elder Centipede, and now that Garo's just, like I said, casually doing it by himself, it almost seems like we're at the end of the series. Don't worry, guys, we're not. By my estimation, which means nothing, we probably have like at least another 10 years of the manga to go, depending on if One and Murata want to make it that long, of course, which I'm guessing they do. And speaking of Elder Centipede, we see that Sage Centipede kind of has like the same dynamic as him, only extrapolated to the Ryu-Ijo level. That's right, I said Ryu-Ijo. That is like the new term that I'm going to use for Above Dragon now. You can check out this video. But like, you know, the regenerating and the carapace cracking, Garo comes to the realization that, you know, we have to destroy him from head to tail. Basically the same way that Saitama defeated Elder Centipede. Easier said than done since no one here is packing that kind of power. I also like how in this chapter, one almost goes out of his way, I guess, to cater to the part of the audience that is like super concerned with like the portrayal of powers, because it's like protecting Sage Centipede, but it's also like protecting Garo and like seriously grounding Metal Bat. And what I mean is like it's showing us that like Metal Bat is only kind of minorly assisting here. Garo is for sure doing the majority of the damage. Anyway, we're coming back to the helicopter and we're seeing the support team in there, you know, trying to assist any way they can, because Sage Centipede realizes that, hey, you know, I gotta go back after that helicopter because that's my leverage to take down Garo, you know, since Tario's on board. Also, guys, could you please subscribe to this channel? A lot of you, I mean a lot of you, consistently watch my One Punch Man reviews, but you don't subscribe. And it's understandable, but could you do it? Because, you know, I'm always going to review these chapters. We see One-Shotter trying to get a shot off on Sage Centipede, but he isn't able to because his eye thing was damaged, I guess, in his fight against Neon. It's been so long ago, but like I think like Neon reflected his bullet back at him and it like went in his eye thing. But Sage Centipede grabs the helicopter, and of course this gets the attention of Garo because, like I said, Tario's on board. But on top of that, Sage Centipede also does his Centipede Grand March attack, and both Garo and Metal Bat are getting messed up by this. And I'm sure a lot of you got excited when we saw Metal Bat getting beat up here, especially when he's straight up saying fighting spirit. But we'll come back to that, because one of the coolest parts of this chapter is happening now with Gearspur coming back into play. Let me just point out Gearspur's scars for a second. We know that Gearspur is an Esper, of course, and I'm thinking that he has these scars because he is an Esper. Now, everything I'm about to say is just a theory, guys. Don't get bent out of shape. But I'm thinking that Gearspur is similar to Tatsumaki, who is similar to Blast, in that the thing that they all have in common is that they were all at one point in their lives put inside of that testing facility that we saw with Tatsumaki. Now, we didn't see any kind of operations done to Tatsumaki, but I'm pretty sure they are the ones who did the operation or whatever's going on with these scars to Gearspur. And this is all for the purpose of unlocking the power of the cube. Like, I'm pretty positive that's why Tatsumaki was in that facility, and that's why, in theory, Gearspur would have been there in his youth, and I'm pretty sure Blast was there as a kid as well. As for him getting the helmet, I wouldn't be surprised if that was given to him by the organization, but that's another story for another time. But anyway, Gearspur, with play of the game here, psychically links his mind up with one-shotters and gives him Esper vision so that he could shoot Sage Centipede. And of course, this wasn't gonna like do any kind of significant damage, but at least it did enough to allow Garo to escape from his grasp. Then as Garo is breaking the tendrils thing that Sage Centipede has around the helicopter, he's about to get blindsided by Sage Centipede's big jaw swords thing. But then Metal Bat from behind saves his boy Garo with the spiral of overwhelming victory and severs one of his tendrils as well. And this is it. This is what we have been waiting for, or at least I know that I have been. I've been talking about it for so long, and it's just us seeing some of this crazy potential of Metal Bat's fighting spirit ability. Another thing that, you know, we've talked about for years, that Metal Bat is like essentially the Hulk of this team. Now, granted, he's not power approaching infinity strong right now, but he's really strong. Not necessarily Ryuijo. I guess he's got to be, you know, one of the stronger dragons at this point for sure. But anyway, he points out to Garo where I guess there's like a vibranium net or something. We saw this a couple chapters back when Metal Bat and King arrived on the battlefield. They like crashed into that net. So, you know, props to one for using the whole cow here. Then we get another massive combo attack from the babyface bad boys, and it does some serious damage to Sage Centipede. Now, going back to what I was saying about Sage Centipede kind of being protected here along with Garo, the narrator comes in and tells us the reason their individually released techniques just happened to form a combo attack was due to the fact that despite the vast difference in their raw power, the nature of that power was extremely similar. Resonance and amplification. This is actually like a really good explanation from one here. But when he pointed out resonance and amplification, it made total sense to me. And I'm like a complete idiot, so that tells you right there, one's doing a good job. But I looked on Google for like a great way to explain this, and I found like this picture of these two tuning forks. So tuning fork A can represent Garo, of course, and B can represent Metal Bat. You have this big, powerful sound coming from tuning fork A, but then tuning fork B, not as powerful, but similar in strength. But when they kind of resonate with each other, then it becomes a whole different kind of power. And that's where you get the amplification. They have great synergy, if you will. And as for why is the power similar, well, aside from them being, you know, babyface bad boys, I think one might be trying to point out here that this is like the inherent strength that comes exclusively from humans. Like the power that Saitama has no influence from God at all. And this is like the similar type of power that we see coming from like Metal Bat and half of Garo, and I think that's also why we see Garo's right hand in this panel. One does a lot of left and right symbology throughout the series, more so with the eyes, but he also does it with the hands too. I'll explain all of this stuff in another video, but if you're like scoffing now, just, you know, keep doing what you're doing. No matter what I ever say, it's not going to convince you otherwise. But Sage Centipede's carapace cracks again, and that angers him because, you know, he sees Metal Bat being way beneath him. So he gives him a good old crack in the face, and it seemingly puts him down for the count. I mean, I don't think Metal Bat's going to be done for the rest of this arc, because I'm pretty sure like once Garo fully snaps and becomes like full-blown monster, he's probably going to fight Metal Bat again, and that might be when we see his power approaching infinity, maybe, or maybe one just wants to save that for later, or maybe we'll get a glimpse of it. And also another thing that I want to point out about Metal Bat being here and his new blossoming friendship with Garo, it all totally makes sense, and I'm really liking how one is making use of him. I'm not going to go into spoilers, but I'll just say that for how I perceive the end of this arc going, this will all make sense for what Metal Bat may or may not do. Then Garo finally figures out what's going on on with Sage Centipede, and he goes straight through his chest and takes his regeneration core. And he was able to figure this out because every time Sage Centipede regenerated, there was a certain spot on him that was releasing energy, and it was this sac that kind of looks like a monster cell, and that's because it is reminiscent, maybe even identical to what Orochi had in his chest. And that's precisely how Garo was able to figure this out, because he had fought him before. And Garo, being the combat genius, is of course easily able to pick up on this. And also I say it maybe being exactly the same because I guess Sage Centipede is coming from the corpse of Orochi, right? Like, that's kind of what God did. But then Garo yeets that thing into the sky to try to get Sage Centipede to go after it, and he successfully did. But that's where the chapter ends. So what's going to happen in the next chapter? I'm assuming the Tario Falls death thing still has to happen. Like I said, there has to be like a good reason for Garo to finally snap and become full-blown monster, and it kind of has to be Tario in some way or another. So this chapter starting off with some surprise developments and 2 characters returning, Pig God and Amai Mask. So let me just go into them individually because each of them need like a breakdown. So we're seeing Pig God here in his thin form, or maybe what could even be considered his true form. And if you're confused as to what's going on, it's totally understandable because we haven't seen him for a very long time. I think the last time we saw him was chapter 145, at least by the Viz numbering. But in that chapter, we saw Fubuki like tending to Tank Top Master, who had his limbs like turned into accordions by Fuhrer Ugly. And she was kind of limited with her healing abilities at that point because she had used most of it to like stop Genos from exploding. But conveniently, Pig God had shown up and she was like, oh, hey, Pig God, will you please help me? And then I'm pretty sure that's where that sequence ended. So what I'm assuming is happening here is Fubuki like siphoned Pig God's energy, which I'm guessing is coming from his exorbitant amount of fat that he had, and she used that to heal Tank Top Master. And I'm guessing this will be confirmed once we eventually get back to whatever Fubuki has been up to, when we'll see maybe a healed Tank Top Master, and then he'll be able to help with whatever threats are lingering after this point. But yeah, Thin Pig God, finally getting to see him, and I know that we have been speculating about this for years now. I thought if we were going to see this, it could have tied into whatever his god level contingency plan / attack was going to be. And I'm not saying that's off the table completely for Pig God now, since it has been established his fat can be converted to energy somewhat. Considering that he says, I still can't move, I gotta eat some more first, maybe it's not even beneficial for him to be in this state, although it could just be from the energy siphoning in general. So as for my mask, I think the last time we saw him, Fuhrer Ugly was like literally ripping him in half, or at least like almost. And on the surface, it seemed as though he was dead because he also had his face smashed in too. But I'm pretty sure most of us knew that wasn't likely going to be the end of Amai Mask, simply because it was established in the redraws for his chapters where he fought against Super S that he had this regeneration ability. He was blindsided by Super S. She like shot him in the eye with her tongue, and then when Narinki's squad came to check on him, he was suddenly all better. Also, Super S accused him of being a monster. Does that confirm that he is a monster? Maybe, maybe not. But what is evident is that he has like some serious regeneration abilities, because he's completely fine after getting one of the most severe beatings we have ever seen a hero get in the series. But if you've been following my series for the truth about One Punch Man that I've been dropping over the last couple weeks, I've been talking about the Eye of Horus and the Eye of Ra symbology throughout the series, and we originally saw it when he was stabbed in the eye by Super S, meaning that he likely was losing his humanity while the left eye of Horus was still intact, meaning that he was more so to the left path, the Eye of Horus under Osiris, aka God. And also in one of my previous chapter reviews, I mentioned that the blast that Amai Mask saw when it was implied he was younger was likely to be God impersonating Blast, the way that he impersonated Blast when he was trying to manipulate Tatsumaki a couple chapters back. So I think that might have been the paradigm shift for Amai Mask to possibly go over to the side of God, but he's more so unaware of what's going on. kind of like most of the monsters and just all of humanity in general. And I'm pretty sure we're seeing more of the Eye of Horus and Eye of Ra symbology in this chapter with Amai Mask, because we see him covering his right eye with the left exposed, saying, "A disgusting monster ripped my favorite skinny jeans." That's like a very vain statement, goes more into God's side of things. But when we see his right eye, he says, "I'm gonna F that guy up like he did my jeans." The righteous retribution, taking down monsters, which is more so on the side of Ra, Saitama, the sun. So there still is hope for Amai Mask, clearly. He hasn't completely lost his humanity or his light yet, especially since he is unaware that this guy is Pig God and he still wants to lead him to a safe place. But anyway, this is great because now Amai Mask is going to come back into the battle, and I'm assuming once Pig God is done eating gums here, then he will join the battle. And like I said, Tank Top Master could be back in the fray as well. So things are looking good for the heroes now, until eventually they're not going to again, maybe. But anyway, we're coming back to Garo facing off against Sage Centipede, and at the end of the previous chapter, we saw him throw that Orochi regeneration heart thing into the sky, causing Sage Centipede to go after it. But he is successfully able to grab the regeneration heart thing, but it's all for naught, because this is the moment where Garo is going to ascend again, I suppose. Because he kicks off of the heart, exploding it, then comes down on Sage Centipede, not before we go to a flashback of his days training with Bang and also Sourface. And we see Bang doing where they like split the tiles and then presses everybody. We see that Sourface can't even break like the standard stack of tiles, but then Garo comes in and makes like a huge stack of them and is able to break all of them except for one at the bottom. Then Garo's like, that's how it all started. But as of now, I've reached the epitome of martial arts, and now he's using Sage Centipede as that huge stack of tiles, and he's splitting them directly in half. But we're also seeing more Ra and Osiris symbology here, because Garo is like creating like a sun-like image by doing that, denouncing that this is divine retribution. Obviously, the divine is coming from God creating Sage Centipede. Garo saying that this was a blessing because now his fist is perfected. And of course, we're seeing the moon looking down, the Eye of Horus, which is Osiris, aka God watching. So God for sure is witnessing these events. Now, like I talked about, I think in the previous review, but Garo's right hand is important here because it's symbolizing, you know, the right, Ra, sun, good, humanity. And it's, you know, kind of glowing, similar to the sun. And we went over how he created that parallel there. And also him referencing Bang, saying, "I broke all of them this time, old man." But the thing is that Garo's hand still does have like a monstery aesthetic to it. He does have like the long nails, even though it appears that some of this shell that has been on him has cracked off of it. But him saying it's perfected obviously is making us think that, okay, so does this mean that he is closer to his perfect form? Once the whole shell comes off, will his whole body look similar to this? Or has his nails just simply grown and he still is retaining his humanity in the right hand instead of the left? To be honest, I'm not really sure. It's very ambiguous as to what's going on with him, especially now that Sage Centipede has been defeated and he is not fully awakened yet. That brings me to what I was talking about with the other threats that are out there. Well, now that Sage Centipede is gone, and we also talked about how Evil Natural Ocean isn't completely dead because his eyeballs are still intact, and aside from just God himself, who could always, I guess, just keep spawning dragons and stuff, Psychos, right, is the only thing that's left here, and she's still alive because we saw her split from Orochi's carcass, but we haven't had any updates on her. And I'm assuming that she for sure has to come back because there's a certain person that she's kind of destined to fight in this arc, or at least I hope so. So maybe Psychos comes back and then gets more divine intervention, or since I was talking about how God witnessed Garo defeat Sage Centipede, maybe he does like a genjutsu to him. Instead of it like being blast that appears in front of him, maybe he takes the form of Tario, or maybe he takes the form of Bang. Then maybe that's how Garo inadvertently falls under the full influence of God and becomes like a full-blown monster. And at this point, maybe that doesn't even happen. I mean, it would be odd because like the story kind of has to go in a certain direction, and if it doesn't, I'm very confused at that point. Oh, okay. Amai Mask has Metal Bat here. This is always nice because we know that their grudgery goes all the way back to season 1. The iconic scene with them interacting with each other after the Boros invasion. Not too happy with each other, of course. This arc has kind of been showing us that there's been a dynamic shift with the S-Class heroes, or more so the ones that are here. There's more camaraderie among them. How long will that last? Will the next arc touch on that? I don't know, maybe. So he's looking over to Minako, tending to Flashy Flash, tapping him on the head. That monster, they're trying to assassinate Flashy Flash in his sleep? I don't trust Minako. She bears the Eye of Horus. I know that she's like on the surface like, hey, I'm likable, guys. I'm a babyface monster. And maybe, but the Eye of Horus, it never lies. But maybe in this case it does. Amai Mask coming over here and is about to kill Minako. It's the aircraft carrier that Saitama has been surfing. Well done, King. You rescued Tatsumaki, I see. What? Tank Top Master! Main players have arrived. The new Blizzard group. I guess Fubuki didn't heal everyone. I speculated that maybe that was the case. Like, Pig God's Fat didn't just go all into Tank Top Master, you know, healing him. Because that's what we thought was happening in the previous chapter when we saw Pig God in his thin form. I was hoping that she was gonna spread that fat out. No. It just went all into Tank Top Master and not only healed his accordion limbs, he's an absolute unit right now. If I heal Tatsumaki even just a little, she might be able to get us out of the way via telekinesis, but there is just not enough time. Don't you dare die before my mastery of tank top wearing has surpassed your psychic powers. I wonder if that's ever going to happen, if we're going to see something like that in the future. Tank Top Master's getting the whole group here together, mushing them into a meatball. Blizzard of Hell exhausted all of her energy healing the injured. You need to land on the deck ahead of time and catch everyone. All right, how's he gonna pull this one off? Of course, it's Saitama. So Garo split Sage Centipede in the previous chapter, and as the half of his corpse was falling down, Saitama rode the aircraft carrier in, right in the perfect spot so that when it fell, it would fall on the aircraft carrier, protecting the new Blizzard group below. That was a close one. Great call, King. Pig God. All right, he's back, and he's fat again. I guess him eating Gums' carcass and whatever else he was able to get his hands on regained his true form. And oh my God, he's just eating the entire group here, protecting them. All right, back to Garo. Oh, wow, okay. Saitama coming down and encountering Garo here. Is this going to be it? Oh yeah, what happened to the sea monster? Good question, Garo. What did happen to Evil Natural Water? He's technically still alive because Saitama did that serious punch and split the ocean. His eyes were still intact, implying that he was still going to be a thing. I don't know if he's still going to be Evil Natural Ocean, but he's probably still going to be Evil Natural Water. All right, so Saitama is here countering Garo, and we've been talking about this the last couple weeks. Like, who is Garo's next opponent going to be? Who is going to push him to becoming awakened or just achieving his final form? And since there was like little to nobody left, speculated that maybe it was going to be Saitama, and he starts beating down Garo, you know, unlike Garo has ever been beat down, even more so than Watchdog Man. And then that's what pushes Garo to becoming awakened, either unknowingly accepting the influence of God, or he's encountered by like a version of God. As we've seen, he can become Blast. Obviously, he can become other people. I'm assuming he's not just limited to being Blast. That's not like his only ability. He becomes Tario, maybe he becomes Bang, maybe he becomes somebody else, and that influences Garo maybe. We're about to find out what's going on with Saitama and Garo here, finally facing off for real this time, I'm assuming. Last time they kind of just locked eyes, but that was kind of like a little red herring. Wow, Saitama's true form. Almost. One of the rare times we're getting a glimpse of like what he actually looks like. I think this means that Garo can see the true Saitama here. What are you supposed to be? Oh, come on. I want more. It's all right. Well, I know that Psychos is still out there, obviously. We talked about this many times. She has not died. And she did talk about in chapter 92, or what is it, 90 on Viz, that she would make him even greater than Orochi. So will she have some part in Garo awakening? Or will it be Saitama that does it? Like, is Saitama gonna punch Garo and then it's gonna break off the shell here, similar to how his right hand has been broken? And he's like, I don't know, something happens. He has to have some kind of transformation here. He has to go like full-blown unhinged. Because if he doesn't, then that's going to be like really anticlimactic, right? Because what else is the end game to this arc? It's all been building the two protagonists. They've all been going on their individual paths. It's like a tournament kind of, and they're all converging at this one point. The stakes, I'll say, have to be elevated to a point of where the audience thinks that Garo can challenge Saitama more so than anyone else has before. Now, obviously, the majority of the audience knows that no one can defeat Saitama, but the whole intrigue here is seeing who can push him the furthest, who can draw out the most of Saitama's power, right? That was the whole intrigue of Boros and the intrigue of Orochi. How far are they going to push him? Is he going to have to do something new to take this guy out? It kind of has to happen here. Garo has to transform. He has to become unhinged and go back to the mind state that we saw before he came to the surface. Like when he was struggling with himself after he defeated Darkshine. He's like, I want to be the absolute evil, or whatever he was saying, I'm paraphrasing. And then the whole little inner monologue fantasy sequence of him becoming like this kaiju and like eating monsters and everybody's running. Like, I need to become the ultimate evil so everybody can, you know, unite in their fear of me. And that's the way I can bring the true peace to this earth. That has to happen. I mean, it not come to fruition, but him realizing that that's what he ultimately wants. And I know that it has deferred away from that into him becoming like this typical shonen MC or seinen MC, where it's like, I'm a good guy and I'm saving everybody, but I'm also a bad boy. That is Garo at his core. But before the whole entire character arc can be completed, he needs to go through this whole aspect of him where he was mistaken. And Saitama must show him the light. He's been following the moon. Now Saitama has to show him that you must follow the sun instead. And by doing that, he needs to beat some sense into him, quite literally. That reminds me, what was it, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when Murata was talking on his live streams when he used to stream, when he said that Saitama versus Garo will surpass Saitama versus Boros, right? Said something like that. So that could change, and there could be no fight, but I'm still thinking that has to be the case, because also there has to be some massive ending to season 5, 6, who knows? I have faith that they're going to land this to where it needs to be landed. This video is sponsored by Refantasia, Charm and Conquer. This chapter starts off with us seeing Garo surveying the battlefield, and he's like, all the S-class heroes that have been scattered on the ground. Even in this situation, they're not showing their faces. I guess that means they're all staying down. And he's only seeing a portion, of course, along with Saitama, Flashy Flash, and Minako, but what he's not taking into account are the heroes that we saw come back in the previous chapter. Amai Mask, Pig God, Fubuki, and Tank Top Master. Now, I don't know if they're necessarily going to come back and fight Garo, especially considering what we see happen later on in this chapter, but I do assume that they're going to come back into the fray at some point. Now, he also says, I will become absolute evil without fail. My fist is perfected as well. So this is in reference to his battle against Sage Centipede, where in that fight he had perfected his fist, which essentially means that like his proprietary martial arts style along with his fighting prowess and power level has peaked. And he feels that he's in a position to become the absolute evil. And that little moniker is in reference to chapter 136, when Garo's machinations finally came to the surface. Because after he neutered Darkshine and the rubble fell on him after Tatsumaki pulled the Monster Association out of the ground, he came to like this point of struggle and also enlightenment, where he revealed that he wanted to become the very despair that will forever knock humanity down into the depths of terror. And we see like this fantasy sequence of Garo becoming like this kaiju that eats other kaiju. And we see all of these people like running in fear from him. And this is essentially what he wants. And while he's not killing them, he wants them all to be united under equal terror. And with that, they'll just be grateful for being alive. Evil will fade away in a world where existence isn't taken for granted. So will bullying, discrimination, and even war. What the world needs is not biased justice, but absolute unbiased evil. And then after this grand monologue, we see him further struggling, where he remembers Terrio. When he was originally saving Terrio from the Monster Association, Terrio asked him, Uncle, how do you know about this place? You know, the Monster Association. And he says, because I'm a monster. And then him remembering him just saying that further triggered his transformation and sent him deeper on God's path of monsterization. And then we see him go into that full-blown like monster transformation that we currently still see him in, although at that point he kind of went to a feral state. And that brings us full circle here, because yes, despite how Garo has been acting in these last couple chapters, He still does in fact want to become this ultimate evil, although it's kind of a misnomer, and it's just like an edgy way that Garo wants to label his ultimate goal here, where he essentially wants to become like this ruthlessly pragmatic, benevolent figure that forces peace, but without being labeled that. But then Garo remembered that, oh wait, Evil Natural Ocean was out there. What happened to him? And then it brings us to the end of the previous chapter where Saitama drops in and comes face to face with Garo. Saitama, of course, was the one who took out Evil Natural Ocean a couple chapters back with a freaking serious punch. Although it was implied that he wasn't exactly killed because we saw that the eyeballs had survived. So he might come back, especially since he's being brought up again here. But anyway, like I said, we're coming back to the end of the previous chapter where Saitama asked Garo, like, what are you supposed to be? Garo thinks to himself, oh, Saitama must be some chump hero sent out for rescue operations. And then he hears Bang in his head saying, follow the voice of your heart, which of course is reference to when Bang and Garo fought a couple chapters back. Garo still in his monster-fied feral state, Bang trying to pull him away from God's influence and bring him back to the sun. But as Garo has established, he needs to throw away everything in order to achieve his ultimate goal here, where he's saying, sorry old man, I'm gonna have to do something only I can do. Because at this point, as we've established, Garo feels that he is the only one strong enough to bring this world forcefully to peace. And he elaborates this to Saitama by saying, I am the one who will strike down all of mankind equally. Into the depths of despair, I am the one who will become absolute evil. Going further, he says, and make this world where everybody will know the pain that these darn heroes turned a blind eye to. So the pain, of course, is just bullying, because we know in Garo's backstory he was bullied by some shadow people because he didn't want to conform to their hero worship. He was more a fan of like the villains, and not even necessarily because they were evil, but because he saw the heroes as being bullies and overpowered because of the plot essentially. But we also see Tario in this panel as well, and that's of course the reason why Garo cares for Tario the way that he does. When he first met Tario, he was being bullied the way that Garo was as a child, so naturally he relates to that, as well as it being his ultimate motive for becoming the absolute evil. And that's exactly what Saitama says in response to this. He's like, you're evil? Didn't you just save that helicopter being chased down by the centipede? You cut it in half with a karate chop. And then Garo goes into his classic deflecting and being delusional about what his actual objective goal is by saying, like, first I need witnesses to spread my influence. I wanted to show the passengers that I'm stronger than any hero or monster. If you understand that, then get out of here and think about a career change. I'm not stopping with the Monster Association. The Hero Association gets annihilated tonight too. And then we see this awesome panel of the Hero Association itself being split just like Stage Centipede. And I don't want to go too deep into this, but this could also be foreshadowing for what is to come with the Hero Association, not literally but figuratively. And then Saitama's just like, all right, well, if you're not a monster, then I'm out. I mean, you don't even look like a monster. So I guess I'm not needed here. Then out of nowhere, Saitama shows a little glimpse of his true self. And we're reminded of Saitama's inherent motivations for even coming into this arc in the first place. Because he says, I go to complain about the noise and somehow my house gets blown up. So now I'm stuck trying to find my stuff by fishing around at a tide pool. And this is coming full circle as well, just like with Garo. Because Garo was kind of the cause of the noise. Because when he went to go save Tario, he eventually ran into Overgrown Rover, and he started firing off those huge fire blasts underground, and it started causing like tremors and earthquakes in Z City, and Saitama was just like, all right, I've had enough of this, I'm going down. And then it got to the point of where like Tatsumaki and Psychos destroyed all of Z City, and Saitama just had enough of it, and he actually says, I kind of feel like I'd rather just obliterate the whole planet. And this dialogue is presented the same way that like God's dialogue is. So another interesting thing about this is that it's a callback to chapter 59 from the webcomic, because in that continuity, as Saitama was going to go down into the Monster Association after the Garo and Rover fight was causing noise, he said, first I lose my dinner, on top of that something interrupts my sleep, if this day gets any crappier I'll end up destroying the earth. And since he obviously didn't say this when he originally went down there, I thought maybe one of Murata just wanted to remove this to make Saitama more palatable to the casual, you know, but but no, the true Saitama is back again in the manga. And I really like that Garo can like feel the seriousness of that statement, because after this he's like, what was that pressure? Who is this guy? But Saitama essentially says that, you know, he was just looking to blow off some steam by taking out Evil Natural Ocean, and that he was hoping that Garo was going to be like the Monster King, and that he actually thought he looked pretty cool, but then he realized that it's not him. And Saitama's just about to peace out, but Garo comes up on him just like he has before. But of course, Saitama just effortlessly backhands him. And then Garo finally comes to the realization that, oh, this has happened to me 3 times already. And then we see the flashbacks of Saitama backhanding Garo after the dine and dash, after he foolishly attacked King, and when they originally first met. And he's like, I remember now, that mysterious overpowered bald guy I kept running into over and over again. And then in the final panel, we see the helicopter with the support team coming out. Now this is pretty interesting because remember, Tario was on board this helicopter. And a couple weeks back, we talked about Tario possibly being the catalyst that causes Garo to go like full-blown monster, and maybe that comes back now. But either way, I'm assuming in the next chapter Garo might have like another transformation or something, or just the backhand that Saitama gave him makes him evolve yet again, because that also takes us back to chapter 136 when Garo was talking to himself before the whole absolute evil monologue. He said, what's happening? The more I get overwhelmed, the more I increase in power. Like this, I can climb up and reach the realm of disaster level god. So this is obviously the most overwhelmed he'll ever be. So it's possible that this might cause him to reach the realm of disaster level god. I can't ever truly admit that someone is disaster level god unless the narration box explicitly says it, but I'm pretty sure if he does transform at this point, he's gonna get the closest that anyone has besides Saitama and God. Maybe even more so than Blast. But yeah, that's the end of the chapter, and just to finish this video off, I want to bring up a little note from Vibhav. On the raw cover page, he pointed out that the wording here means planet and not star, referencing back to the post that he made that we talked about in my Above Dragon Dead / Ryuijo video, which goes back to the age-old question of the collapsing star roaring cannon being able to destroy a planet or a star. So hopefully that clears it up, but if not, then I guess keep arguing about it. So the chapter opens up with us seeing Sekigahara talking to the support team and Moomin Rider, and he's pretty much saying that they need to get out of there by boat, and that things may have calmed down for now, but for all we know, monsters could pop out again at any moment. And I'm pretty sure this is being stated for a reason, because it's very likely that that's going to happen. I talked about this in the previous review, but it seems like evil natural water is still going to be a thing, so he's probably going to come back. And, you know, Psychos is still out there, and she kind of needs to come back into the picture. So we've got those 2 lingering variables at least. Then Lightning Max questions like who took out those 2 huge creatures previously. Sage Centipede and Evil Natural Ocean, and Tario, who is also there, says it's gotta be Uncle. Uncle is what he refers to as Garo. I think it's like a Japanese thing maybe. But Tario further pushing the agenda that Garo is a hero who protected him on multiple occasions. Then suddenly the sky starts sparking and the ground starts rumbling, and it appears that there's some kind of Dragon Ball Z-esque fight going on. And it turns out it is, because Garo is finally fighting Saitama, and it's pretty satisfying to finally see this. Maybe some of you aren't aware, but this fight has already transpired in the original continuity of the webcomic for many years now. I think for like over 6 years. So that's why you'll probably see a lot of people already talking about this, or you'll see a whole bunch of videos on YouTube talking about the result of this. But I can assure you that it is not playing out the same way that it did in the webcomic. But there's a missing element of this fight, because in the previous chapter we saw Saitama like backhand Garo into the sky, and I guess he chased Garo up there, or Garo somehow pulled him into the sky, because they're like having a sky fight. And Garo is showing here that he is ridiculously powerful, because he's evading a strike from Saitama and countering him with like an axe kick, sending him into the ground. Clearly this is a huge feat, since not anyone can just avoid a strike from Saitama. Then Garo comes down on him with like a chop to the head, and this is so powerful that it like breaks the ground and there's like lightning everywhere. But as we know, this is not really going to do anything, because it's Saitama. And his counter to this is just simply springing upwards, and he literally breaks Garo's hand. It like shatters like it's glass or something. But then surprisingly, it instantly comes back together. And it seems like a mixture of traditional monster regeneration, but also like the whirlwind iron cutting fists at the same time. This could also be us finally seeing what Murata was talking about 4 years ago on his stream when he was talking about the hole that Orochi made in Garo's stomach, saying that the puncture wound will absorb black matter from air, spiral inward, and close itself. Then Saitama says, you know, what's with you picking a fight out of nowhere? Oh well, I still had something to say to you, so no big deal. Then he just clocks Garo, and he sends him all the way to where the support team is, creating like this huge crater in the process. This is also a callback to the original continuity of the webcomic. This was like the end result of his initial strike on Garo at that time. And then Garo gets up, and Tario's like, Uncle, you know, letting everyone else know that, hey, this is the guy that I was talking about, by the way. And second Garo's like, I don't know anything about him, but he did help us fight that monster centipede earlier. Then we go into Garo's inner monologue, and he's like, I was right there, just when I was about to reach my ultimate goal. The biggest hurdle of them all had to get in my way. I've got to take him out. Then Garo transforms, and he becomes the most monster that he's ever been so far. And he says, what's this? In response to my rage, my body is mutating? And this, of course, goes back to the age-old crucial exposition that we got from Dr. Genos in chapter 86 regarding monsterification. Because as he said, when humans become monsters, there is an explosion of frustration resulting from unsatisfied desires and the urge to transform. Driven by destructive behaviors and psychological complexes, the individual's past circumstances and other factors may give rise to cellular abnormalities and spontaneous mutation. And Garo, of course, has been slowly undergoing this process for quite a while now. But this is the most critical his situation has ever been, so he is reaching the apex of his monsterization. Although he's not 100% there yet, but he's like, I don't know, 99% maybe. So after seeing this, Sekengar and the support team are like, all right, we got to get out of here. And they start putting everybody on the boats, but Tario gets off and goes back to Garo. Garo sees Tario and he's like, hey, you're alive. Because, you know, Tario has been a large part of Garo's character arc here. It's the whole reason why he came to the Monster Association in the first place, to save him. But this moment reminds Tario of one of the other moments that Garo had saved him back in season 2 when Death Gatling was like firing off on Garo, but there was also that shed behind him with Tario inside of it. Garo like barehanded stopped all the bullets and then, you know, took out Death Gatling, and then when Tario came out, he was like, oh, you're alive. But this time is a little different because Tario's like, this time I won't run away. You were a hero all along, weren't you? And Garo's like, how many times do I have to tell you? Just what part of me is a hero? Take a good look. Finally managed to change into a monster. And he's like, no, you're a hero. I know it for a fact. Whenever I'm in trouble, you always come running to save me. To me, you're the coolest and greatest hero of them all. You'll make everyone misunderstand you and hate you. I don't want that. And then Tario begins to cry, and Garo's like, don't make that face. Not when I finally can show you the moment where the monster wins. This is also a callback to that previous moment when Garo had saved Tario from Death Gatling, because that's what he says before he barehanded blocks those shots. Then Saitama starts walking up, and he's like, you're Garo, right? Man, you're gonna make the old man cry, referring to his master Silverfang, who Saitama is very close with and got information about Garo from him. And then going further, he says, you hunt down heroes, wreck a bunch of dojos, and now you're pretending to be a monster and making kids cry? Act like a grown-up, for crying out loud. No need for sudden hissy fits. Then Garo says, watch closely. I'm about to destroy your outlook on life. I'll show you just how powerless heroes are. There won't be anyone left alive to kill you or save you. So that's an interesting little line there, right? There will be no one left alive to kill you or save you. Because going further, he says, and put a permanent end to the unreasonable world that made both of us cry. This also goes back to Garo's inherent and flawed motivation, trying to rid the world of bullying. Because as I talked about in my previous chapter, because he met Tario when he was being bullied by other kids, the same way that Garo was bullied in his youth. And then Saitama gets in Garo's face and he's like, you want to hit me? Go ahead, you chicken. And this is also a callback to the original continuity of the webcomic. And Garo lets it rip on Saitama's face, but, you know, of course, this has no effect on him. And then he just smacks Garo away. And he says, let's take this over there. And then Saitama says to Tario, you want me to stop him, right? But not kill him? Tario like nods like, yeah. So then Saitama's like, gotcha, leave it to me. And that's where the chapter ends. So I'm assuming at this point we'll get the big extended fight that we've been waiting for, I guess. I don't think it's just going to end anticlimactically, because they need to have some kind of big moment for the season of the anime whenever this eventually gets adapted in 10 years to end off on. So we need to have some kind of like Boros versus Saitama second coming, you know, and I really do expect them to give that to us. Also, I'm pretty sure there's still one massive serious feat that Saitama has to pull off before this fight or just arc is over in general. Although it may be a little problematic for how it works within their world, but I guess that never really mattered anyway. So don't lose hope yet. Pretty sure it is still coming. All right, so we've got a strong chapter this week, and Garo has evolved yet again, and he seems to be pushing Saitama just a little more than he has before, and I think this is going to be a recurring theme going forward into this fight for sure. And that's where we come to Saitama asking Garo, like, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? I figured that you'd have like a grudge against heroes or something, but I saw you working together with them to take down that huge centipede monster, Sage Centipede, who he worked with Metal Bat a couple chapters back to take down. And Saitama's like, if you want to do that kind of stuff, you can just be a hero. Like, you don't have to pretend to be a monster, bro. And Garo, of course, further deflecting from this, going deeper into his delusion, saying that he was just using him and that he wasn't actually working with him, and it's all just a means to an end for his goal. Saitama's like, oh, your goal, the absolute evil thing, right? And world peace or something? And Garo didn't exactly say to Saitama that that was his goal, but Saitama is kind of like putting two and two together here and realizing that this whole absolute evil thing is Garo essentially trying to save the world via forced peace, for all of them to unite in the fear under him. This is Garo essentially pulling off his own Ozymandias gambit. Hey, also guys, real quick, a lot of you consistently watch my One Punch Man chapter reviews or just One Punch Man content in general, but you don't subscribe. And if it's because you don't like me or whatever, that's fine, I get it. But if you just never thought about subscribing and you needed to be reminded, well, here you go. Please subscribe. Thank you. So then Garo goes after Saitama again, and we're further seeing Garo's like insane martial arts skills at this point. He said a couple chapters back that he had perfected his fist and style. He now has the Godslayer fist style, which is a collection of all of the experiences and martial art techniques that he's combined into one perfect style. And he's so powerful and effective here that he's like actually overcoming Saitama and countering him. Granted, Saitama isn't really trying here. And I know that we're all aware of this, but some people are like kind of psychotic about this stuff, so I have to like say it, because if I don't, then, you know, they get all crazy. But it is showing how incredibly powerful Garo is right now. Like, imagine if this was anyone else besides Saitama, and I mean like anyone else. I'd really like to see how he would do against Blast at this point. Not saying he would win, I would just like to see it. But then Garo goes into his Godslayer instant attack, and I guess beforehand in the webcomics continuity, this maybe was the apex of Awakened Garo's power or his technique. But while this is happening, Saitama like tunnels underground and winds up on the side of Garo. And Saitama says, that weird way you're moving and making my punches miss, is that martial arts or something? Garo says it's the ultimate martial arts technique, and he continues to flurry Saitama, but we see Saitama like avoiding it all nonchalantly and kind of goofily. And Garo says he's outpacing my combo attacks with just miraculous reflexes and reaction speed, but his technique is still that of a complete amateur. He's got plenty of openings to take advantage of. Part of me thinks that this dialogue isn't kind of just exposition for the moment. I do think this is probably going to come back later. Like I said in the beginning, I think this is going to be a theme going forward into this fight, as where Garo is, I guess at some point, going to push Saitama or challenge him more so than anybody else has, even Boros. And I know ostensibly it doesn't seem that Garo has reached that peak Boros level yet, but I'm assuming that he will before this is over. And this could be hinting at that. Because remember, while Boros was an insane savage berserker powerhouse, he did not have the martial arts that Garo has. I mean, go back and reread or watch the fight between Boros and Saitama. Boros never blocks or evades or anything like that. Then Garo hits Saitama with the Godslayer ascending attack and like launches him into a building, and then that building kind of turns other buildings into like a layer cake of destruction. And then he immediately immediately follows up on Saitama and hits him with the great power attack and just completely destroys all of these buildings. This is one of the greatest feats in the series, easily. And Garo thinks that this big savage attack was able to take care of Saitama, but of course, like, it does nothing. There's not even like a scratch on him. Then we see that Garo blowing these buildings away was saving these staff members that were like trapped in the underground shelter. And they realize that Saitama's a hero and they start thanking him. And Saitama's like, no, don't thank me. Thank this guy. He's the one who did it. And Saitama says, man, absolute evil sure is good at saving people. You've got this down to a D. And this is going to be like a recurring theme in this chapter. And this feels more like classic one writing. And I'm really just enjoying this adaptation of the original story. I personally like the more poppy aspects that one tends to adapt as he goes further. But that's just me. Maybe you feel differently, and that's fine. But I know a majority of you are none the wiser of what the original story was anyway, so it doesn't even matter. But then we cut away from their fight for a little bit, and we see like this volcano erupting, and the lava's like spilling down, and it's about to like reach this portion of the city, and they're trying to like evacuate the area and everything. And then suddenly Garo and Saitama's fight switches to where the volcano is, and we see Garo further evolve yet again, and he becomes like this bat demon devil monster thing. And I think this might be a callback to chapter 48. Yes, many years ago, when Saitama is talking to Tank Top Master in the hospital after he was defeated by Garo, Tank Top Master explains to him like how Garo is different from the other monsters that he's faced, as to where he uses martial arts and technique to defeat his opponents. And when he's describing this to Saitama, the audience sees this monster and it looks like Garo does right now. There's actually even one hand that has like the index and middle finger kind of poking thing going on. And Tank Top Master describing this to Saitama intrigues him. And he's like, it won't be long before it comes for me. So is this all kind of coming full circle right here? I can't say for sure, but I have faith that One and Murata are probably doing it purposely. But Garo winds up knocking Saitama into the side of the volcano, and it blows off like a portion of it, and it causes the lava to start flowing down to the other side of the mountain, away from the city and the people. And they're all like cheering and everything. So yet again, Garo has inadvertently saved tons of people in his fight with Saitama. Then after getting knocked into the mountain, Saitama punches Garo right in the face, but this doesn't really seem to affect him as much as the other punches have, and this is just further showing that he's come so far. And then Saitama says, this whole shtick where you're not even trying and things turn out perfect, you kind of remind me of King in a way. You have great hero instincts, don't you? And that's perfect because it is like King, which goes back to this feeling more like classic one writing, and I'm just really a big fan of this. But that's where the chapter ends, and like I said, I don't think this is how this fight's going to end. Like, I don't think even this form that we see of Garo is his last form. I think that something is going to happen, and this whole big exterior is eventually going to break off of him, and I think we will see what the true awakened Garo is, like this slick, streamlined, more form-fitting transformation. Then we might see like a meteoric burst Boros-esque performance from Garo against Saitama, where Saitama might get like a rush from how powerful Garo is and how much he's able to push Saitama. And then we might see like the big grand fight that we've been waiting for, more so than kind of just this pseudo squash match that we're getting here. I have faith that One is really going to make this a satisfying ending to this arc, and the next couple chapters are probably going to be incredible. Okay, so I know most of you are super hyped about this chapter because it's amazing. There is so much to talk about with this one, so let's just get right into it. So in the beginning here, we're seeing that Pig God has survived. That's great. We kind of knew that was the case, but we're continuing the Saitama and Garo fight here, coming off of the previous chapter where he had transformed into like his big gargoyle demonic form. The closest he's been to a monster so far, maybe 99.9% there at this point, who really knows. But he's like lighting Saitama up with a barrage of fists, and he's thinking like, okay, technique, speed, power, that's not working, so I guess attacks. It's like, how do I take this guy down? And Saitama Saitama, of course, is like evading all of these strikes, and he's like, how many hands do you got? Then Garo evolves yet again and like produces 2 more arms. So now he has like 4 arms. And then he thinks, okay, let me get creative against Saitama, and he puts 2 hands on his chest, and then his other hands like spread out and start charging energy, and then like some kind of jet or something, he shoots like beams out of his hands and sends Saitama directly down into like this mountain. Pretty sure this is like the first time we're seeing energy projection from Garo. So he's like really at the top of like the monster scale at this point, despite not 100% being a monster. Also guys, if you like my One Punch Man reviews, please subscribe if you haven't already. So many of you consistently watch these videos, but you don't subscribe. So if you just needed to be reminded to do that, here you go. Thank you. And when I say that he's not like a complete monster yet, it's because I'm pretty sure he's eventually going to revert back to being a human again. It was teased back when we saw Bang and Bomb interacting with Super S's love slaves. They weren't like completely monsterfied yet, and through the power of their hearts, they were able to revert back to humans. And apparently that's like the thing there. Like if you're not completely a monster yet, you can still come back to a human. And Bang even himself was like thinking of Garo in that instance. So for sure, likely means Garo is going to revert back to a human after this is all over. But anyway, despite that, he's still at the highest level of monsterness that we've seen outside of like Orochi and Platinum S probably. His extreme power attack sends Saitama through an entire mountain. And then we see this incredible sequence of the earth like reverberating inside from this impact to where it goes all the way to the other side of the earth. And there we see this plane that had to like make an emergency landing in the ocean. And there's all these people that are trapped on it and whatnot, and they're like about to die because it's sinking. But because this massive attack that Garo did to Saitama is subducting the earth's crust, we see a portion of it rise up and save these people from drowning. Going back to what we saw in the previous chapter where Garo was like inadvertently saving these civilians with his attacks against Saitama, this is like the grandest feat of it yet. But something else incredible is happening in this sequence, because as this piece of crust starts to emerge from the water, we see like this ancient temple come out of it as well, where like the people are falling on. And this temple is the same temple from chapter 119 of the webcomic, because this is literally the cruel dragon. And I have been talking about this sequence for like the last couple weeks now. I've made like 2 or 3 videos on it. I think I even talked about it on Anime Balls Deep channel, how the cold open sequence from chapter 119 of the webcomic is basically telling us the truth about God's story along with like what Blast is doing. And considering that we literally see Blast and his boys in the next sequence, I don't think it's a coincidence. And it turns out that yes, that is pretty much the case of what's going on here. So let me just give you a quick rundown, and since it's coming from the webcomic in the future of the story, it's technically spoilery, but it's not ruining anything. But anyway, Saitama runs into like these knight looking guys. They start telling Saitama that according to legend, a colossal dragon descended upon Earth and became the embodiment of destruction. In just a few days, it took countless lives and scorched large swaths of land. As a result of its overwhelming cruelty, it became known as the Cruel Dragon. And like I said, right here, we see the Cruel Dragon. And in my opinion, this Cruel Dragon represents God. But now I'm thinking that maybe the Cruel Dragon was a form that God chose at one point, or maybe the Cruel Dragon was like one of God's prime disciples, like one of his strongest monsters. Really up in the air at this point. But going forward, he says ancient soldiers gathered together and with a great many sacrifices managed to weaken the Cruel Dragon. Seal masters separated the essence of the dragon using 9 seal stones and sealed them in 9 temples scattered across the land. So these seal stones, in my opinion, are pretty much the cubes that we see like Blast going after, the same cubes that Saitama, Flash, and Monako came across, and when they touched them, they were able to communicate with God. This is pretty much what happened to God. Back in the day, there were like these seal masters, and they sealed God somehow. That's why we see him in like that fetal position, because he's sealed in like some kind of hypercube or something. And as I've also been talking about in my Truth About One Punch Man videos, please check out the playlist if you haven't already. This entire story is based off of the Osiris myth, because God himself is based off of the Egyptian god of the moon, Osiris. And in that story, Osiris was tricked to get into a box, and that box was cut into pieces and thrown into the Nile. denial. And I'm pretty sure the same exact thing is going on here. Whatever seal that God was put into was split into those cubes, and that's why they were scattered all around and whatnot. But going further, he says the duty of watching over the cruel dragon seals was passed down to our branch known as the Saints. And I'm pretty sure the Saints are Blast and his boys here. It's their duty to watch over the cubes. That's why he's always going after them, and that's why he's currently doing what he's doing. And then on the other side of the coin, it says those who believe themselves to be dragonborn are plotting to resurrect the cruel dragon and belong to an organization known as Deathbone. So the others are obviously like the monsters in general, but also like Psychos, Orochi, the Monster Association, and this is probably going to upset you, but also Drive Knight. Now, as we saw, Psychos isn't exactly fully aware that she is serving God yet, and I'm pretty sure the same thing is going on with Drive Knight, but eventually they will come to know the truth when he eventually is resurrected, which I'm pretty sure he will be. But anyway, let's go into the Blast portion of this chapter. So we see Blast, and it finally tells us where he is, which is straight up confirming another dimension. And he says the space around Earth is starting to distort. Magnetic and gravitational fields are going crazy. And then we see one of his Saints members here explaining what's going on when she says it looks like some of the oceanic plates that have subducted into the Earth via crustal movement were pushed back out by some powerful force. And then we see Boros, and he's like, ooh, who could have done that? This is incredible. And I'm beyond hyped about this, and I'm sure so many of you are. But the real question here is like, is this Boros himself? And to be honest, I don't think it is. Now, don't get me wrong, it could be, and that would also be incredible if, I don't know, he somehow came back or Blast found him at the last second and resurrected him. I mean, if anybody could, it was Blast. I mean, he could just show up with a portal and then take him and then, I don't know, do some Blast magic to him and bring him back. But I don't think that's the case, because his hair looks different and the markings on his face are different from Boros as well. But what I'm thinking is more likely here is that this guy is one of Boros's race. And I think that's more likely because this also lines up with one of the theories I've had for years now, and that Boros is connected to God. Or should I say that Boros's planet was one of the planets that God was interested in? Because these seal masters that came together, I'm thinking weren't just domestic on Earth. I'm thinking that story more so represented like a universal type of thing. Like all of these individuals that we see with Blast are coming from different planets. I don't think they're coming from different dimensions, although they are literally in a different dimension right now. I think this different dimension is like where God is being sealed. So I don't think this is like a multiverse type of thing and this is like a different universe as Boros. I mean, it could be, but I just think it's more so just one universe type of thing going on here. And this guy is coming from Boros's planet, meaning that Boros was kind of a disciple of God, although I'm pretty sure he wasn't aware of it, just like how Psychos and Drive Knight aren't aware of it. And that's why in chapter 86, when Dr. Genos says the aliens who attacked a city were also monsters, I think that's specifically put there because monsters mean product of God. And that's also why Boros is able to transform. Now, I'm not saying that this guy can transform, but it's possible that when we saw Boros go into his released form and meteoric burst, that's like their equivalent of transforming into a monster. And it's also the reason why Boros went to Earth in the first place, because the alien seer, who I'm pretty sure may have straight up been God or like another disciple of his, purposely told Boros to go to Earth because that's where the altar is that resurrects him. It's possible that he wanted him to go there to interact with Orochi or straight up be the worthy sacrifice that was placed on the altar if Orochi didn't straight up like absorb him or use him or whatever his plans were. So the fact that we're seeing another Boros race member here, I don't think is a coincidence. And it's all tying together. Also, we're seeing like a lion type being here, which I'm sure it reminds a lot of people of Battle Beast from Invincible, but also the Beast King from earlier on in the series. I don't think this is him because he would know that, you know, Saitama is probably capable of doing this, but he seems oblivious to it since he's like, I can't imagine that any Earthlings could have managed such a thing. So I'm thinking this is just like another alien race like the others that we see. And his planet, of course, was targeted by God, and he comes from, one of the original Seal Masters with the Saints here. But coming to the end of the sequence, Blast is like, he's gonna break through the dimensional seal. We've got to hurry up and repair it. Goes back to what I was talking about with the exposition from webcomic chapter 119. Seal Master separated the essence of the dragon using 9 seal stones and sealed them in temples scattered across the land. But anyway, back to Garo versus Saitama. So as Garo is like plunging Saitama into the earth, Saitama's just like, okay, dude, you had enough fun. And then he hits him with consecutive normal punches. And then they wind up spiraling out of the hole. And I'm sure a lot of you are thinking like, oh wow, he's taking consecutive normal punches better than Boros did. That is true, but also this takes us back to the original argument that we always had for Boros versus Garo, and that's Saitama is holding back against Garo as to where he wasn't really holding back against Boros. Clearly, Saitama doesn't want to kill Garo here, and with Boros, I'm pretty sure he wasn't too concerned about that. I'm not saying one is definitively stronger than the other, because that incredible feat with the whole mountain and the earth stuff is certainly on par with what Meteoric Burst Boros could do. So it's possible they're like around the same level right now, or straight up on the same level, or maybe Garo's stronger. Who knows? But as Garo's getting hammered by these, he's thinking back to Sage Centipede saying to destroy the abominable fist that turned against God, and he says, I thought he was talking about me. And to be honest, I thought he was talking about Garo too, because God, along with most characters, seems to be oblivious of Saitama. And then Garo says, but it must have been about this guy. And to be honest, I'm not really sure, and I think one is purposely trying to confuse us with this. Now I'm sure some of you are like, well, I know what's going on here, and hey, if you do, more power to you, but I think this is left up for interpretation. It could be either or, but man, that would be pretty interesting if God is certainly aware of Saitama, because if he was, he would have acted differently up until this point, right? But anyway, Saitama winds up knocking Garo like miles away, and he pulls up in front of him and he's like, are you satisfied yet? And Garo gets up and he's like, this is it. If my dreams of absolute evil have fallen apart completely, then let it happen by this man's fist. I had a feeling somewhere deep inside that this wouldn't work out. And then we see him launch at Saitama in a similar fashion that Meteoric Burst Boros did, and Garo starts questioning like, is this how I wanted to die all along? And then Saitama catches his fist and he's like, there's no point in keeping this up. You already know that, don't you? Then Garo straight up asks Saitama to like kill him. He's like, you're a hero, aren't you? Then kill me. And then Saitama says, sounds like you have some hero issues after all. If there's something you want to talk about, I'm all ears. No need to stand here while we chat. And then they go over to like this wrecked building. And then we get this interesting ending where Saitama is sitting down with Garo in this room and they're about to talk, while God, representative of the moon, is in the background watching. So this ending is going to upset some people, of course, but there's probably way more people that are intrigued by it, which I'm one of them. I'm really looking forward to seeing where this goes. It's possible that the next chapter might be like full-blown talk no jutsu, and the conclusion of this fight isn't like a big crazy battle. It's just a conversation, and that's how Garo is ultimately defeated and maybe reverts back to being a human. And honestly, if it plays out right, which I think that it will, I would totally be on board with how this ultimately wraps up. I think that would be pretty interesting. And yeah, it's gonna anger some people because we're not getting a big Dragon Ball Z ultimate final fight, and yeah, cool feats of power and that, but it doesn't always have to be that way. I mean, clearly we got some awesome moments already, but I'm welcomed to something different like this.
And I talked a little bit about this on Twitter, which saw everybody disagreeing with me, which is fine, nothing new. But I said that I'm pretty sure that Garo is going to accept God's influence, and that led to everybody like, no, you're wrong. You don't understand the character like we do. Not saying that he's going to be like, yes, God, please give me the evil power. I accept you and I want to be your underling. No, it's obviously not going to happen that way. We saw that God is very deceptive. Garo could be tricked into receiving God's influence. And while it may not literally be like God, like impersonating Bang or whoever, or maybe even Tario, and convincing Garo to accept his influence that way, but I assure you that there is going to be a paradigm shift with Garo where he finally gives over to the monster side and his shell breaks and we see like this super aesthetic, awesome, perfect monster form. It's coming.
LOL bearded worker in the comments, boys. But holy crap, what an unexpected twist. So yeah, this is chapter 164, but about 3/5 of it has been redrawn. And in a way that completely changes everything that we were just coming off of with all of that Boros Genos stuff, which we'll get into, but it also changes so much more, and in such a better and more significant way. So at the end of the previous chapter, we saw that Garo had essentially accepted that he just couldn't defeat Saitama, and it eventually led them to going to this random house where they sat down and were gonna have like a little talk no jutsu session. And like I said in my previous review, I was totally on board with that. I thought it was interesting and it was very different if it was ultimately gonna go in that direction. It's possible that maybe this is what one always wanted, and that conversation was going to lead to all of the craziness that was going to happen in this chapter. Obviously, I don't know. One never returns my texts, so I don't know what caused this big 180 in the narrative here. It's hard to believe that he kind of just sprung this on the fly. So either he always intended for this to happen, but he kind of just wanted to remove the connective tissue that was happening in the previous iteration and just decided it was better to get to this point now, or he had two paths that he wanted to take, and maybe he decided that the original one that he decided to go with wasn't necessarily the right one. Anyway, this chapter starts off pretty much the same way that the original one did, and Garo springs another set of arms, but it actually happens earlier in this chapter. He starts rapid firing at Saitama, who evades it of course, but in this iteration, Saitama is also blocking them with one arm. But this leads to Garo becoming more angry than he was originally, because this time around he remembers those office workers in the previous chapter like bowing to him, thanking him for inadvertently saving them. And he says it was that simple to make all my preparation and resolve waver. That's how pathetic I was. And then talking about Saitama, he says he mocks me for it. And this leads him to plunging Saitama into that mountain. And this sequence pretty much plays out the same way, sending a shockwave through Earth that reverberates to the other side. And he still winds up inadvertently saving these people who were stranded in this plane in the ocean on the other side of the world, which also causes the oceanic plates to subduct into the Earth via crustal movement. Also guys, if you like my One Punch Man content, please subscribe to this channel. A lot of you consistently watch it, but you don't subscribe. So if you just needed a reminder, here you go. And it still unearths that dragon temple place that we saw. And it makes sense that one isn't removing this from the chapter because it's like pretty important. Because in the next page we see Blast here, but only a silhouette in another dimension still. And this is a huge change from the previous version of course, because not only did we fully see Blast, but we saw a few members of his team. The elfish lady, the lion dude, and one of freaking Boros's race members. And it's fine with me. I'm just glad that we at least got to see it, because we know for sure that it's going to be that way. I don't think it's being like retconned here. They are for sure going to come back, but I guess one just felt it was too soon for that stuff. But anyway, Blast is saying the Earth's magnetic and gravitational fields are going crazy. A spatial distortion is creating a hole in the dimensional seal. He's gonna break through. We gotta hurry up and repair it. So I've talked about and explained what I think this seal is and why it ties into the Dragon Temple coming out of the ocean. I go over all of it in detail in my previous 164 breakdown, which I'll have linked right here. Please check that video out in case you're interested in all of that stuff, because I don't feel like talking about it all over again. But anyway, Saitama winds up hitting Garo with the consecutive normal punches again, and while he's getting pummeled here, Garo is remembering Sage Centipede saying to destroy the abominable fist that turned against God. I thought he was talking about me. And in the previous chapter I said that this was like an ambiguous statement because we didn't really get a concrete answer as to what was going on with that. And I assumed that maybe it wasn't Saitama at first, but then after we heard this, I was like, okay, maybe it was Saitama. Maybe I was wrong and God was aware of him. And it turns out that, yeah, I was wrong. God was actually talking about Saitama, considering what he says later on in this chapter, which makes sense because, you know, Saitama removed his limiter, something that God intentionally placed on humanity or just anyone who is part of his monster system. So just like before, Saitama winds up knocking Garo like a mile away or whatever, except this time when Saitama is walking him down, now he reminds Garo of Tatsu, who we see in Garo's flashback in chapter 82, who is essentially the Cadres catalyst for Garo becoming this absolute evil, like his original bully, I guess. So that's like coming full circle with Garo feeling this indignation and this unfairness. We come to the moment of where he's about to punch Saitama for the last time, and originally he said, "Is this how I wanted to die all along?" But now in the new version he says, "There's no way I'll let myself lose to him," which I think is an improvement for sure. And in the original version, Saitama catches his fist, but this time around he just clocks him and finally knocks him out of that monster shell that he was in. And at this point it seems like Garo has straight up been defeated, until God himself starts talking to Garo and he says, "I can hear you." And then this crazy cloud formation starts to form over the sea in front of everyone, and God's feet start coming through it, and he's like walking on water. An analogy to Jesus, of course, just, you know, the whole deity contrast thing here. This is truly an incredible sequence. Like, I can't get over how freaking cool this is. And of course this goes back to what Blast was saying earlier in the chapter. The spatial distortion is creating a hole in the dimensional seal. He's gonna break through. So this isn't like him literally breaking through, but this is kind of just like a taste of it, because as we could see, everyone else watching this can't see God's feet, but they can see the big cloud spatial distortion lightning storm thing that he can create. But he's further speaking to Garo here, and he says, "Your deepest wish is now on the verge of falling apart into futility at the hands of a single hero." And then Garo, being Garo, is like, "Huh? Shut your mouth. You want to get killed?" And God's like, "There is only one fist that can counter the fist that is turned against God. What do you think that is?" And then Garo's like, "What are you trying to say? Show your face." And then it's none other than Bang. But of course it's not actually Bang, it's God impersonating Bang. We've seen that this is one of God's methods of tricking people into accepting his influence. We saw when he originally appeared before Homeless Emperor, he was like an ethereal windy form. And most recently when he tried to trick Tatsumaki into accepting his influence, he appeared before her as Blast. So naturally he would choose who Garo trusts the most in Bang. But going further, he's like, there is no master who would just sit back and watch as their student gets beaten. And then he reaches his hand out and Garo accepts it, and this is like the deal being made here. Then Garo comes back down in front of Saitama, and then Saitama's like, "Garo, what's with the quick costume change again?" And then we see what is quite literally Awaken Garo, because it says Awaken Garo, Cosmic Fear mode. And yeah, I'm liking this design for sure. It's very similar to what we saw of Garo's first pre-awakened stages, but now he's kind of covered in this spatial form that is showing the galaxy or something. It's possible that these could be all of the locations that God has influence over. Like, these could be some of the galaxies where we see Blast's team coming from, possibly. Or maybe I'm just reading too deep into it and this is just a cool galactic aesthetic. Also Left Eye. But then Garo says something that can counter the fist that is turned against God. I guess that'd be the fist of God. Then he does like the perfect water stream stance, and that's the end of the chapter. So yeah, I guess this is it. Everyone who's been complaining about not getting a big epic Boros-esque fight at the end here, I guess we're gonna get it here. But this is super exciting, and I'm thinking that we are gonna get some of the big crazy feats as well, like the serious feats that we haven't seen yet. Won't go into that stuff, of course, but if you know, you know. So guys, this is it. This is a 10 out of 10 chapter. This is actually the 4th manga chapter that I've given a 10 out of 10 as long as I've been reviewing manga on this channel. This is pretty much as good as it gets right now in the current landscape of battle manga. Like, truly cutting edge, no holding back, just pure cinema, but illustrated. But let's address the elephant in the room, the title of this video, which I'm sure has some of you like this.
No! This is not how this was supposed to go.
And hey, that's understandable because, like, you know, Saitama being defeated, that's nonsense. And yeah, I know, guys, it's me. But we can at least ask that question, and to make a video title that evokes enough emotion in you to want to click on it so you can come here and tell me how angry you are with me. Now, obviously, Saitama hasn't been defeated, well, at least in my opinion, but One and Murata kind of want you to think about it because this chapter kind of leaves it up in the air, right? So it opens up with a little exposition about the water stream stream, telling us that it takes the knowledge of the flow of energy behind raging currents and tidal surges and creates these within one's body. Putting this into your fists is the secret. Now that in combination with Garou's ability, which is to instantly absorb and copy any techniques, is also an extension of that flow. This is also another reason why Garou is so incredibly OP. Bang, lucky enough, came across this genetic anomaly in Garou, who also had the unfortunate motivation of being bullied to want to grow on top of his extraordinarily inherent gifts, and gave him this broken methodology to synergize with his gifts. And it makes, you know, this savage beast that we've come to love. But what if you took that specimen, the genetic anomaly that Garou is, and took it to the highest level of existence? Forget about raging currents and surging titles, that's child's play, because the power that he received from God in the previous chapter has allowed him to gain the knowledge of the flow of all energy and the behavior of all the forces in the universe. And if this were to be said in like any other battle manga, one that isn't like too extrapolated on its power scale, it would be more so metaphorical, right? But in this sense, and in this chapter's context, it's quite literal. So now with this, Garo has the all life eradication fist. Forget about the Godslayer fist, that was nothing. This is where it's at now. Hey, also guys, real quick, if you like my One Punch Man content, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you're not interested, that's totally fine. But if you needed a reminder because like you didn't think about it, here you go. Thank you. Because after discovering this, Garo just straight up does nuclear fission via a strike to Saitama. And I'm sure you've heard the term nuclear fission before. And if you haven't, let me just tell you that nuclear fission is the method used to develop nuclear bombs, because that's quite literally what is happening here. Garo has become so powerful, and with the knowledge of the flow of all energy and the behavior of all forces in the universe, he can now manipulate it at will and create nuclear bombs with his strike. So all of these strikes that Garo has been delivering to Saitama is the equivalent of a freaking nuke. This is just excellence. This is what it's all about with battle manga. And this is just what I've always wanted. Like, no holding back, but at the same time, it remaining cogent, which most battle mangas can't achieve. But this is it. This is what it's all about. I just can't get over how incredible this sequence is. It's just how things should be at the apex of the series, the culmination of a very long arc that has spanned years, and two of the best in the game, One and Murata, at the peak of their game, just executing peak excellence. But anyway, Psychos is back. We knew that she was gonna come back eventually because she didn't die. We saw that before Tatsumaki hit Orochi with the coup de grace. She separated from him, and that, you know, heavily implied that she was gonna come back sooner or later, especially because I'm pretty sure that she has one last fight left, and it's probably gonna happen soon. Pretty sure you can kind of figure out who her opponent is gonna be. But she says, are they the same as Homeless Emperor's energy spheres? Divine power. They're so massive. So this is of course in reference to God. We know that what Garo is doing now is because of God. We saw in the previous chapter he allegedly accepted his influence, and we'll get into that because it's explained later on. But yes, this power is the same as Homeless Emperors because they're both coming from the same source. But I guess this also means that God is just giving people the ability to split atoms and create nuclear fission and stuff. I mean, Homeless Emperor obviously wasn't on the same level as Garo, not even close. So I guess it was like the equivalent of God giving Homeless Emperor like a new school automatic, and he gave Garo like a super fast manual muscle car. But Saitama and Garo have like a small verbal exchange afterwards, and it leads to Garo saying that in martial arts there are secret techniques called shake that borrow the power of nature by imitating the movements of living things. I call them modes, which sounds cooler. For example, how's this one? Mode Saitama. This is signifying that he has now adapted Saitama's own moveset into his own, because he straight up does the consecutive normal punches in another spectacular double spread here. Like, oh my god, this is just Beautiful. And then Saitama answers it with his own consecutive normal punches, and we see the fists coming together, but one doesn't seem to overpower the other, and of course they're creating like this massive wake of explosions because of it. And it ends with them both hitting each other in the face, but this is the biggest reaction from a strike that we've seen Saitama take since like Meteoric Burst Boros, I think. And by the way, let's just end that right now. I know we've been talking about it for a while, you know, is Garo going to become stronger than Meteoric Burst Boros or whatever? It's happened. Cosmic Fear Garo is stronger than Meteoric Burst Boros, easily. He's the strongest antagonist that we've seen in the series by far. Like, this is it. He is, in my opinion, the undisputed disaster level god of the series, if there ever was one. I mean, we're not getting a disaster level box on him, and we probably won't, but you're getting my seal of approval here. Cosmic Fear Garo is disaster level god. Maybe the first legitimate one in the series so far. But after this exchange, Garo says, "Is this the first time someone has matched you in an exchange of blows? You seem to be at a loss for words." And then Saitama says, "Oh man, and I went and made a big deal about telling that kid I wouldn't hurt you." I love this because, of course, Saitama's not really too fazed by this. Still more so concerned with his messed up outfit here, which seems to be made of a similar material to Goku's clothes because, you know, taking multiple nuclear explosions to the face hasn't completely vaporized them. But Garo's like, you're still concerned about that brat? Referring to Tario, of course. Then he starts charging up in a similar fashion to like blast. And then he says, "That reminds me, I said I would show that brat how powerless heroes are, didn't I?" Then he does a gamma ray burst, firing these two massive beams out of him. Then Saitama jumps up and he says, "I don't know what that is, but it looks like it'd be bad news if it even grazes the ground." And Garo's like, "Fool, you can't dodge this by jumping." And the gamma ray burst hits Saitama. And it looks like he's being hit like by some DBZ blast. And then it gives us a little explanation on what a gamma ray burst is, which is an explosion that occurs at the end of the life of a massive star and is the largest and most powerful explosive phenomenon that has ever been confirmed in the universe. This isn't like some One Punch Man lore or anything. This is like real life stuff. Like, this is happening in existence as we speak. But Garo has become so powerful with the abilities given to him by God that he can just do this. Like, I was already gushing over the nuclear fission fists, but this is like the next level. Actually, the highest level. But anyway, Garo comes down and confronts everyone on the ground there. This is after hitting Saitama with that gamma ray burst. And let me also mention, that's the last time we see Saitama in this chapter. Which brings me back to the title, was Saitama defeated by this? And in my opinion, of course, no. I don't think it's even going to hurt Saitama, really. Even if it's implied to be like the apex of power in the universe, Saitama is still above that. Now, whether he comes back naked or not remains to be seen, but I think when Saitama does return, he's going to be like, all right, you want to get serious? Let's get serious. And maybe he does the serious table flip and throws the ground into the sky and then fights Garo up there, you know, to avoid the earth getting damaged anymore. But regardless of what happens, when Saitama comes back, it's game time. We are going to see him give the most earnest performance that he has ever given in the series. Like, even more so than what he did against Boros for sure. Like, much more than that. But everyone kind of realizes that Garo is like disaster level god at this point. I mean, they don't say it, but even Flashy Flash is like, running away would be useless. They know that nothing and no one can stop him at this point. Like, it's just simply his pressure on them that is making them feel this way. I mean, you know, they did just witness him create multiple nuclear bombs and a friggin' gamma ray burst, but him just standing in front of them, like, sealed the deal. Like, yeah, this is pretty much God and there's nothing we can do. And then this makes Garo realize, finally, I've achieved my goal. I have become the absolute evil, the symbol of fear. And he looks up saying thank you, assuming he's talking to God here. And then we see Bang come up and he starts talking to Garo and he's like, "That form, what happened to you? Even though I felt a response that you had come back to your senses back then." This is a reference to when he initially fought Garo, like when he was still in his feral state. And it did seem like he was kind of bringing him around at that point, but obviously a lot has changed since then. But going further, Bang's like, "I heard you say thank you. Did a monster do something to you?" And then Garo's like, "Not really. I always had my senses." And then we go back to the previous chapter and we're seeing what really happened when God impersonating Bang tried to manipulate Garo. Instead of actually taking his hand, Garo slapped it away. And he said, as if the old man would act like such a softie. But apparently slapping his hand was enough, because God then says, "Even if you didn't fully take my hand, you did just barely touch it." And then Garo realizes what's going on and he's like, oh, I knew it, you're a monster. You thought if you turned into the old man, you could play me like a fiddle? What did you do to me? And God, in his like full Gotti mode, says, I shall make you my avatar. As for what you do with that power, you already know that fully well. And then Garo says, as he said that, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, and I nearly lost consciousness from the intense flow of power throughout my entire body. So that's super interesting, right? We saw that God kind of made Psychos and Homeless Emperor his avatars in a way, but this is the most it's ever been fully apparent. And if you've watched the MCU Moon Knight series, this will probably remind you of the whole relationship between Mark and Khonshu. And I don't think it's a coincidence, because that series dives into Egyptian mythology, and you might have heard me talk about this before on the channel, but One Punch Man and core aspects of it and many characters are based off of Egyptian mythology as well. And I'm pretty sure that One very likely saw the Moon Knight series because, you know, he's interested in that stuff, and maybe this inspired him to take this little leap here. I'm not saying that this wasn't always the plan, because it probably was, but the whole avatar wording here, I think maybe might come from that possibly. But I will say for sure that One always had the Egyptian mythology stuff for years and years and years, like way before the Moon Knight series came around. But Garo says, old man, you once taught me something, to feel the flow of energy and become one with that flow. That is the power of the water stream. And I had become one with the flow and succeeded in controlling it. I managed to not turn into that weird thing's puppet. And that's why from here on out, what I do is of my own free will. Is that true? Now, in this moment, I do think it is Garo speaking here. Like, God hasn't possessed his body. But I don't think it's as simple as Garo saying that he's successfully taken God's power and that's it. He's cut off the connection and there's nothing God could do anymore. I don't think it's like that. I think God more or less kind of just gave him the keys to that, you know, old school muscle car and was like, you know, do whatever you want with it, because it's ultimately going to benefit me in the end. God will for sure come back at some point and prove that he still does have control over Garo, but for now, he's kind of just letting him do whatever he wants. But that brings us to the end of the chapter where Garo's like, sorry, Terrio, this is goodbye. Time to conduct evil. And we see him walking towards the crowd of people, and I'm assuming that he's going to just destroy everyone. Is he going to kill some people? Probably not, because like I said, Garo is still cognizant here, and regardless of how far Garo goes with this stuff, I still don't think he's going to kill. If there is a death here, it's going to be because God does it himself or causes it for some reason. But I think we're going to get the big moment where Garo just annihilates everyone. And this is where Psychos is going to come into play, either assisting Garo or having like her own fight with somebody. And also, you know, Saitama is going to be away for a little bit here. I'm not really sure how long. I'm not even sure if he'll be gone for an entire chapter, but like I said, when he comes back, wow, we probably have another 10 out of 10 chapter on our hands, because we're going to get the big serious fight that we've been looking forward to. Not Saitama using all of his power. That's like end of series stuff, but more than Meteoric Burst Boros for sure. So this is one of the best chapters in the series, and that's pretty incredible because we're coming off of the previous chapter, which was also one of the best in the series, and a chapter that I personally considered a 10 out of 10, which means that this chapter is pretty much a 10 out of 10 as well, meaning that we have consecutive 10 out of 10 chapters here. What a time to be alive. This chapter has everything I've ever wanted from One Punch Man. To go back to the origin of my channel, you'll see that I've always talked about, you know, what's going on with Blast, how strong is he, what's he going to be like in a fight, what does Disaster Level God look like, how strong is that going to be, what is Awakened Garo going to be like in the manga, and what's it going to be like when Saitama finally gets serious. Well, this chapter has it all. I almost feel, at least as an individual, not worthy of this. I feel like Poof and Yuppie from Hunter x Hunter. Yes, I finally read Hunter x Hunter, by the way, and I'll be making a video on my thoughts on the series soon, and I'll also be covering its return on the channel. Coming off of the previous chapter, we saw Garo hit Saitama with the gamma ray burst, and that kind of took him out of the picture for a little bit. So he was able to come back down to the surface and approach everyone that was left there. And we're seeing the result of that, which is like people nearly dying, especially the weaker ones. And this is because Garo has become so powerful. from the abilities that God has given him, which is the knowledge of the flow of all energy and behavior of all forces in the universe. Garo now perpetually emits cosmic radiation, and as he approaches, Bang says, "Inside of Garo, I can sense something evil that is not Garo. As I thought, you're being controlled after all." Garo says, "I told you, this is of my own free will." So this goes back to the previous chapter of Garo inadvertently accepting God's influence, where God said that Garo is essentially going to become his avatar. But Garo also said that, I'm doing this of my own free will. Yes, he is accepting his power, but it's not like he's being possessed by God, which is true, but nonetheless, he is still being controlled by him in a way. It's not like there's no strings attached here, pun intended, with the puppet stuff. Hey guys, also, if you like my One Punch Man content, please subscribe if you haven't already. It's fine if you don't want to, but if you just needed a reminder, here you go. But then Blast shows up, and once again, the thing that we have discussed in my Patreon Q&A video last week has happened in this chapter, and in that video, I pretty much say the same thing I always have. I don't think it's likely, but it's very possible considering how crazy the manga's continuity has become. And, what do you know? Blast is here, and he says it's just as Silverfang says, you're being controlled by God. And I think this is the first time that Blast has ever said, like, God. Before this, he's only really referred to God as like him or it. He's never like outright said God. And going further, he says you couldn't tell by the nature of the divine power you were given. Any attack you unleash while on this planet could endanger the very existence of all things. Does that line up with what your actual goals are? So I guess this confirms that Blast is very much aware of what's been going on with Garo. I mean, we barely get any insight into what he's really thinking or what he's actually paying attention to outside of like God. And that's another reason why I didn't fully expect him to show up here, because previously he was like concerned with closing the dimensional seal that was like ruptured, that's implied to be holding back God. So either that means that he's fixed it and now he has some spare time to come and deal with Garo, or he kind of just put the burden on his crew. His crew that is kind of like in this weird retcon-y purgatory right now. It was like initially revealed that it was like one of Boros's race members, this lion dude and this elf girl, but then that got retconned and they're kind of just silhouettes now. So it's like, we're not supposed to know they exist, but we kind of do know. Then Garo says, if that's true, what are you saying I should do about it? And Blast says, if you've accepted the reality of the situation for the time being, let me lead you to another dimension. So this other dimension, I'm assuming, is that place that he was at with his team. This is where like the dimensional seal was that's implied to be holding God back from entering our reality, I guess. Now when Blast says this, who knows what he actually means? Part of you kind of wants to think like, oh, Blast is going to take him there and then heal him or fix him, right? But another part of you thinks, oh, he's going to take him there and just straight up kill him. But at this point, Blast reveals the whole thing about how he's like emitting cosmic radiation and that humans cannot tolerate it. They have no resistance to it like I do. They will all just die from you being here. But yeah, Blast is resistant to this cosmic radiation, no surprise there. But then Blast says, I hope he'll listen to reason and come along with me, but if not, it'll be a battle for supremacy between two beings who manipulate the reality of the cosmos to decide who is right and who is wrong. So I love this statement for many reasons. First of all, it's giving us insight into what Blast's abilities are, and it also gives us insight into like Blast's moral compass. This could mean that Blast is fully aware that only the strongest get to decide what is right and what is wrong, which is like one of the lingering themes of One Punch Man for sure. But him saying two beings who manipulate the reality of the cosmos goes back to what I've been speculating about Blast for the longest time now, and it's that his power is related to God in some way. So I guess this means that Blast also has gained knowledge of the flow of all energy and the behavior of all forces in the universe. Now, I doubt he has it on the level of Garo here, but I also highly doubt that he has Garo's genius skill adaptation ability. But how does Blast have this ability? Well, we don't know, of course. We literally just found this out. But it goes back to me thinking that Blast might have made a deal with God at first, or had some kind of interaction with the cube and was able to break away from God's control but retain the abilities that he gained from him. And I also think that Blast is like an Esper somewhat, and that's how he's even able to do this stuff in the first place. And that goes all the way back to Fubuki saying that Blast is an Esper in the data book, aka the One Punch Man Encyclopedia. But anyway, I digress. So Garo is kind of like cool with this. He's fine with emitting this cosmic radiation and everyone dying as a result of it. And he says, I am that that miserable future. Disaster level God. I talked about this in the video I made last week that we were probably going to get this moment. And no, this isn't like the official narration box designating Garo as disaster level God. Now, I personally don't need it. I mean, it would be really cool. But I just think at this point, Garo is objectively disaster level God regardless. But then we get an inner monologue from Garo and he's like, others will be miserable just by being around it. Finish the old man off right here. I'll never see Tario again either. That's how it needs to be, for his sake as well. So yeah, Garo is still there. I mean, his mind is certainly not in the same place that it was a few chapters ago. He's definitely the most unhinged and towards the left-hand path that he's ever been. The core of him is still very much conscious. And speaking of Tario, we see him and he's still there in the vicinity and he's like face down, you know, nose bleeding from getting affected by the cosmic radiation. Also, Monaco's here, who's also being affected by the radiation, but she's the one who witnesses Tario. And I guess Monaco's going to save Tario here. I mean, that seems like the most likely thing, but I'm still very suspicious of Monaco. She bears the eye of Horus. But anyway, Genos, who's been like a torso for the last 15 chapters, like burst in there trying to stop Garo still. But of course, this has no effect on him, and Garo's like, demon cyborg, huh? How heroic. So that Baldy was at a high enough level to have an S-class hero like you as an apprentice. And I'm glad that this is brought up here because this is actually, or at least I think this is how Garo knew Saitama's name in the previous chapter. Because I don't think Saitama ever like revealed his name to Garo before that, right? And the only other time that Garo had heard Saitama's name was when he was originally fighting against Genos, like way back in, I think, chapter 83, where he says, like, yeah, my master Saitama, he's like, you know, beyond S-class. And that like planted the seed in Garo's mind, like, oh, there's like a guy out there who's beyond S-class. And once he finally saw a guy that was like beyond anything else he had encountered before, he kind of put two and two together and was like, oh, this is Saitama for sure. Now we're getting into the real craziness of this chapter because Blast finally just decides to attack Garo and fires off a dimension cannon at him. But as Garo's dodging this, Blast opens up a portal and winds up behind Garo and hits him with a gravity knuckle. Then he sends Garo into another portal, and that portal sends him to another portal that sends him into Blast's fist. And Blast is just lighting Garo up with gravity knuckles, sending him in and out of portals. This is just an incredible sequence. It's like battle manga Doctor Strange. But Blast tries to like fully close this portal, I'm assuming putting Garo in the other dimension possibly. But Garo breaks out of it and he's like, I see how it is. And in his left fist, he has the nuclear fission, but in his right fist, he has the gravity knuckle. Going back to Garo's insane genius skill adaptation ability, he's already figured out how to do the gravity knuckle. Now, if this was like pre-Cosmic Fear Garo, of course he wouldn't have been able to do this. Now that he has the knowledge of the flow of all energy, he can do this. And at the end of this chapter, Viv showed Blackbeard with the Garo no Mi and the Yami Yami no Mi. And it's a very fitting analogy. Because aside from like Saitama, these are essentially like the two greatest powers in One Punch Man at this moment. But he winds up throwing a barrage of nuclear fission and gravity knuckle at Blast. But Blast is also able to counter against it and creates his own little individual portals, sending them in there. And those portals redirect to the sky where we see all those massive explosions happening. And then another portal opens up and they all get sucked into there. This is just... It totally makes sense that Blast is capable of doing this because we saw what happened when Flashy Flash went like full power, full speed against Blast. It was nothing. Like he wound up defeating Flashy Flash via fear. So now we're seeing that somebody at that level is capable of doing this. This winds up breaking them apart and Blast says the gates are bursting from the overload of energy. If this goes on much longer, this will become a dead planet. To be honest, I'm surprised the planet is not dead yet. And Garo says, I see now, you're not S-class rank 1 for nothing it seems, but for me, now you're not even worth my attention. Then he grabs Genos and he says that Baldy still wasn't giving it his all. Right now, if I copy and refine his full power, I can win, and I can make him bring out his full strength. So I don't think this necessarily means that he's saying that like Blast is a weakling or anything, which it's quite the opposite here. He's giving Blast some serious props. But he does realize that Blast is not as strong as Saitama, which we pretty much knew at this point. And he's already tasted Blast's power and he's obtained his gravity knuckle, but he's like, I need to go higher higher than that, which is Saitama at his full power, which he's acknowledging here he still hasn't shown yet. And how's he going to do that? Well, kill his disciple, of course. And he like stabs Genos through his chest and pulls out his core. Then Saitama shows up. Like I said in the beginning, last time we saw him was getting blown away by the gamma ray burst. And who knows where he's been since then, but he's back now. And he's not happy. And Blast is like, you're the guy from before? Don't come close. So he's talking about obviously the moment when Blast, was initially revealed fully in the series. And Saitama Flash Monako found that cube under the Monster Association. And he's still somehow not aware that Saitama is the one above all. Like, if he was aware enough of what's going on with Garo, how is he not aware of who Garo is fighting? But Garo throws Genos' core at Saitama and he catches it. And then he has this flashback of him and Genos. And Genos says, it's amazing how you always manage to be there on time. I guess that's a hero for you. And Saitama says, nah, I usually arrive too late. And yeah, it turns out that is the case. And Saitama starts to question himself and he says, do I really have a hero's intuition? Sure doesn't seem like it. Then we see the true Saitama here. And he throws a serious punch at Garo. But this isn't like a normal serious punch. This is like the death punch. This is like the same serious demon Saitama that we saw against Genos in their training match. But this is exactly what Garo wanted, and he goes back into his mode Saitama and matches the serious punch. And then Blast is like, this energy, this is bad, the earth will be shattered. And that's where the chapter ends. So yeah, Blast is absolutely correct here. If two serious punches collide, in theory the earth would be destroyed by this. Or at least it would cause an extinction level event. So it's possible that Blast might send both of them to the other dimension, like where his team is. And if they go there, then they can fight all out and there would seemingly be no repercussions, at least to the Earth. I mean, who knows how the rules work in the other dimension? But at least, Earth won't be destroyed as a result. And I speculated that this would kind of be like the final battle of One Punch Man, to be honest, like Saitama and God fighting in some other dimension or something, but man, I was thinking too low. And I guess by the time we get to that point, the bar will be raised so much that it'll be something that we haven't even thought of at this point. But yeah, this chapter is pretty much as good as it gets in battle manga, in my opinion. And I just feel so lucky to be able to experience this at this point in time. But let me know what you guys think about this chapter in the comments. Who do you think is going to come out on top? I mean, obviously Saitama, but how many serious punches do you think Garo is going to be able to take or compete with? So another incredible chapter here. This is, I guess, like one of the best fights in battle manga ever, right? Also, shout out to the team that gets these translations out. It's pretty much a thankless job at this point, but these guys really do put in some serious work, and we're completely spoiled at this point. So thank you to the team that makes this possible. Coming into this one, as we expected, Blast opens up one of his portals, which is actually now known as a hyperspace gate, and I think that's pretty cool, so I'm just gonna call them that. And he's trying to divert them somewhere else so that, Earth doesn't explode. And he winds up getting them just above Earth, and he says the gate can't handle this much energy. I can't give it enough distance. And then suddenly we see his silhouetted team appear behind him. This is like the retcon brigade at this point. And I say that because they were kind of introduced originally in chapter 164, but then that got changed and now they're just silhouettes. So we know at least two of these people here. We know that this guy is like a Boros race member, and then this guy is like some kind of lion being. However, this woman is kinda new. And I say kinda because we saw her before in chapter 156 when Blast's team was like first shown. There's like 9 members including Blast in this team, or at least 9, there could be more. But we saw her in the forefront. But she wasn't there in the original chapter 164. It was like an elf woman. Anyway, they're able to help Blast like close this gate. And this may confirm my suspicion about his team, and it's that they all kind of share the same powers, which Blast refers to as beings who manipulate the reality of the cosmos. Now, I'm not saying they're all one-for-one identical in their abilities, but I think they more or less all can kind of do the same thing if they wanted to. And that's most likely the linking factor among them, aside from God. And it's possible that their powers come from God, like they reverse engineered what they're referring to here as divine power. But anyway, the gate almost winds up closing, but then suddenly it just shoots off in a beam into the distance. And before we go to where that beam went, we got to take a look at this moon panel here, because we're seeing the dark side of it, which we haven't seen yet. We've primarily just seen the front where the eye crater is. But now that we see the back, there's another crater, and it looks like a spine or something, right? It looks like the back of some kind of being. And if it is that, I'm not saying for sure it is, but if it is, then it's very likely to be God's body or like his corpse or something. I know it's getting confusing now because God is seemingly sealed in some kind of dimension, right? I mean, or at least that's what Blast said or heavily implied. So why is he also in the moon? Well, I don't know. This could be where God crash landed when he originally came to Earth. I don't think God originated on Earth. He does come from the cosmos somewhere. I mean, I think that's why he's infected so many different planets. And that's where we get Blast's group. Like, they all come from a lineage that originally sealed God, and maybe that's why he had to leave this place. And I also think it goes back to a story that one made aside from One Punch Man. It was like a one-shot manga called Monster of Earth. And in the beginning of that, it says, in the past, before Earth received the attention of monsters, an alien who lost his home world to war drifted to Earth. He adapted to the environment and the culture of Earth and married an Earthling. Not long after, they gave birth to a child. Naturally, this is not a normal child. He inherited the alien's abilities. One is not obviously just directly copying that story, but I think it kind of lines up with what's going on here. But I just would have assumed that if God was sealed in another dimension, then all of him would be. But I guess there's like a separation here between like his corporeal form and his consciousness, maybe? I don't really know. Let me know in the comments. Hey, also guys, if you like my One Punch Man content, please subscribe if you haven't already. It's fine if you don't want to, but if you just needed a reminder, here you go. But anyway, Saitama and Garo wind up getting shot to Io, one of the moons of Jupiter. I know, quite an incredible distance. And Jupiter is kind of significant here, and I'm not entirely sure why. Now, we have heard Jupiter be mentioned in the series before. Back in chapter 130 of the Viz, at least. When Psychos is fusing with Orochi, she's like visited by God. And she compares it to like the surface of Jupiter. Now, what I actually think she's looking at is just like the face of God, but like he's so big and close to her that it just appears that way to her. Also, the title of chapter 143 is Jupiter, the Bringer of Jollity, which is like an orchestral song by Gustav Holst. And I don't want to bore you guys with the mythology stuff, but Jupiter is like one of the ancient Roman religion gods who is considered like the king of gods, and one of his equivalents is Indra from Hinduism, and they could ultimately just be a part of what makes up God, although there are many things that make him up. Ashura from Buddhism is another big aspect of God, but I think the biggest influence on him is Osiris. By the way, going back to the crater in the moon, on our actual moon in real life, there's a crater there called Osiris. But regardless, one is like a big mythology nerd, just like Oda and Kishimoto. So there's a lot that goes into him crafting these characters. And this is like his way of kind of showing us without telling us. But anyway, Saitama and Garo are just beyond powerful to be able to just exist here, because it's clearly not affecting them at all. Garo, more understandable since he can manipulate the cosmos, and he is like cosmic radiation himself, so, you know, it's understandable if it wouldn't affect him. But Saitama, you know, he's just a human, ostensibly, but obviously much more than that. What I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't think Bang or like another S-class hero besides Blast would be able to just be chilling here like this, because Io is not inhabitable by a human in the slightest. But Saitama says, oh well, at least I can let loose at full power against a guy who could stay up. Now that's a problematic statement. Does that mean that he literally is using his full power? I guess, but I don't think this means that like this is his absolute peak and that he can't show any more power than this because this is it, and that there's a chance he can lose here. I don't think that's the case at all. When he says full power, I think he just means not having to worry about the earth and he could just not hold back. That makes sense. But then Saitama mentions holding Genos' core, and he says I better keep a tight grip on it, like he doesn't want to lose it, you know, by falling out of his costume or whatever. And this is great for many reasons. So first of all, this means that Genos is going to survive because obviously one is making sure that we know that the core is being kept intact here. And also, if we go back to chapter 93, which I think is chapter 91 in the Viz, Dr. Kuseno says if you do use your full power, 10 seconds is the limit. Your body cannot withstand anymore. You may be a cyborg, but you'll die if your energy core explodes. So I guess that means that, he could live as long as he has the core. Like, we saw half of his head was missing, but I guess that doesn't matter. And also, this is just an incredible way for one to raise the stakes on Saitama here and not show everything he's fully capable of, and to also not give him overexposure because, there's plenty of time left in the series for Saitama to go even more deeper than this into his power and effort. And also, it's just very one and just very Saitama to fight the grand epic battle with one hand while he's like making sure that something precious to him doesn't break. It's just really great writing here. So at this point, it seems like Garo's actually trying to like pause the battle, and because he's like, hey, I don't know how this happened, but we actually kind of wound up on one of Jupiter's moons, so we got to think a way to get back. And Saitama's like, nah, you're not getting out of this. We could talk about that after I beat the crap out of you. And then Garo's like, okay, we can do that later. And he opens up a gate underneath Saitama, which means that, yeah, Garo already copied this move from Blast, just like he copied the gravity knuckle. And Saitama just kicks it out of the way. He's like, no, we're not going anywhere. And this is incredible because, like I said before, it's showing us what Saitama is truly capable of. He is not bound by anything, essentially. And we kind of got a taste of this in the redraw of chapter 100 when Phoenix Man sent Child Emperor to like that spiritual place or whatever you want to call it, which is implied to kind of like happen in the mind or whatever. Saitama just broke in there like tangibly, and he's kind of doing like similar feats here as to where, like I said, he's not bound by anything. He is genuinely absolute power, not just in the physical sense. Then he just punches Garo off of the moon, and Garo winds up opening a portal to save himself from being, thrown into the ether. Then he calls out Garo for like using tricks and not his ultimate martial arts, and Garo a little bit gets offended by this, and he's like, I've absorbed countless styles and I'm using them all in synergy. And he winds up doing this incredible sequence to Saitama where he opens up multiple hyperspace gates and hits Saitama with a whole bunch of moves that he's learned throughout the series, a whole bunch that we've seen him learn. And he winds up finishing the combo with a nuclear fission and a gravity knuckle, something we saw him do in the previous chapter. And afterwards, of course, this has done nothing to Saitama, but now he goes into his next serious move, which is the serious table flip. This is something that we webcomic readers have been waiting for a long time, and it's finally delivering in the manga, and it's just as incredible as we assumed it was going to be. We thought maybe he would have did something on Earth, but no, this makes more sense because this is definitely the grand scale that this move needed to be on. Because like I said, this is coming from the webcomic, and in that continuity, he kind of just throws up a section of Z City. It was incredible then, but the manga is a different kind of animal. But he winds up throwing the entire surface of Io here. Then he darts around all the pieces of the surface and winds up doing another serious move in his omnidirectional serious punch. This is something that I was not expecting at all, which is great because I don't want to know what he's going to do next. I'm more so like coming into this blindly. And this kind of reminds me of Sonic's 10 Shadows Burial, and I wonder if Saitama was influenced by that. But he's moving so fast here that it seems like he's tangibly replicating himself, and they're all like actual serious punches coming at Garo. But Garo opens up a gate and tries to, dip out of there, but Saitama being so fast, he's already in the gate, and he smacks Garo away. Garo tries to like regain himself, and he's like, if I could just get above the barrage of rocks, he shouldn't be able to move around as he pleases. Then he opens up a gate, and he winds up landing head first in the surface because he's so rattled after what Saitama did here, and he says, I'm completely lost my sense of direction, like a caged insect being played with by a child. This is also a reference reference to the webcomic continuity of this fight, and I doubt this will be the last one. Actually, I'm pretty sure in the next chapter we're probably going to get another recreation of an iconic sequence that really exemplifies who Saitama is. I mean, we're seeing the true Saitama in this chapter, but more so I'm talking about like Saitama when he acknowledges more or less that he is God. But once Garo tries to rebound, he gets hit with a serious punch again. This is remarkable because he's been hit with multiple serious punches and he's kind of just been taking them like they were a normal punch. Now, I know I said in the previous video that Garo has surpassed Boros, but he's way beyond Boros at this point. I really didn't expect people to just casually be taking serious punches like this until much later on in the series. And Garo's like so strong, he's limitlessly strong, and that is pretty much the case. He did remove his limiter. It's getting to the point of where it's like being implied that Saitama's power is like unquantifiable. And then he says, if that's the case, then I'll just have to copy him limitlessly until I win. And then he gets a little counter punch on Saitama while also taking another strike in the process. And it looks like blood is coming out of Saitama's mouth. I don't want to jump the gun here. Now, either that's blood or it's like debris or something coming from his fist. But if this is blood, then this is like the first time blood has been shed from Saitama, or even damage, since he's removed his limiter. And, getting scratched by Toriko, of course. But when he says, I just have to copy him limitlessly until I win, that doesn't mean like he's literally copying his power. That's not what Garo's ability is. And also, even if he could, I doubt he could copy Saitama's power anyway. It just literally means, as he says, he'll have to copy him limitlessly. He'll just have to keep adapting and using what he's using against him until he wins, which, it's an exercise in futility at this point. But yeah, that's where the chapter ends, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if Saitama actually did produce blood, because if he did, then wow, that's really taking the series into a different direction. Like I said before, with taking casual series punches, I did not expect Saitama to bleed until near the end, but we'll see what happens. So this was truly an incredible chapter. This is pretty much as good as it gets in the current landscape of battle manga, in my opinion. And I gotta say it, this is yet again another 10 out of 10 chapter. This is the third 10 out of 10 chapter I've given this year, which is very unusual, and they've all been One Punch Man. So bravo to One and Murata, and also bravo to the team that provides us with these translations. Like I said before, it's pretty much a thankless job, and they don't really have to bust their butts to get this out for us, but they do it anyway. So thanks, guys. But anyway, coming off at the end of the previous chapter, we saw Garo and Saitama exchange punches, and we were wondering, is there a chance that this was like blood coming out of Saitama's mouth? But we weren't convinced, of course. We assumed that it was probably debris, and yeah, it turns out that was, debris. But after we go through a sequence of Saitama just easily handling Garo through some of the hyperspace portals, he eventually just comes down and chops him in the back of the neck with a huge impact. Hey, also guys, if you like my One Punch Man content, please subscribe if you haven't already. I'm 5,000 away from 200,000 subs, so if you can help me with that, that would be awesome. Thanks, guys. He's like, what's wrong? You said you were gonna copy me when I'm serious and surpass me, didn't you? Go ahead and try. Isn't that the whole point of this? And Garo's like, I don't get it. I'm countering him with just as much power, but the next attack hits even harder. I can't keep up. And then we see this graph of Saitama and Garo. And as Garo is becoming parallel with Saitama on the graph, Saitama eventually surpasses him going upwards, until he just completely leaves him behind. This is signifying the difference in the growth of their power. As we know, Garo can become stronger progressively as the fight goes on. It was stated in his fight against Darkshine that essentially when he's pushed against an opponent who is strong enough, he can basically rise to the occasion and become as strong as he needs to in order to defeat that opponent. I mean, I'm paraphrasing and that's simplifying it, but that's more or less what Garo is also known for, aside from just having the ability to copy techniques. But Saitama, on the other hand, goes to the next level in this regard. It's just that he needs an excuse to use more of his power, because he ostensibly has an infinite amount of it. As we know, Saitama removed his limiter. That's how he became as strong as he is. Therefore, he has no limit, so he can, in theory, always become stronger. And so far, we've seen him only pushed so much until facing off against Cosmic Fear Garo. And since Cosmic Fear Garo could copy Saitama's techniques, and imitate his current level of power, naturally Saitama's own power adapts and then surpasses that. So that's pretty much the explanation as to how Garo was able to hang with Saitama up until this point, you know, going tit for tat with serious strikes and whatnot. But since Garo has not removed his own limiter, he will never, ever be able to become as strong as Saitama. And this leads him to saying, at this rate, one of these punches is eventually going to kill me. Even now, Saitama was continuing to grow. His rate of growth, which had gone unnoticed by anyone since there was nobody remotely on par with his strength, suddenly began to soar exponentially due to an upsurge of emotion like none he had ever experienced. And now that Saitama is using this insane level of power, the most we've ever had to see him use in the series, he does one of the craziest feats you'll probably ever see in battle manga, as to where he does a serious sneeze that like explodes the surface of Jupiter. Yes, he is exploding the surface of Jupiter from a sneeze. And this is how big Jupiter is compared to Earth, by the way. So as I've been saying these last couple of weeks, there's many levels to Saitama's power that we, the audience, still haven't seen yet. And as the series goes on, his feats will get progressively more and more insane, to the point of where he truly will exemplify that he is, as I call him, the one above all. And to be honest, I didn't expect to see this, especially at this point in the series, and not from a sneeze of all things. And rightfully so, Garo is like shocked, and he says a being like that shouldn't be allowed to roam free on Earth. This is an important line here because this is going to be a theme going forward into the series. It's something that is going to be explored in the future arcs for sure. And as Garo's darting away, he's able to spot Earth from a distance. Don't ask me how, I know it's light years away, but he's able to do it because he's Cosmic Fear Garo. He has an unfathomable understanding of all energy and the universe, so just go with it. And he says if it's in my range of vision, I can teleport there. So he hits Saitama with a nuclear fission fist and then hops in a hyperspace gate and goes to Earth. But Saitama is like instantly right behind him and he's like, wow, that move you got there, it's pretty nifty. And Garo, of course, is like confused as to how this happened. Saitama said, I had a stomach ache from the cold and was holding it in, but when I got surprised by that flash of light, a fart came out. And we see his fart has propelled him fast enough to catch Garo and go into the hyperspace gate leading to Earth. This is hilarious for multiple reasons. First of all, friggin' fart. And this will definitely give more ammo to the people that say this is a gag series. But it's also funny because a couple years ago, Murata was asked on one of his live streams, I think, that what would have happened if when Boros kicked Saitama to the moon, what if the moon wasn't there and Saitama just, you know, got sent to space? And Murata said he would just serious fart his way back to Earth. So I think this sequence is actually a Murata original rather than just one writing it like he typically does. But Saitama winds up punching Garo back down to Earth, actually in the same spot that they originally came from. And this is pretty much the end here. He's hit him so hard that his face is cracked and Garo is basically asking him to just kill him. And Saitama says, compared to people like you with your quick costume changes, or King, I really hate the fact that I'm not cut out for this at all. But it's because I'm a hero. Not to mention, it was also that kid's final request that I stop you without killing you. So yeah, I think I talked about this like 2 weeks ago. People were asking me like, why didn't Saitama just kill Garo? Because I said that he totally was capable of, and I think that if any time Saitama really wanted to, he could have just ended the fight if he just, you know, increased his power enough to the point of where he wanted to. But then I said, you know, he didn't kill him because he still kind of sees Garo as like a human, and a human who's, you know, trying to do the right thing, but just very conflicted and going in the wrong direction about it. But also he was honoring Tario's wish of stopping Garo without killing him. But after he mentions Tario, Garo looks over to him and he sees that Tario has like straight up died. This is of course because of Garo's cosmic radiation. We had seen that he was like infecting everybody and they had succumbed to radiation sickness for the most part, but we weren't sure if they had died. Now that Tario is dead, this means that like pretty much everyone else has died too. And of course, this just breaks Garo. Like he's tripping over himself and everything. Tario was like the one thing in life that Garo cared about other than just becoming the absolute evil. And Saitama says, you've been acting really weird ever since you fell down from the sky. Are you sure some weirdo didn't do something to you? Garo says, if they did, it's because my spirit was too weak. Of course, talking about accepting God's influence inadvertently, but also he did kind of want it. I mean, he thanked him after all, right? So after this, it ultimately comes to the point of where Garo has accepted his fate, and he realizes what he must do to set things right. And he asks Saitama for a favor, and basically that favor is for him to copy his ultimate technique of his ultimate ability, something that he hasn't even done yet. And we're going to find out that this is pretty much the ability to travel back in time. Remember, after receiving God's power, Garo received the understanding of all energies in the universe. And with that, he figured that theoretically he could go back in time. So he starts showing Saitama how to do this, and he's like, if anyone can master the power of God without taking God's hands, it's you. And then speak of the devil, God's like, silence, I am taking them back. This is pretty much what God does when he doesn't like what the person he's gave powers to is doing. We saw him do that with Homeless Emperor. He said the same exact thing, except instead of appearing in front of Garo like he did with Homeless Emperor, he's just instantly turning him into salt here. And salt is pretty interesting because there's a lot of religious symbology here. This could mean a whole bunch of stuff. It could be in reference to mummification in Egyptian mythology. It could also be in reference to like Christianity as well. Like in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, there's a character that gets turned into a pillar of salt by God. Regardless, it just has some kind of religious significance to it. And it just ultimately correlates to God, who the character himself has a lot of religious influence from many different mythologies and religions and whatnot. But as Garo is turning to salt, basically dying, he's like, concentrate, and the narrator takes over and he says the two of them were imagining their own inner universes, particles and antiparticles, generated in pairs by Garo's intense cosmic rays. Each subatomic particle began moving in opposite directions. They began to imitate each other's movements, when all of the subatomic particles inside of Saitama did this. And Garo says, now Saitama, get going and defeat it. You of all people can do it. What you've got to do is defeat that ominous future. And then Garo dies. And this is, I guess, us getting our cake and being able to eat it too, because this is a great fitting ending for the character of Garo. He's ultimately sacrificing himself for the greater good, even though he initially didn't want to, but he saw the error in his ways and made the ultimate sacrifice, which is just basically a perfect character arc for this character. But considering that Saitama is going to go back in time, essentially to an entirely different reality, we as the readers don't have to lose Garo as a character, because he will exist in that new reality. But at the same time, we get to have a satisfying send-off for him. So like I said, this is us getting our cake and eating it. But anyway, we see Saitama travel back in time and he's reliving his fight with Garo. And then he eventually goes back to the end of chapter 165. After Garo had blasted Saitama away with the gamma ray burst and announces to everybody that he is the ominous future disaster level god. Right before he arrives in that timeline, Saitama throws a punch, and once he comes into their time, the punch lands and just one-shots Garo. And it says that punch, abnormally powered up on the moon of Jupiter, went back in time and landed before it was thrown. So yeah, that means that Saitama wasn't using a level of power in chapter 165 that he's using in this chapter because of the stuff that we talked about earlier. So Saitama using this level of power can just instantly one-shot Cosmic Fear Garo, especially one who hadn't powered himself up trying to copy Saitama in the following chapters. And we get this incredible ending sequence here, very fitting for the ending of such an epic battle and an incredible arc. And we see that everybody's still alive. Nobody has been affected by the cosmic radiation yet because it hasn't really had time to fester and whatnot. And after receiving such a harsh blow, Garo just seems to lose his power that he inherited from God by being his avatar. This is actually in reference to the webcomic as well, but in the webcomic it was extremely ambiguous since Awakened Garo didn't receive God's power at that time. I mean, technically he did since he was a monster, but it was never outright stated that it was like God's power that was given to him. He more so just said like, the Godslayer fist is leaving me. But after Saitama lands the punch, we see that the Saitama that was in that timeline, who just got blasted by the gamma ray burst, suddenly merges together with the naked future Saitama, and they become one now. But it also causes a wardrobe malfunction, and Saitama's crotch is bare. So yeah, this is ultimately resolved by time travel. And I think it works because it wasn't Saitama that wanted to do it. It's not like he needed to do it. It seems like Saitama was just fine with living in that desolate future where pretty much all of his friends died of cosmic radiation. But it was actually Garo that did it and sacrificed sacrificed himself in the process. So I think it works, but it's also a good way to kind of erase the fact that everybody is aware that Saitama is the one who defeated him, because Saitama was naked when he punched Garo, and I guess they're just gonna say like, oh, we couldn't really see who did that, and now that he's fused with his previous self, he's clothed again. So I think that's just gonna be the out here to everyone not being fully aware that Saitama is the one above all. And speaking of that, that means that Blast isn't really fully aware of it either, because it's in chapter 166 when Blast shows up and, you know, really gets his hands dirty and is aware that Saitama is the one who can challenge Cosmic Fear Garo. So now all of that's gone, and I guess we're gonna go back to Blast being none the wiser, possibly. But I wouldn't be surprised if Blast does know that some kind of time stuff has gone on, because, you know, he's Blast. But regardless, I wouldn't be surprised at all if God totally knows what's going on here, because if Garo can manipulate time and show Saitama how to do it, then I'm positive that God somehow can too, right? But Genos, who is alive now, winds up reuniting with Saitama, and Saitama still has the core in his hand. So now there's 2 cores, and I guess this means a potential power up for Genos. So after 7 years, nearly 8 years at this point, Garo has finally fully been defeated. But the arc isn't over yet, believe it or not. Murata tweeted that the next chapter is actually going to be the end of the Monster Association / Garo arc. But Garo's plight here, just him being the hero hunter, which started, I think, in like chapter 40, like over 7 years ago, is finally over. And I think we got a pretty satisfying conclusion here. It took some elements of the original webcomic version and, of course, remixed them and improved upon some aspects, as the manga typically does. And I overall just really enjoyed this chapter. But first, let me just give a shout out to the team that was able to give us these translations. They were actually down a few members, I think, but they were still able to pull through and get it out in a reasonable amount of time. So thank you guys. But anyway, opening up in the chapter here, we see Garo just successfully being defeated by the Zero Punch from Saitama. This was a result of Saitama successfully traveling backwards in time and hitting Garo with a punch that was so incredibly overpowered, because the Saitama that came from the future was way more powerful than the Saitama that was in the past timeline, because Garo had pushed him to become that strong. Hey, also guys, if you like my One Punch Man content, please subscribe if you haven't already. It's fine if you don't want to, but if you just need a reminder, here you go. Thanks. But Saitama essentially knocked the god power out of Garo here. And I'm not necessarily sure how strong Garo is at this point, or what's really going on with him. Like, is he kind of monstrified still, or is he just a full-blown human at this point? It really remains to be seen, but I'm going to assume that it's more so the latter at this point. But we see all of like the angered heroes surrounding him. And this is just a really satisfying sequence, because these are like the heroes that Garo had like hero hunted throughout the story. Like, we see the tank toppers here. They were actually like one of his first victims, and now they're all like finally getting revenge on him. Even though it's not really doing anything, it's still just, I don't know, for some reason I really like this. But anyway, Saitama shows the future core to Genos, and Genos is able to immediately identify that it's from the future. This is of course because in the original timeline that Saitama came from, Garo ripped it out of Genos, and Saitama basically held on to it the whole time, making sure that it was kept safe. And when he successfully went back in time, he still had it with him. And Genos is like immediately hooking up like one of his cables to the core, and he's able to recount pretty much everything that happened in the future timeline. Basically chapters 166 to chapter 168. And we actually talked about this like I think 2 weeks ago in one of my Q&A videos. But I also think that this core is important for multiple reasons, because on the surface it seems like it's probably going to be the catalyst for some kind of power up with Genos, him having 2 cores now or something like that. But I wouldn't be surprised if this at least recorded data up until it was ripped out of Genos, meaning that it could be aware of what happened at least up until that point, which is something that technically Saitama right now shouldn't be aware of. Now at that time, I thought that the core was going to be recording information, of course, but I didn't expect it to be able to record everything, like even after it was ripped out of Genos, because at that point it was kind of just by itself and it wasn't hooked up to anything. So why was it still like recording everything somehow? I mean, I'm not gonna going to question it too much. It is what it is, and it's actually better this way, that Genos is aware of everything that happened, not just up until the point of it being pulled out. Now Genos is pretty much aware of everything that happened, and he's actually able to make sense of the time travel for the most part, and we get this massive exposition dump, which is like classic Genos. But basically what he's saying in this dump here is that Saitama traveling from the future does indeed like create multiple timelines, or as he says, parallel worlds. And this is something that we've been talking about for the last couple weeks as well, because this is realistically the only way that this could work. Saitama left one timeline, which is like technically like another universe, to go back to a point in the past, which is technically another universe. It's not like one single timeline the way that it works in Terminator. It's more like Avengers Endgame rules. But wrapping this up, Genos basically says, or at least this is the way that I interpret it, is that this was always going to happen, essentially. Or at least Saitama would always find a way to save everyone. Even if everyone were to die, Saitama would still transcend and manipulate the laws of causality. Which goes back to the previous chapter. After Saitama punches Garo coming back from the future, it says reversal of causality, absolutely unavoidable. Which essentially means that this is always going to happen. So going back to Avengers, you can kind of think about it like how Doctor Strange had to go through all those different timelines to see which ones Thanos didn't win. And it wound up being like, I don't know, 14 million something timelines where Thanos always wins, but there's only one where he doesn't. Well, in this case, there are no timelines in which Saitama doesn't win here. Not even one. That's how ridiculous Saitama is, essentially. But this goes in one ear of Saitama and out the other. Like, this is, you know, typical Saitama. He doesn't really care. Even as crazy and fantastical as this is and what he's technically been through, it's still just like, you're kind of talking too much. But the important thing here is that Genos is aware of it, and also the core has this information recorded on it, because I don't think this is going to be the end of this stuff. The information on the core is for sure going to come back later on, in my opinion. It's possible that Drive Knight and the organization is going to get this core and or the information on it. But let me just clarify that I don't think it's guaranteed that they're going to get their hands on this information. And even if they do, I'm not saying like Drive Knight's going to like travel back in time or something, but something will come of this information in the future for sure. But anyway, going further, we see Tario get up. Of course, we saw in the future timeline that he winds up dying from exposure to Garo's cosmic radiation. But now that, you know, Garo has been taken out before he was able to release enough of it, he's alive now. But he also sees like this time ghost of Garo here. You could make of this what you want. It's kind of just like a fragment of Garo transcending space and time or something. This is like, you know, the true Garo, I guess you could say, the future Garo that winds up sacrificing himself for the greater good, teaching Saitama how to go back in time. But this is just like the last bit of sentience that I guess that Garo had, just seeing that he ultimately wound up saving Tario and that everything he did wasn't for naught. And after this, we see that the current Garo has just come to terms with losing here, because it says perhaps it was just because everything that had been set up by his future self, though Garo had no way of knowing that, which he doesn't. But just the way that this is like working here, the two personalities of the Garos kind of like sync up in a way, and he's subconsciously able to realize that like, oh, this was kind of supposed to happen, even though he's not aware of it, but he is aware of it. So then we get to the point of where the heroes are kind of debating on what they should do with Garo. Some, of course, want to execute him, like Amai Mask, and some don't, like Metal Bat. We saw Metal Bat teamed up with Garo earlier on in this arc when Garo was like in full babyface mode, and they kind of had a little bromance going on, so it's understandable that he doesn't want to, you know, straight up execute him. And, you know, Amai Mask is Amai Mask, so completely understandable that he would. But then we see Saitama say, who took down Garo, by the way? Was it Blast? And Flashy Flash says, it seemed like a naked man appeared out of nowhere, defeated Garo with one punch, then flew away. That pattern of movement does seem like something out of Blast's playbook. And then Second Guard's like, you're saying Blast actually helped out? And why naked? So this answers our question of who was going to take credit for taking down Garo, and I assumed that it wasn't going to be Saitama, of course. It's way too early on in the story for everyone to acknowledge him to be the one above all. And I knew that him being naked delivering the punch was going to have something to do with that, because, you know, once they fused together, he wound up having clothes again, despite the crotch being removed. But it turns out it's actually Blast that's going to be taking the credit here, which is, you know, cool. Sets up the legend of Blast going further, but also Blast not showing up in this chapter, and I expected him to. but I guess he's going to show up in the next chapter because I really want to see how he reacts to all of this time travel stuff, and even if he's aware of it. And also he still needs to like deliver exposition to, if not Saitama, then just somebody. Then Zombie Man kind of steps up to Garo while everyone's beating him, and he's like, there's no way a human can gain that much power just through monsterization. Are you sure there wasn't another source of power that was using you as a catalyst? For example, God or something like that? One of the enemy cadres showed similar signs. Of course, he's talking about Homeless Emperor here. When Zombie Man was eventually able to defeat Homeless Emperor, he got enough information out of him to know that God gave him powers pretty much, but as soon as he started saying that, God killed him. And, you know, considering what Garo was able to do, they were kind of similar to the energy manipulation that Homeless Emperor was able to do, so he kind of put two and two together and was like, oh, you're probably getting God's power, which he's right about. But of course, Garo's playing it off, acting like, you know, that was all just me, even though Garo knows for sure that it was God that gave him powers, because he basically tells the audience and Saitama that in the previous chapters. But Garo's just, you know, being Garo here. And he's pretty much just asking them to kill him. Like, he's at his wit's end here. He's just lost everything, essentially. But before Amai Mask is able to kill him, Tario comes in and he grabs him by the leg. He's like, Uncle is a real hero who saved me a bunch of times. Hurry up and run, Uncle. And we see like all of the heroes deliberating here on what they should do with Garo, and then King steps in and he puts his King engine on maximum output. We haven't seen this before. And he just conquer hockeys everyone out of the way. He even shuts up Amai Mask here. Like, I just love this sequence. I'm such a sucker for like King moments. And then Bang steps up and he's like, I won't let you throw your life away so easily. If you've caused harm to people, then you must make up for it 10 times over, 100 times over by saving others. And Saitama says that's what absolute evil is best at, right? Of course, this is in reference to before all of the Cosmic Garo stuff, when Saitama was originally going against like the gargoyle-esque Garo. Despite everything that Garo was doing, try to be the absolute evil, to try to like defeat Saitama, he just wound up helping people. But going back to what Bang is saying here, I think this does mean that Garo will eventually become a hero to some degree. Like, I don't think he's going to join the Hero Association or whatever and like become like an S-class hero, but he's kind of going to do his own thing. Like, he'll for sure be like a full-blown anti-hero rather than just like an anti-villain. He's probably going to become something like the Punisher or something. But after this, Garo is able to sprint away and he just successfully makes it out of there. And Genos is like, he'll probably be a repeat offender. And Saitama's like, nah, he'll be fine. We should just leave the rest up to the old man. So I think this means that eventually we are going to see Garo and Bang reconcile. Like, at some point in the story, maybe in the, you know, the last big arc or big saga, I think that they are going to come together and Bang is going to give Garo his final training or something like that. But anyway, at the end of the chapter, we see Metal Knight come out of nowhere and he has like an entire army of robots with him. And he's like, the ship I designed caught a nuclear blast. I will now begin the disposal of the fallout and an analytical investigation of the attack. All of you suffering from acute radiation poisoning, there will be mandatory testing and decontamination procedures at the lab for everyone. This is amazing. I'm a big fan of Metal Knight, and this is just part of the course for him because he showed up at the end of the Boros arc and kind of just like cleaned up after everyone was done. And it's also funny because he was like super opposed to raiding the Monster Association in the first place. He just wanted to bomb the whole entire thing and not even, you know, send anyone physically there. But the fact that he's showing up is, you know, better late than never, because he's also taking care of the nuclear fallout here, which is like kind of a big deal because Garo did launch a bunch of nuclear fission fists, which were like the equivalent of nuclear bombs going off, and he did fire a gamma ray burst. This all still happened in this timeline. Like, Saitama came back after he was hit by the gamma ray burst. So the fact that Metal Knight is cleaning this up, like I said, is important, and also he's, you know, helping everybody who was affected by the radiation poisoning, which is super important as well. I'm hoping this changes some of your minds on everyone who was so keen on Metal Knight being the traitor here, because Drive Knight ain't doing this. Drive Knight pieced out, remember? He left as soon as he got what he wanted. He even left Genos to die after like draining him. So come on, guys. Metal Knight's a good guy. And then at the very end of the chapter, we see Saitama all sad, and he's like, for now, Genos, let's just have Kuseno fix up your arms and legs. Then we can start looking for what's left of our apartment. Because, you know, over the course of this battle, most of Z City has been destroyed, including Saitama's apartment. And that's going to be an important aspect of the story going further, at least with Saitama. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the video. Let me know what you think about this chapter in the comments. And if you liked it, please give it a like, and please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.